Hi, you with Scott. I'm super chuffer. It's midnight. It's always midnight. It's your right ear and your left ear. Gang stalking is when you've got a psychological problem because you're paranoid and you think that there's people hiding in the bushes and there's people tapping your phones and they're all following you home.
Son.
That's the right time. Big ups. Big ups. Remember, big ups. Gang stalking is a psychological phenomenon where you think you're being... Gang stalking is a set of persecutory beliefs in which those affected believe they're being followed, stalked and harassed by a large number of people. It's like a psychological problem. If you think you're being gang stalked, you need to see a therapist. Or there is the slim possibility that the MI5 might be hiding in your bushes, you know? Peter Folding might be in my garden. Like, listen, Peter Folding is not in my garden. Alan is not being gang stalked. Peter Folding couldn't... Oh, I'm back. That was the gang stalkers. Peter Folding couldn't... Anyway, that's not... The, Alan is not being gang stalked. Alan is just fucking a nut. He's just a nutter. Swore now. I hope that's not in the first 30 seconds of the intro because that gets you demonetised. Right, should we watch Alan then? You all want it. I don't. Tonight, I'd rather not. To be honest, tonight I'd rather not. But go on. Go on then. Let's see what happens. I might have to turn... Wait, we've got this lovely background music on in the background. And tonight it's quite a audible background music. What's going on with the stream, Alan? Sorry, I just paused it at that. Obviously he's having problems with his internet connect again. The whatchamacallit, the background music, yeah. So if the background music gets, I have to boost Alan sometimes when he's quiet. So if I have to do that, I'll have to change the background music, which will annoy me, but Alan annoys me anyway, so we're already in that world.
You are live.
I'm live.
This is the bit where I don't know what's going on, because I don't know.
This is the bit where you don't know what's going on. Alan, that's all of it.
I might as well learn.
What the wait, what the fuck was this? Wait, in the background, okay, I should show you this. In the back. This is like watching a clown show at this point. In the background, we've taken down the picture of whomever, and we've put up the Vinnicombe family crest on the wall. So that's changed. But it's a sad and pathetic nothing of a change, and it looks stupid. So just so you got that, just so you've seen that. We've still got the microphone behind us. We still look like an arse. We're wearing the Los Angeles Angels t-shirt. The Black Angels t-shirt today. Has he put cream on? I think he might have gone for a haircut since the last time. Oh,
You are live.
You are live? No, you're live, you idiot.
This is the bit where I don't know what's going on, because I don't know. I might as well learn my passwords.
Might as well learn my passwords. Alan, don't write your passwords down on a book next to your computer, because if someone breaks into your house, they have your computer and they have the passwords. You shouldn't write them down ever. All in Vin 1981 or whatever, right? And it's on a post-it note on the fucking monitor. You fucking clown. Like, how are you doing this? I mean, maybe this is a joke about being gang stalked, but let's carry on. Sorry.
My book of passwords while I'm waiting for you to turn up.
Why have you got a ladies' pug notebook? I mean, not ladies, is it? It's unisex, isn't it? But it looks just a little bit like a sort of ladies'... It looks like you might have stolen that out of a lady's handbag.
Oh yeah, passwords. You love to have my passwords too.
I would love to have your passwords. It wouldn't be hacking them, would it? It'd just be like entering the details. Hacking's when you like obtain the passwords through nefarious means with computer coding or whatever. Like, just getting your password out of a book is not hacking.
Into my Facebook and
look at your Facebook, right? Well, now I know where to find them. If I ever did manage to like have any cause for, like, now I'd know where to find them. They're in that book.
Me is dead, right? One of them got into my Facebook.
Oh, we're doing this?
Password.
Okay, listen, I'm going to have to let him cook a little bit. I want to pause it after every stupid thing he says, but I'm going to have to let him cook a little bit. Please don't put the book in your mouth. Let's carry on.
My book of passwords.
My book of
Well, I'm
passwords.
waiting for you to turn up.
It's better than your fucking Nicole Kessinger, Shannon Watts book, isn't it? It's better than your Chris Watts book, your book of passwords. How many pages is it? 1. How many passwords is in there? 1. Why do you need multiple passwords? We've got lots of passwords. Maybe you should just have one password and update it relatively regularly, like across the board. Maybe one password for one thing and one password for another that is two-factoring the two together. Maybe that, but ultimately you don't need a book of passwords. What are you, cracking Enigma?
Yeah, passwords. You love to have my passwords to hack into my...
Right, I also guarantee you from what I'm seeing here, I'm going to have to let this play and cook without me interrupting it, because I guarantee you, I can Darren Brown what he's doing, and I can get some information about his passwords through the body language and through the voice and all that. I can Darren Brown it. I'm not Darren Brown level. Darren Brown would watch that and tell you his password, right? I'm not Darren Brown level, but I bet there's some sort of indications. I'm not going to tell you anything more about it than that. I'm going to use it for my own purposes later and have a good watch of it. So I'm going to have to rewind this and I'm going to have to let it play without me interrupting it. He does look like he's got something on his face, doesn't he? Like cream or something, yeah?
You are live.
You're live.
This is the bit where I don't know what's going on, because I don't know. I might as well learn my passwords, my book of passwords, while I'm waiting for you to turn up. Oh yeah, passwords. You love to have my passwords to hack into my Facebook and memorialize me as dead, right? One of them got into my Facebook and memorialized me as dead. Well, why don't you get it back? Well, I can't get my memorialized Facebook back with all wedding photos on and everything, because the email that I set it up with all those 15 years ago no longer is in existence. So YouTube says, no, what's your email? We'll send you a code to alter it. I said, I haven't got that email. I don't know what it's called, Orange or something. The Orange email is no longer exists. Well, you're going to send us the email address. It doesn't exist. So I'm dead forever then. I'm afraid so, Alan. Yeah, you're dead forever. So every so often I get a friend phone me and say, I heard you were dead. And I answer the phone. Oh, you're not dead. Good. And then other people was dead forever then. Other people would say to me, so every so often, I don't know where to say this. Other people tell my friends, I don't know how to tell you this, but Alan Vinnicombe's dead. They go, is he? I only spoke to him last week. Yeah, well, he's dead. On Facebook says he's memorialized. You bastards.
All right, that'll be enough for me to try for his password on that. Obviously we've done an episode about him being memorialized. It's incredibly funny, isn't it? It's incredibly funny. We've got an episode about it on Battery Exhausted. Hello, Minky, my loss. We've got an episode about... All right, you're wet. I know. I'm cleaning you off. You sillies. We've got an episode about it on Battery Exhausted already. And, yeah... Incredibly funny though. What's even more bizarre is that I've just learned that he used Orange email, and this wasn't that long ago. What the fuck is Orange email? And you're stupid enough to use such an old defunct email address on an important thing like that you want to keep. Okay. That does tell us a little something else. I mean, obviously, as more recent stuff has been set up in more recent emails and names and bits and pieces, doesn't it? But, you know, it does tell us something else, doesn't it?
And that's what tonight's program's about. I've had stalkers that have stalked me and hated me for 6 years, every day of their life.
Well, I don't know. Wait, I don't know about stalked you. I disagree with stalked you. You know, stalking, harassment, as I've had cause to ask the police, is more than just like doing a YouTube channel and saying bad things about you, Alan. Like, it's going into your private life, like harassing you private, like sending you emails, sending you messages, phoning you up, atting you in videos could be counting. You know, if people are atting me in videos, they should consider like that it counts as harassment, and the police are, you know, logging all these things. Like, same with Alan, like, you know, this is why I don't at him in videos. This is why this is not for his, it's, you know, not to cause him alarm and distress. I'm not trying to harass him. he doesn't, like, what's been going on in the past, I suppose I can't vouch for because I wasn't there, but he doesn't have stalkers. He's an arsehole on the internet.
Their reason for living. And you know the weirdest thing is, right?
The reason for living.
They all started off liking me.
They all started off liking me. Well, no, Alan. I didn't. My first impression of you was that you're a fucking prick. Always has been, always will be. You're not going to remedy that, are you? Look at you, sneak face.
My worst stalkers. I had my haircut, yeah.
Told you he'd had his haircut, yeah.
Yeah. All my worst, I've not got a lot left. All my serious stalkers, they started off liking me. And I'm never telling anybody this, but some of these are women, right, that have, how can we put it? Been very nice to me in messages.
No doubt, yeah. There are some fucking nutters out there in the crime world, aren't there? Like some real fucking nutters, yeah.
And every time I say, look, I'm not interested in online relationships and stuff.
Yeah.
The shutters come down. They then hate me. How dare you reject me? They're all catfishing anyway. They all look like back of a bus. 90%, not all of them. And they all like in their 70s, 60s, right? And then, but basically what it is, like, imagine you've all seen this Nigerian lovers online. They write to these.
Yeah, I think you've seen some Nigerian lovers online, Alan. I think you have. Come on, Buttons.
AD's sexual deviant, AD's a conman, AD's a crook, AD owes tax.
Women say, I love you, I want to marry you, send me some money. Well, these are the people I'm attracted to.
Alan, you are basically a romance scammer yourself, you chump. Like, what are you doing with your nutters in your what do you call it, in your Facebook group? These ladies in your chat that give you the money, Alan. You're on the verge of that yourself, aren't you? You're a sad scammer. Brought up a different scam there, and a little smile on his face. I will bet you endless pounds. You know, put as many monies as you want on the table. I will guarantee, with God's vision, if you had it, you would prove that Alan has done the same thing. In my opinion, I would be willing to put my bet on the 100%. I think he's done that. I think he's been on a behind-the-scenes email with some lady and sourced her up with the intent to get money out of her.
Women that want to marry someone.
Actually, Alan does a worse romance scam, which is where he takes pictures of people in public without them knowing and potentially sells them on the internet to somebody else in another place.
Really too good for them. Not in their league, right? And
Alan, you're in terms of league, you're not able to get into the conference. Alan, like, in terms of league, you're not a catch. You're a load of shit. You're stupid. You're uneducated. Like, when I say stupid and uneducated are two different things. Like, you don't have the capability and you're uneducated. You're a liar, you're a grifter, you're a con man, you're a fraud, you're disgusting, you're smelly, you're misogynist, you're racist, you're boring. Like, what would anyone possibly want to do hanging around with you?
And then, but I'm cheaper because they only have to join my Patreon. It's only like 10 quid a month. But these,
You're cheap.
these Nigerian princes, they send them thousands of pounds and thousands of pounds. And they go, oh no.
Did he just admit it? I'm like a Nigerian prince scam myself, but cheaper because you only have to send me £10 on Patreon. Like, did he just admit it?
Someone. It's probably too good for them. Not in their league, right? And then, but I'm cheaper because they only have to join my Patreon. It's only like 10 quid a month. But these Nigerian princes, they send them thousands of pounds and thousands of pounds. And they go, oh no, I've been gone. And then they hate that Nigerian prince. But
Alan, it's not really a Nigerian prince. Alan, it's a fake person pretending.
He doesn't exist. He's not a lot like me. Yeah. You can't come and get him every day for 5 years. He's gone. He's on to the next victim. That's the way to do it.
But the way you described him, that Nigerian prince, not that scammer. Like,
Right? Me, I'm here trying to like just have fun.
Me, I'm here trying to like just have fun. You mean you're there scamming people like the Nigerian princes, but you're doing it on the internet where people can see you, and then you can be called up for it. This is an absolute fucking mess. This is.
But they never let me go.
They never let me go. This is, like I said, delusions of a narcissist madman. You know, I say this. Sometimes I think Alan literally. I mean, sometimes I've got to the point where I literally think he's living in a dream world now. Like he thinks this stuff. This is what's going on in his head.
Ever.
It's not just a grift and a like. Honestly, I think this is not just like part of it is just a grift and a lie and a manipulation to get them to give him money. Yeah, but also like he believes his own bullshit. Do you know what I mean? He likes the smell of his own farts. He's that because otherwise, how can he live his life? He has to tell himself these lies in order to get through his life. You know.
And the question I wanted to ask you.
Big up Slick Willy D. Laws of attraction's a bit silly. Don't worry about the laws of attraction. It's a bit. I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. I think there's better ways to get yourself through life than giving someone money for. Or the bloke who wrote the book's getting money for it, but.
Is when will it end? I'm talking to you, hate watchers now. I know you're all there watching me, hate watchers, right? What will stop you stalking me?
Right, we're not stalking. I'm not stalking you, right? But what will stop me from reacting to you on the internet, Alan, is you stop doing shows on the internet.
For the rest of my days. How does it end?
Or your shows that I react to, when I put them on Battery Exhausted, get less than 1,000 views a time when I drop them. I just can't be arsed with it then.
As far as I can see, it's only ended so far by them dying. So I guess the logical process, it needs me to die, right?
Fuck, I thought he was going to say he was going to kill them all then. I thought the only reason they stopped is because they died. So the next logical conclusion is that I should die. No, isn't it the next logical conclusion you should go out and kill again? Is that what you're thinking? This is a really fucking weird one, this is. This is really like, you know, this is something else.
As far as I can see, it's only ended so far by them dying.
Right.
So I guess the logical process, it needs me to die, right? It needs me to die. And then all they can do then is send a terrible message to the funeral home.
Send a terrible message to the funeral home. I suppose some of those people might do whatever the fuck they do, yeah? If it was me, I would send some flowers anonymously, because I wouldn't want his family to see my name at his funeral. That would make them cross and upset. So I would just send some flowers anonymously. Like, it's the right thing to do. Even, I mean, you're going to find this out now, Alan. Like, you know, it's more likely you're going to go than me, you know, in whatever order. So, yeah, I'd send some flowers to the funeral home. Like, just, that would be that. I'm not going to attend his funeral. Fuck that. But later on we'd talk about him. We'd probably get his old streams up, you know, probably get the old streams up, have a chat every sort of few weeks, a month, couple of months. We might revisit some of the old AD, you know, stuff like that. Still take the piss out of you after you're dead, Alan, is what I mean. Like, you've still got a chance in your life now to remedy that by not being a cock for the last remaining little bit of it. But like, it's up to you. If you want to keep doing this, this is your creation. So, you know.
And terrible messages to my family. What?
Never sent any messages to his family.
They're better off without me. Then after that, they have to leave me, don't they?
We leave you. You're the one that dies. You leave us. We carry on.
It's very hard to hate somebody.
Listen, we all die. It's very hard to hate somebody when they're dead. No, everyone hates Hitler. Shut up. What are you talking about? It's just, listen, I say I don't want to pause it all the time. It's every single thing he says is just like balmy. Every single sentence does not make sense. As a detractor, I'm here because he talks shit on the internet, right? And I think if I decode his shit, it will help people to not give him money, not follow his bullshit, not get sucked into his nonsense. So, you know, I let him speak and then I say, no, what he's saying there is wrong, it's a lie, it's this, it's that, it's manipulation. You know, I explain it. But here, every single sentence, he's really on one tonight. Like, really on one.
Way after they're dead.
Way after they're dead. People don't like lots of people who have died. Like, just being dead. Fucking Jeremy Epstein's not a very positive figure in the finance community these days, is he? After he's dead. You can't hate him now he's dead. Like, what are you on about? It's just that there's no logic at all in it. It's just like, I would rather it be this way, so it's going to be this way. Also, like, what a fucking weird, morbid thing to do a show about. When I'm dead, there will still be people trolling. Like, what the fuck? What a weird show.
As far as I can see, it's only ended so far by them dying. So I guess the logical process, it needs me to die, right? It needs me to die. And then all they can do then is send terrible message to the funeral home and terrible messages to my family. What, they're better off without me. Then after that, they have to leave me, don't they?
The narcissist Jew, we have to leave him. Listen, Alan, I don't do your show exclusively as my content, so I assume you realise I'm not in this box. Like, I could leave you alone tomorrow. I'm quite happy to. We've done our road. Like, we're into the sort of in some computer games. Not everyone's going to understand this, but in some computer games, once you've completed it, you put the game down. You know, you finished it like a book. You finished it. But in other computer games, it keeps going. It's like there's always something to do. There's next week they put in a new thing. It's called the end game. And some people say, what happens at the end game? Can I still play the game? Is there still something to do? And we're in the end game now. We've done all the big things. We've completed the game. You're off YouTube. You're an idiot. Right? But in this end game, in this sort of infinite epilogue, like, it's just every now and then you do something stupid enough to merit us watching it and looking at it and laughing. You're a laughing stock, and it's like a bit of comedy every now and then. So I can take it or leave it. There's other things that are funnies. You're not that special, Alan. Certainly not from my point of view.
It's very hard to hate somebody way after they're dead. I know what they could do. They could show my old videos like they do on Facebook. Show my old videos from 5 years ago after I'm dead. Say, look, this is why we hated him.
And it would be much easier to do, Alan, if they weren't all deleted off YouTube, wouldn't it? If only someone got a library of them. Shouts out, you know, if you're watching and you've got that library, make sure to work on getting that to me. I've got money for you. Like, we can sort that out.
Just exposing his lies. He's dead. Oh no, I keep doing it. We'll never stop. That's what worries me.
That's what worries you. It worries you that you might die and that people might speak badly after you're dead about you. And your response to that is to come on the internet and say, fuck you, you're bad, these people are bad, fuck these. You haven't thought deeply and carefully about why they're saying bad things and if it's important to remedy any of that with your own behaviour. You're being sued for defamation, you fucking idiot. Like, oh my God. And also, you know, a lion doesn't lose sleep over the opinions of sheep, and that's a bit arrogant, I suppose. So another way of saying it is like a fly can sting a horse, but a fly is still a fly and a horse is still a horse. I'd rather be insulted by people that I respect. You know, there's lots of little sayings, but ultimately, like, you just, like, you obviously really give a fuck. Like, the difference between, like, people are going to say whatever, yeah? People are going to say shit. They're going to say shit. So I could be dead, I could be alive, whatever. They're going to say shit. Like, I mean, I think back to, I don't know, like cutting hair, yeah? Some clients love me and go out the door and tell all their friends about how good I am, great hairdresser. Other clients, like, every now and then you might get one who's eggy or it's not gone quite well. They might go and tell 10 people, oh, he's such a bad chuffer, I didn't like it. I'm the same person. Some people like me more than others. Other people like me more than others. Like, as long as in balance, I'm winning, I've got enough clients, I've got a full book, and it's only the odd one who's a bit of a, you know, an arse, then I don't have to care about what the arse is doing. Like, some people would say, chase down that one difficult customer, that one unhappy customer, and make sure they're happy, because they're going to go and spread bad word about you. But other people might say that one, and this is the better lesson, right? I learned this lesson, is that one difficult arsehole goes around their life being a difficult arsehole, and everyone knows they're a difficult arsehole. So when they tell you, oh, I went to this hairdresser's and it was shit, people don't think, oh, that hairdresser's is shit. They think this difficult arsehole went in the hairdresser and the hairdresser didn't like them because they're a difficult arsehole again. Like, so it doesn't matter what difficult arseholes say about you. So you just don't care. But Alan obviously does care because he's doing this again. He's literally said it. When I'm dead, what troubles me is that these fucking dicks are going to keep talking about me. So if that does trouble you, this is fair enough, Alan. If that does trouble you, then what you're going to have to do is something about it. And it's not, oh, Big Billy Big Bollocks is going to pretend to sue you on the internet and then you're going to have to shut up and like, I'll get a court order and I'll get, it's not that, right? It's not that. You should think about what you're doing and how you're treating people and how it's coming across on the internet and how people are seeing it, about your bitterness, about your backhand, he doesn't even do backhanded compliments, does he? Just does like backhands about his, there's so much. I don't want to go into his whole behaviour profile now because it's a bit, it's a bit too long and a bit too, but you need to think about what you're doing on the internet, Alan. You need to think about what you're doing on the internet. Everyone can see you're doing it, and if it's born of bitterness, if it's born of this anger, this resentment, if you're trying to throw shade at somebody, aggressive, passive aggressive, or just aggressive, then it's going to be born out. If it's, and again, I think it's okay for it. Like, we're online content creators. Some people are less emotional in their content. Some people don't even, come and talk to you and tell you how they're feeling ever. They just put out videos and that's it. Like, there's a spectrum, but I think it's okay for most content creators to occasionally have emotions and talk about them, whether they be positive, negative, anger, happiness, sadness, joy, whatever. It's all okay, but it's not okay to make it the feature flagpole of your content and that's who you are as a big personality drive. Unless it is who you are. Big ups, Red Fan. Thank you. No Cadillac, no perms, you can't see. I'm just a mother M-I-M-P. Big ups, Red Fan. How you doing? Yeah, it's like, it's not okay to sort of like, well, it's okay if this is what you want to do and who you are, but this is the result, Alan. And it's like, again, like, I don't really believe in this phrase, although it apparently it's attributed to Alfred Einstein. Now listen, I'm not as clever as Alfred Einstein. That's my favourite joke, don't you? That's my favourite joke. I know he's not called Alfred. I know I'm not as clever as Isaac Einstein, but right. They say madness is doing the same thing over and over and getting the same result, expecting it to change. I don't know if that is the definition of madness. I think there's more clinical definitions of madness, but this is a madness. This only makes it worse. He just keeps doing it. I think what's happening tonight is he's actually got no content, and he knows that the thing that people watch the most is when he talks about the twolls, isn't it, Alan? And that's the truth for Alan. Like, fortunately for me, I've got Super Chuffer. The thing that people watch the most is when I talk about interesting things on Super Chuffer. The thing that people watch the second most out of my content is the ASMR, I suppose. If I was still doing it, it'd probably be up there with the top thing. And then the third thing that people watch is when I take the piss out of Alan or other characters, because it's not just Alan that I'm quite happy to take the piss out of. Bad chuffers, grifters, narcissists on the internet. Then the next thing that people watch out of my content is me having fun watching Neighbours and stuff like that. And then finally down the list is me playing video games. So I've got this spectrum of content, and it's lots of fun. Unfortunately for me, the main thing is not Alan, and the other things that are around and different, like Neighbours and all that could be pushed harder as well. I don't have it's like having bets on in a horse race, isn't it, in a way that Alan would understand. I wouldn't bet on a horse race myself. I think it's disgusting, but I wouldn't do it. But like Alan, he's got put all his money on this one horse, and it's a bit of a shitty horse. So he's got no content. He's got nothing to say. He's got nothing to now he's forced basically to moan about the trolls in a desperate attempt to get drama views. It's pity party, hardcore narcissist pity party, but also he's in a very sad situation now. A very sad situation. Big ups, Cruel. You're alone on the Genshin corner. Yeah, I mean, sadly, it is, isn't it? I put as much effort into Genshin as I put into anything else, to be honest. No, I don't do the shorts and I don't do the little videos. You know, look what we did in Genshin today. And when someone comes in stream and they ask, you know, can you look at my character? I just tell them no. But yeah, like, you know, it's just the way of the world. I mean, I'm not trying to promote my gaming too hard, but Genshin is good. And Cruel is right, you know, they shouldn't be alone on the Genshin corner. There are a few of you, actually. There's more than just Cruel. There's Leslie likes it. Juzzy gave me lots of positive support. Like, there's people that watch my Genshin stuff, yeah. But, yeah, anyway, so I'm talking about Genshin because I'm thinking about it now. I'm thinking maybe I could just switch from this. I prefer Genshin to this. So don't anyone ever tell me that I prefer taking the piss out of Alan to Genshin Impact. Genshin's definitely better.
Stop.
Biggest game in the world. Is it the biggest game in the world right now? Is it biggest game in the world? Probably. Like, absolute phenomenon, isn't it? Like, if being a this is something I'll just quickly say this. Being a gamer and playing all the different games and not playing Genshin Impact, then you don't really know what you're missing. So that's a good screenshot for me there. Yeah.
Well, I got news for them. I've been working out a lot.
It'd be like being into films and not watching Lord of the Rings. Anyway, I've been working out a lot. What are you going to do? Fight me? Do I have to start going to the gym? I don't think I need to go to the gym to beat him. I think I'm just, you know, all right, but we'll see. He's been working out a lot now. This is a new strange one for me, working out a lot. Do you think he really works out? I don't see him having the attitude for it. I think it's more likely he'd cheat and take some sort of like EPO or like, you know, there's things you can take that you can strip fat and do little steroids or something. Like, I think it's more likely he's going to get that from some dodgy bloke in the pub. Or like if he's just stopped certain aspects of his food that he can't afford, like the curries on the Friday and the booze sessions maybe. I don't necessarily see that he looks skinnier. I know he's got the filters on and you can only see the top half of here. Like he's doing his camera trickery again. So like just down there is this big old tummies. So, he's a liar. He's a big stinky liar.
He's dead. Oh no, I keep doing it. We'll never stop. That's what worries me. They're never going to stop.
He loves it. He absolutely loves it. This is the only thing that keeps him relevant. He gets to see himself on the show. You know, he loves it. They're never going to stop. Big smile, laugh. Gives him something to talk about. He loves it. Do you know what I mean? But I am going to stop, and he's going to slide into insignificance even further. Like, I can't have enough time in my life to put this as the priority all the time. We're doing it tonight. Okay, you notice the frequency of Alan getting reduced on my channel. I'm battery exhausted. I hope you stick around to see all the other wild shit that goes on. You know, but Alan is not going to be such a frequent main thing, is he? That's just how life is. Things change. But for Alan, locked in his narcissistic dream world, he's there forever with Val and Cartoon Lady and the Bin crew and the new Bin crew and the whomever. Like this little bubble that he's created, and whether he's created it deliberately through positivity or accidentally through his negativity, there are still people there. I mean, credit to a couple of them who have decided to fucking just ignore him now. He's not on YouTube. But there are still a group of them that will never like, and whether, like he says, hate watchers, it's a bit like this is the narcissist. This is the point now where we get to with the narcissist, where it is better to ignore him. And I do feel like tonight, I've said it before we started, I didn't really want to cover this, but we're doing it. Like, I have to take the rough with the smooth here, but it is getting to the point where with this narcissist, he is now at the point of, like, you know, people like Genetic Toad and whomever actually giving him narcissistic supply, because that's all he's got now is a few haters, 3 people that like him in his chat, and that's it.
Well, I got news for them. I've been working out a lot. I'm doing a lot of walking.
What's that got to do with you being a fucking dickhead? You could be fit as a fiddle and you'd still be talking like this shit on the internet. It's not your fitness that's been in question all this time. Did you bang your head while you were out running as well? Because you seem to have got slightly more stupid.
I run because of my knee. It's been nearly a year now. But I've kicked all the painkillers. No tramadol, no pain, no codeine.
You told us you did that 6 months ago, so it really makes me question if you've kicked them at all, because you keep saying it. So it's like me constantly going on about how I stopped drinking 10 years ago. Like, you know, like most people of my age, I was drinking quite regularly, quite routinely. had enough money in my pocket, out at the pub all the time, and I just thought this isn't doing me any good. I thought before it gets worse, and I could see what goes on with drinking, I could see where it goes, I thought I'm going to stop this, I'm going to knock it on the head. I actually went to one Alcoholics Anonymous meeting to see what it was like and to see if there was anything that I needed to hear and whatever, and I did. I thought some of the stories they told, I was like, fucking hell, like that's, I'm not going there. And then I didn't ever go back to Alcoholics Anonymous because I didn't need that. What I needed to do was just fill my life with something better. So I did, basically. And here we are. Yeah, like that's a positive journey. But it'd be like me, coming on the internet and saying, oh, I gave up drinking, gave up drinking. I mean, sometimes it comes up in conversation. I say, I don't drink, but it's not like a standard that I wave and a flag that I bear all these years later. It's just something that happened in the past.
What's the other one? No Nodobroxin. Just me now. You can see the difference. Look at my skin. Look at my skin. Oh, no filters, by the way.
No filters? Do you think, really, though? No filters, really? Because you always wear the filters, and it looks a bit, smudgy down here.
This is my skin.
It's definitely got filters on.
69, nearly 70. This is my working out body, right?
What kind of crazed narcissism is this? You just said it. 69, nearly 70. This is my working out body, right? It's okay to be fit at 60. It's okay to be fit at 70. But the way Alan's doing this is making me creeped out.
Definitely. Look at my skin. Look at my skin. Oh, no filters, by the way.
And also, he's been doing it for fucking 2 weeks. Now he's David Goggins.
This is my skin. 69, nearly 70. This is my working out body, right? I'm getting all my muscles back. Even at this age. Because I'm hoping...
Okay, so what happened in this episode is he started out by saying about these romance scammers, and now he's gone into this full narcissistic ego drive. I'm telling you, in my opinion, that behind the scenes, he's had that narcissism fueled behind the scenes by one of these idiots in his chat who've maybe given him a big moneys or done some of that romance. He's probably done some romance scamming behind the scenes and had some monies from it. And he's stupid enough to even bring it up on his stream because the one who's had it done to them won't. Well, that's not me. We've really got something, haven't we, Alan? I think that's what's happened. And he's buoyed by that financial investment behind the scenes, but also that grottiness of him thinking he's the big sexy man. Oh, Alan, oh, you're so fit. Oh, your beach body. Oh, Alan, oh, your haircut looks so good. That sort of stuff behind the scenes to him has buoyed him up again. Maybe they've pumped him up. Maybe Kaka feels like she needs to work him. If you want to cuddle? Kaka might feel like she needs to work him. You're not currently in there. No. That's messing. Oosh! Maybe Kaka feels like she needs to mess him. Not mess him, doing the cat. Maybe Kaka feels like she needs to buoy him up. He's a shit, useless person if you leave him on his own. So what you need to do is get into his ear and tell him how good he is and buoy him up, and then he'll go off and talk about the things you want him to talk about and do. You know what I mean? Kaka and these people have invested a lot of time into him, and they do literally shore him up. So mentally as well, it might be that somewhere behind the scenes someone's put a bit of a word in his ear to, get him, come on Alan, you can do this, sort of thing.
One day.
And that's made him into this monster again.
Make a citizen's arrest, right?
Also, talking about his skin and his haircut, maybe he's gone to a spa thing or a pamperings thing. The idea that he's going to be reducing his stress. Maybe he's his skin. We keep saying about it. We've all said about his skin. He said about his skin. I think he's probably been to a spa day and he's been lying there while some lady has had to rub his body. I think that's what's been going on. And Alan, if you're watching and I'm right, then you know. Alan, if you're watching and I'm right.
You know what shouldn't be on YouTube.
And you know. And you'll hate it.
Working out body, right? I'm getting all my muscles back. Even at this age. Because I'm hoping one day to make a citizen's arrest, right? A citizen's arrest. I talked to the police about...
Oh, I would... Me? I would fucking love it if you would lay your hands on me in public. Then I would have no, like, if you grabbed hold of me in public, then it would be my obligation to defend myself. Yes, please. Where would you like me to be for this arrest? Where can I go? Where would I? Thank you, Starace, for your Prime subscription. I will strike thee down with great vengeance when I lay my hands upon thee. That's from Pulp Fiction. I don't get any funny ideas. Could you? I'll turn up. Tell me where and when. I'll turn up for you to arrest me. We'll bring cameras. I'll stand there like that with my hands out, like that. You take hold of them, and then you can arrest me. We'll do that, yeah? I'll turn up for that. I honestly will. Honestly, I would. He'd probably bring some boys as well. Okay, fair enough. I'll turn up for that. I hope this is me. Let's see what he says. I mean, it might not be me he's talking about. He wants to make a citizen's arrest. There's no crime that I've committed. The police have confirmed that already. So to come and lay your hands, like the idea that you would already go to the police would tell you to shut the fuck up. They're on my side. Like if I called them and said, this man is coming to make a citizen's arrest upon me, they would say, you what? You what? That's a step up from harassment. We'll be there immediately. We've got all your things on the file. And then they'd make a fucking police people arrest on him. There'd be that as well, wouldn't there? But obviously we'd work out the details of the citizen's arrest first. I wouldn't call them immediately. I'd call them, this man has tried to make a citizen's arrest on me. It's gone wrong. You're going to need to come. Like, what the fuck? I'm working at the gym so that I can physically overpower somebody that I don't like in public against the law and against their will after already having taken advice from the police to just shut the fuck up and get back in my box. Like, they've already red flagged him. Like, this is insane.
Getting all my muscles back.
Yeah, all big one rate shift mods. You know, maybe he might not be able to overpower me, but maybe there are younger people and smaller people in society that he would be able to overpower with his new muscles.
Even at this age. Because I'm hoping one day to make a citizen's arrest, right? A citizen's arrest.
Nicole Kessinger.
I talked to the police about
Nicole Kessinger.
some of these stalkers.
Oh, this stalker. I thought you were going to arrest Nicole Kessinger. That was what he was. Oh, no.
Who call me a P and a this and a that. And they say what they're going to do to my daughter. And I say, well, are you going to arrest her? They go, no.
No. We'll arrest you if you keep calling us Alan. That's what they say.
Can't. It's a civil matter. I said, what if they say it to me in the street? What if one of them walks up to me in the street and calls me a P?
Well, then that's harassment, Alan.
Or tells me what they're going to do to my daughter? Different matter, sir.
Yeah. But you suggested that you're going to do that to me in the street, is you're going to come up to me physically and grab hold of me to arrest me, and that would make it better because then the police can come and arrest. Like, who would they? What? You would have, in this situation as well, he would have to get hold of me and take me to the police. And like, I suppose I should just go willingly in that situation, because when we get to the police, I will explain to them, this man has just kidnapped me. There's no crime committed. He's got me. He's, handcuffed me or whatever. Here I am with the police. Like, hopefully you'd have the police with him to make this arrest because he knows in advance. But like, obviously I wouldn't want to be tied up with Alan, would I? But do you know what I mean? Like, what would he say to the police? Here he is, the man who called me a paedophile. Like, what? He thinks his lawsuit with Frankie Rooster could be bad. Like, if he touched me, I would have every right to defend myself, and then I could still sue him for touching me. Like, the worse he touched me, the worse it's his for him. Like, I have to put up with, like, let's say, for example, he struck me in the face. Like, you can't, sometimes this happens, he might strike me in the face. It's painful. It's not going to end me. Like, the pain and the damage would just all be rolled into the lawsuit. So I might turn the other cheek like Jesus and say, do it one more time. I need the monies. I need the money so you can hit this chick. No, like, you know what I mean? Like, do it again. Right, okay, now it's my turn, and I get all the monies from all this. This is an insanity from Alan. Like, this all goes on the, this all goes on the malicious communications list as well. This is actual malicious communications. Threatening me with arrest. Citizens, but arrest. Threatening me with violence. This is literal malicious communications. Second, third time now, the police are interested. Okay. Like, you're a nutter, Alan. Like, if you're not careful, I could literally, like the thing is, I've got this thing, this post-it note right here, it's still here. I'm going to cover up the name of the police person, but this says @police. Sorry, you can't see it and all that, but, it says @police.uk, Warwickshire. It's got my police contact. They said, put it in the file, send it. The malicious communications is an ongoing thing that could be opened up at any time. There's no statute of limitations on it. They've said if it gets worse, we can prosecute for malicious communications. Now it's worse. I've got more evidence of police. Like, if Alan wants to push this, at any moment now, he's giving me, handing me aces, and at any moment I can say, stop the poker game, I've got too many aces, I take all the chips. Like, it's not just I can have his channel taken down, I can literally, at this point, have him prosecuted for malicious communications. The reason I don't want to is because I think the police have got better things to do. They're understaffed. They've got better things to do. It's nothing to protect Alan, and it's cards that I hold, so if things get bad, I can play the cards. But I can't believe he's handing me more cards. This is absolute insanity from Alan. Like, this is why I think he's delusional La La Land. I think he's dream world. I don't think this is the behaviour of a sane person at this point. I think, there's stupidity, there's arrogance, and then in narcissism there's denial and there's delusion. And this is a world of delusion, isn't it? He's done a few press-ups in the gym, and now he's going to get me in a headlock and call the police.
Police about some of these stalkers. Even at this.
But you're saying about, you think it's for his audience. He's only got 5-10 people in his audience. They don't give a fuck. They watch him fucking open a tin of beans. It doesn't matter. This is for us. This is for the trolls. This is for me specifically, because he's named me as the man who did this, the one, we know who he's talking about at this juncture. So it doesn't matter if, you want to pretend about it when we're talking about malicious communications. We're not talking about defamation. Can you prove that you named his channel? We're talking about malicious communications. We know who this is aimed at. It's just insanity for him to do this. And it's for the trolls, it's for the others. It's okay, yeah. He's talking tough, not just for his audience, but for people like Genetic Toad and Lizzie, and there's been a load of others out there who I don't know if Lizzie has felt to back off because of his nonsense. I don't think she has, but bear in mind, for every one person that's still standing out of those truthers, there's been 10 people that have come and gone that he's behind the scenes muscled and intimidated, and they've decided not to do it, or they've hidden behind someone else who does it because they're scared to be the one at the front doing it, or whatever. There's a load of people like that as well. So he probably feels quite emboldened by his actions over the years, but at this point it's just making him look this is just wild. It's just making him look like a wild narcissist.
Sage. Because I'm hoping one day to make a citizen's arrest, right?
I don't know what to call this. No, he's laughing. He's never going to do this. This is a that's Duper's delight. He knows that if he saw me in the street, he would run. He knows it. Now at this point, I'm nearly at a point, legally on the internet, I'm not going to say anything about attacking Alan physically. But what I would say is that if somebody knew, and this isn't, legal language, you don't know who I mean. This is just, I'm not going to get done for defamation or making bad, inciting violence on the internet. But I'm going to say that it's quite reasonable for somebody who was afraid of being attacked. Alan has said on the internet a number of times that he might attack me on sight. That he might, now at this point, he's saying he's going to arrest me with his new strength. So if I saw him in the street, I might, it's not that I'm wrong for defending myself, is it? Let's just say that. So he's outlined that he's going to attack me on sight, so maybe I should defend myself on sight. It's just bizarre. He couldn't even join me on stream for a conversation, but he wants to citizens arrest me. I mean, sometimes I'm shocked by the things he says, and I think I should have funnier responses and better reactions. But this one has actually, it's so left field that I'm totally out of. I don't know what to say. I'm you can predict people's behaviour sometimes if it's in their interests a lot of the time as well. But this isn't in Alan's interest to say this on the internet. This really is damaging for him in so many ways. But then that's Alan, isn't it? He's the man who's told everyone that he searched for Mother Lick's cut off daughter's face, and he's the one that said,
There is no child porn on the internet. I hate to warn you that. There is no child porn on the internet. I checked.
so, that's Alan.
A citizen's arrest.
Yeah, I agree with you, Rain Gods. I think he's worried someone's going to confront him at court, and so because out of all of his life, he thinks no one knows where he is and he can skulk about. Obviously, they've all got his address. He's published it publicly on the internet, so we know where he is pretty much all of the time. And if someone wanted to attack him, they would have already have done it, wouldn't they? Because or they might be sitting on his house waiting for him to come out at the right time or some shit. Gang stalkers. I'm joking, of course, but the idea that someone would then show up at court because they know he's going to be there at a certain day and time and attack him, but I also think it's more reasonable, and it is totally reasonable, for someone to turn up at court with cameras if they're a media producer, and to be outside the court, and when he comes out, say, Mr. Vinnicombe, could we have some words about your court case? He doesn't have to answer them. He can do the coat over his head and all that nonsense. But most people, in Alan's position, prepare a statement for the press, because as he's talking about public figures and all this is Frankie Rusick. This is the brother of Chris Watts. This is a big media situation. It could be, Alan always wanted a big media situation. Well, the Daily Mail could even, legitimately cover this, couldn't they? Because it's the Shannon Watts, Chris Watts, there's a tie in there with something actually legitimately in the public eye and all that. So, obviously the Daily Mail won't cover it, but I think he's worried that someone will be out there like that, and he's going to have to, it's not that he will have to fight them off because they attack him, it's that he'll be so angry he will want to attack them. And he felt weak and feeble and out of shape. And so he's now decided to, and it's probably good advice from his daughter as well, go to the gym, get out of our fucking house. But do you know what I mean? I think there's that into it as well. But yeah, agreed. I think he's worried about what's going to happen at court, and this is a byproduct of it. But it's again, do you think Alan's so stupid he probably would lash out and attack someone outside a courthouse and immediately be arrested by the police that are all on, there's police at the court. I just think he immediately would. Yeah.
I talked to the police about some of these stalkers.
No, we've done this.
Call me a P and a this and a that, and they say what they're going to do to my daughter. And I say, well, are you going to arrest them? They go, no. And they say what they're going to... A citizen's arrest.
I want that in big, and I want it in weird. So we're going to have this. Sorry, this is going to take a long time tonight. But it is what it is, because he is what he is. What's going to happen to your daughter, Alan? And why, when you think of it, why do you make this noise?
I talked to the police about some of these stalkers who call me a P and a this and a that. And they say what they're going to do to my daughter.
What was that little noise? Was that supposed to be anger? Because it was fucking weird as far as I'm concerned.
And I say, well, are you going to arrest them? They go, no.
Nope.
Can't. It's a civil matter. I said, what if they say it to me in the street? What if one of them walks up to me in the street and calls me a P? Or tells me what they're going to do to my daughter? Different matter, sir. Then it's a different matter. You can make a citizen's arrest. I can't wait to make a citizen's arrest.
On the premise that I'm going to come up to you... Wait, on the premise that I'm going to come up to you and call you a paedophile in the street, then you can make a citizen's arrest, right? What, for harassment? That would still not work. You would still be the police would still have said to you, would still say to you, why did you grab hold of this man? You will still be wrong. It won't be considered a citizen's arrest because I've never harassed you. It'll be the first time in the world I'd ever seen you in the street and said anything to you. So it wouldn't be harassment, Alan. What it would be you battery, not battery exhausted, but you would be arrested for battery at minimum. So that's stupid. And do you think if I came up to you with a microphone in the street and said, Alan, da da da, and what if I said to you, can you give me some comment on the allegations of you being a paedophile? And did that, would that be calling you a paedophile? You would attack me? Is that what? I think this is what it is. You know, I think that's what this is. I think that Alan is worried that outside court, I'll be there with a microphone and I won't just ask him about the court case. I'll ask him about everything else and he'll look like a nonce in public because I'll be there saying, Alan, tell me about the kid you sang with on Smule. Alan, have you ever contacted, and, you know, naming the people, you know, that, you know, all that, you know, the parents of this kid. Like, you know, Alan, we tried to contact the parents of this kid. Like, you know, and stuff like that. You know, maybe even some nonce busters and people like that. Do you know what I mean? Maybe it's that sort of thing he's worried about, and then he has to fight those people off. But he's just outlined it there. He's certainly afraid that if someone comes up to him in the street and has a pop at him about being a paedophile, then he might have to fight them off. And like, is that because you're worried about your behaviour? And you're scared that what people have found out might actually be true, and then you're in trouble? That could be it as well, couldn't it? So
I will be in a bad mood when they say these things to me, but I will control myself and just make a citizen's arrest. And then they will be charged because they've approached you in the street and called you a P, or they tell you what they're going to do to your daughter many times over.
I still don't think that if you approach someone in the street and call them a name that you can be charged with anything.
I can't wait. Can't wait. Because I do know these keyboard warriors are the biggest cowards in the whole...
I don't hide behind a keyboard. I'm on a stream. And Alan, I've offered you out for a boxing match, YouTube style. I've offered you to come on a stream and simply talk. And you're telling us that we're cowards. You're a nutter.
of my country.
It's not your country. You share it with everyone else. And you're a horrible man who doesn't want to share properly. So you don't deserve any of it. You don't pay your taxes.
Most of them are locked in their house. Can't get out.
Nobody's locked in my house.
Or don't want to get out. And they run a mile of their own shadow.
You lock girls in a pub in Bristol.
Right? Faced with a 6'1",
6'1", eh? Did you see Usyk versus Tyson Fury?
15 stone fit man.
15 stone now. 15 stone. Let's have it in chat. I'm not really good at weight. You know, I don't know what weight is. 15 stone. Like, it's obviously heavier than me. But is Alan 15 stone or is he heavier than that? Let's have it in chat, because I think he's obviously undercut his weight there. 15 stone is going to be like his dream weight, isn't it? He's not like...
Want to get out. And they run a mile of their own shadow, right?
Big ups Crafty Fizzy. Sorry about your toothache. Get some of Alan's super powder and rub that on your gums.
Faced with a 6'1", 15 stone
rapist.
Fit man.
Sorry.
Or don't want to get out. And they run a mile of their own shadow, right? Faced with a 6'1", 15 stone fit man, even though he's 70, might be a little bit too much for him. Anyway.
If you're that cocky, let's have a boxing match. 3 rounds, gloves, head guards, 3 rounds. You can have a head guard and gloves. 3 rounds. You get paid. You get laid out. You get paid, you get laid out, but you get paid. If you're that cocky, let's just do that. What's wrong with that?
They're going to make a citizen's arrest. There'd be no violence. But
I'd do that with, to be honest, if I did that with Luke, I'd probably get clobbered a few times. I'd probably still win, but, you know, I'd have more chance of getting damage to my face. But, like, it's YouTube. It can be an event. We can have fun. But, unfortunately, Luke hasn't got the public profile, has he? But Alan, like, we could sell fucking tickets for that. How many people would watch me versus Alan have a fight on YouTube? 3 rounds of boxing in a boxing ring with gloves, like they do. Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, all them. I actually, through the Detract community, I've got direct line with the guy that does the YouTube boxing, the Misfit stuff. He's done the lolcow boxing. He's been on the, you know, he's got people on the cards. He's done some of the boxing stuff. So I've got no cause to talk to him. But if I had a fight on, I could legit say to him, hey, it's not big business, but it's a YouTube fight. Let's push this. Lolcow versus Detractor. You know, it's British. So there's that angle. Maybe we could make something of it. If we could get some money out of it, like, you know, like, but Alan, like the coward that he is, won't even come and talk on a stream, let alone come on a stream and do a boxing match. But he's offering me out outside the courthouse. He's basically saying, come to the courthouse and I'll smash your head off. He's threatening that if we come to the courthouse and try and interview him, that he will attack us, isn't he? This man says we're cowards. Is he threatening me with who's the biggest coward? Isn't that provocation?
I'll be ready.
You can't box an old age pensioner. Jake Paul is boxing Mike Tyson, so anyone can do anything.
Ready. I'm fit again.
He's saying it. He's the one that's calling it. I'm not saying I do. I'm saying it would be bad for him. I'm saying it's a fucking stupid mistake. He's the one saying he's ready, he's fit. This is fighting talk. What do you want me to do about it? Okay. Like, I don't think we should go outside Weatherspoons and do it. I think we should try and make money. That's what they do on YouTube.
No painkillers.
No painkillers. What do you mean? You're going to take 6 codeine before we fight and you won't be able to feel me punching you in the face? Bring it on, that's fine. We don't have to do drugs tests, it's okay. I'll smoke weed, you can take codeine. It'll be better for me, it'll be an advantage.
But a lot up here for mental torment.
So, sorry, I'm going to have to skip back a bit and let him speak a bit. I told you, look, we're only like 2 minutes in. This is a massive one. I'm going to have to speed him up. We're going to have to start speeding him up because we are never going to get through this. Everything he says is stupid.
Only going to make a citizen's arrest. There'll be no violence. But I've got to be ready. And I'm ready. I'm fit again. No painkillers. But a lot up here for mental torment. Someone's got to pay for this mental torment, right?
Someone's got to pay for this mental torment. That's not the attitude. You fucking psycho.
And I'm ready. I'm fit again. No painkillers. But a lot up here for mental torment. Someone's got to pay for this mental torment, right?
Look at him. That's the pusher. That's the pusher. I'm telling you. I'm not even kidding here. Okay, time out. Time out, everyone. Time out, everyone. Right? What he just said there. Like, I've had a few trolls in my time on the internet. Do you know who's got to pay for that? Nobody. It just doesn't matter. Just like, brush it off. And obviously everyone knows recently a few of those people that I thought were more friendly have been a bit mean. So it was the fact that I thought it was friends. Like, that's the thing that disappointed me. And that was weeks ago now, so just brush it off, yeah? Like, you can't live your life like... I need to go back to his face. You can't... Like, this is some sick... Like, well, you can do what you want. This is your life. But I assume it's somebody else's life when you end up pushing them in the fucking river. Like, who's got to pay for your mental torment? And then on the flip side of this, of course, remember, Alan has inflicted mental torment across the internet waves, wherever he should tread, without care nor concern, especially on the murder victim and the family of, and all that. Like, the mental torment he's inflicted on people. He trolls people. He made the videos. He does weird shit behind the scenes. We've had people dox my family. We've had all sorts of shit. And 5 years of it going on with him and his trolls. Like, the mental torment aspect of it, I mean... God rest her soul, I guess, but imagine Bin going, like, she's not stopped because people have, like, it seems like she's some sort of psychotic virus that's infected people that listen to her, and now they're doing it, and it's like the vitriol and the bitterness goes on. Someone's got to pay for it. Like, what world is this? This is devilment. No one needs to pay for your fucking broken brain, Alan. Like, you need to get over it. That's what needs to happen. And if you think that you're going to go out and inflict pain upon others because you feel bad, then you're going to feel worse. It's not going to make you feel better. That's sadism. I mean, this is what I worry about. Like, you can go and get yourself a young hooker, can't you? And inflict pain upon her to make yourself feel better then. And that should be fine, eh? Maybe. Someone's got to pay, haven't they, for Alan's mental torment? Who should? I don't know. I don't know who should pay Alan. Like, do a John Wedger, go for a swim, see if you bump into anyone. I mean, what are you talking about? Someone's got to pay. This is insanity. I'm not detracting a lolcow here. He's a laughing stock on the internet. Here, I'm detracting a proper psycho, yeah? Job done, like, you made yourself look like a fucking weirdo.
And I'm ready.
Not just made yourself look like one. I mean, what you said there is... circumstantial evidence for criminal prosecution should any other important circumstantial evidence come up around your behaviour and character. No. The fact that you feel that people need to pay for your mental torment, and then you put that face on, and the payment that you are envisaging in this moment is physical violence. So am I to assume that in all your time in your life, as you've gone through mental torment many times before, Alan, this isn't new mental torment, this is like you've gone through lots of it. When you have a mental torment episode, For example, losing at poker. This is why I worry about the boys that went missing surrounding Alan's poker games. You know, on the dates that Alan was away playing poker. For example, that Jack went in the river, didn't he, in Bristol? Alan was an hour away in Coventry. He could have flown down the motorway for an hour and a half, got a premiere in, gone out 3 in the morning, pushed the lad in the river. Like, he could be soliciting people on an app. Maybe it's a little, you know, saucy boys app, and then going and getting off with them and pushing them in the river. Someone's got to pay for Alan's mental torment. Like, that behaviour would come out in those moments where he feels most angry and who's going to pay? The people around him? Strangers? Someone's got to pay for Alan's mental torment. Like, what are we talking about?
Stone fit man, even though he's 70, might be a little bit too much for him. Anyway, only going to make a citizen's arrest. There'll be no violence. But I'm going to be ready. And I'm ready.
There'll be no violence. I think he said there'll be no violence because he doesn't want to say on the internet he's planning violence. But my guess is if he's prepared to go to the gym, he's also prepared to maybe have a weapon. Do you think he's going to take a weapon to court? Like, do you think he's going to take like a self-defense protective weapon to court? No, officer, it's just my walking stick. Do you know what I mean?
I'm fit again. No painkillers, but a lot.
I've just given him that idea now. He's going to clamp me around the head with his walking stick. I'm a fencer. Easy. I'll disarm him and I'll throw it away.
Here, for mental torment. Someone's got to pay for this mental torment, right?
Someone's got to pay for this mental torment.
Ready. I'm fit again. No painkillers, but a lot up here for mental torment. Someone's got to pay for this mental torment, right? So stalker.
And it's just that little... Right, okay, so what you saw there, you saw it was a little flash when he did the little creep face. And then he went back into, so stalkers. You saw it was just a little flash. This is proper body language. This is proper psychology.
I'm fit again. No painkillers, but a lot up here for mental torment. Someone's got to pay for this mental torment, right?
There's a laugh, because the laugh is, I'm saying this in public and I'm revealing something and I shouldn't be, and, you know, a little bit of duper's delight insofar as I'm saying this in public and everyone doesn't know the truth, but I'm saying it, and my God, is it bad? And like a little bit of self-pleasure from that, yeah? And also a sort of shock in oneself that he's saying the thing, like a thrill from the guilt of saying it, but the thrill of saying it, yeah? So there's all those things tied up in the laugh, and then you get the face. Now that's what we call a micro expression. It's like when someone's putting on an act and holding up a mask, what they'll do is they'll put on the act and hold up the mask, and then every now and then it'll slip, and then they'll go back into holding up the mask and it's fine, and then it will slip, and then like it's a little micro expression. And usually micro expressions, like I say, are a relaxing of that mask. They're a sort of what's coming through for real underneath, you know, the thing that because what happens is your brain has an emotion hardwired to your face. Your face doesn't know to not do the fucking thing because it's hardwired, and then you say to yourself, hang on, don't do the face, behave normally. Like, this is what goes on. This is why acting's actually quite difficult, you know. But Alan has done the micro expression. Usually for me, in those situations, when I'm doing the body language reacts and stuff, it's a relaxation. It's a sort of, I'm holding up a mask and I get to just let it slip and just relax, and, you know, you see the real... For Alan, it's like kind of the opposite. He was chilled and relaxing, and the micro expression is anger, and he's gone back to the chilled relaxing, reminding me of the portrayal of the stalker in Baby Reindeer, which I thought was cartoonish, you know, but this is what you would more likely see than that like cartoon, like, you know, horror film overload. You're more likely to see this sort of thing, and it's that tenseness and that anger and that aggression in his micro expression, like tapped into his hardwired. Yeah, man, like this guy is like, he's turning his anger, like, usually, okay, so depression is rage turned inwards, is a phrase that I've heard many a time. And I mean, I think it's kind of true, like, in some ways, like frustration with the world, difficulty, anger. Not every depression is just rage turned inwards, of course, like, but if you have that feeling and you can't let it go, if you have that aggression and nowhere to put it, and I don't mean as well, like, this is another thing, right? It doesn't mean going out and smash a toaster up. That some people believe you punch the boxing bag to relieve your aggression. Actually, we'll talk about boxing bag in a minute, but smashing up the toaster or smashing something up and I'm so angry I'll smash something, that doesn't alleviate your aggression. It allows you to play into it and get the dopamine from it. So you naturally, that's not a good thing to do, to amplify it like that and revel in it and roll around in it. What you need to do is be able to be calm and cool and either distract or be able to let it go and all these things, right? The boxing's good because it endorphins, exercise and all that, but there's a negative aspect to it, which is if you're just cracking that bag because fuck you, then that's actually just reveling in the aggression again, and it's in your mental process, it's creating this link between the aggression, the endorphins and your sense of relief, and it's not actually a good idea to revel in that psychologically, okay? What am I trying to say even? I'm just saying that Alan's like a fucking nut job here, and his what he's hiding from you all is that he's actually very aggressive, and he does think someone should suffer. He wants to inflict the suffering. That's it. That's what we're thinking about. Is it sadism? He's the sort of person that will hurt people for pleasure. It's very, very worrying. I don't think I need to say any more than that, do I? He's the sort of person that will hurt people, maybe even animals as well. Because a lot of the time these people start on animals because it's easier. The animals don't speak, and a lot of people like this start on animals. This is what I worry about in lots of different ways in our society. Going to the Nicola Bully stuff as well, people who don't care about animals. But Alan is this is sick. This is savage. We're only 7 minutes into this. There's 2 hours left.
And I'm ready.
Fuck.
I'm fit again. No painkillers. Put a lot up here for mental torment. Someone's got to pay for this mental torment, right?
And most likely as well, it won't be me. Even though I'm the one that is his big boogeyman, maybe, it won't be that he comes and inflicts it on me, When he loses at the poker, it's not the people around the table that he takes it out on, is it? This is the person who goes home and, well, I won't even get into it. But, maybe he can't take that out at home because there's no one there for him to take it out on because they've all left. So maybe there's somewhere else he has to go. I swear, this makes me feel like he's interested. All the things add up. His interest in true crime, being a serial killer, doesn't mean that you maybe that's a different episode for me to dig out all this stuff. But all these things add up. Do you know what I mean? Anyway.
Stalkers.
Let's get into it, Alan, about how you're insane and you think gang stalkers exist. Let's get into that.
Put a lot up here for mental torment. Someone's got to pay for this mental torment, right?
Fuck. Why would you say that on the internet?
Stalkers.
Why would you say that on the internet?
What are we actually up against? You people that support me because you like true crime. That's fine. You like true crime. I understand that. So do I. And we study true crime.
Yeah, but people like it for different reasons. This is what I'm saying. I don't think Alan likes it for the same reasons as you. And I can't speak for everyone, can I? But I think that Alan likes the gruesome crime. I think he likes the living through the eyes of the killer. I think he likes thinking about how to get away with crimes. I think he thinks he's good at exposing this because he gets away with crimes and has this knowledge of the criminal underworld. I think Alan's fascination is with dead kids and things like that not in a oh my god isn't that terrible way, but let's have a look at the autopsy sort of way. Have you got the pics? That sort of horrible way. That's my feeling on it. And yeah, carry on.
And they take the piss out of us for doing it, having study groups. Well, we're going to study Alan Vinnicombe. We're going to study Alan Vinnicombe. Real life Martha from Baby Radio sent Keir Starmer 300 abusive emails. Now, you all know Baby Reindeer, don't you? The real Martha, who, bless her, is very ill. She's very ill. I believe, in my opinion, she's very ill and needs help.
You have to start speeding this up.
He denies everything. Just like my stalkers, if you speak to them, will tell you they're not doing anything wrong. You've been doing it for 5 years. I'm not doing anything wrong.
Okay, so this isn't me again. It's weird the way he flits between he didn't mention me, but he he specifies me because he thinks I'm the one that specifically calls him a paedophile. So, like, that's me sort of specified, isn't it? But he's gone over that. That's like my bit, isn't it? I've done some muscles, so you have been threatened. Right, that's you dealt with. Right, now on to the 5-year trolls. Like,
I'm just exposing his lies, or I'm telling you how much money he makes. That's all I'm doing.
Lizzie.
There's no hate. We're just exposing him. And that is their get-out, right? That's their get-out. Just like the Palestine stuff. All these pro-Palestine marches. Well, we're not hating the Jews. We're just telling you how bad they are. But in the meantime, they're dehumanising the Jews, making them leave university, making them leave the country, and making them live in fear of their life.
The reason I protest in favour of Palestine and their liberation is because I don't want the children in Palestine to suffer. And I believe that if we don't stand up and make some sort of noise at some stage as individuals, you can't go on every protest, but if you don't do anything, then you're failing your obligation as democracy to have your voice heard on an important issue if you care about the liberation of the children. I don't want to get into it too deeply because, you know, this isn't the show, but I feel that whatever happens between adults and their guns, we should enable routes to remove the children and protect the children and maybe not bomb the hospitals and the schools and literally the children. So I don't think Alan really understands this properly. I have no anti-Semitic agenda. Like, what are you saying?
So they're not doing it.
Like, this, it happened earlier when he said that other thing. Now it's happening again. Like, I know this is just shit propaganda, but it's kind of like Alan's taking a new... Is this because... Okay, listen. Is this because he's been hanging around with his daughter or his son in that environment with those people, and they fill his head with slightly smarter, still shit ideas? Are they also shit people who believe all this nonsense? Like... You know, are they also talking to him about immigrants and this and that? And like, or are they contradicting him and saying, oh, you shouldn't, you know, the marches are decent people? Or, yeah, do you know what I mean? Is he inflated by the people around him and does he get ideas in his head from somewhere else? But that was a fucking shit one, wasn't it? The Palestinian protesters are all anti-Semitic.
Wrong, because they're just exposing the Jews, aren't they? My stalkers were exposing me. This Martha was doing nothing wrong. But it's just come to light that Martha sent 300 abusive emails to Keir Starmer. Right? There she is. I do feel sorry for her. She's ill.
Well, she lives in his constituency, and apparently she's allegedly sent him abusive messages over an 8-month period. So it doesn't say emails, it says messages. And describing him as a stupid little boy and also using a disabled slur to insult his wife. So that's bad. I mean, recently one of the trolls used a disability slur to insult me. These things happen. But I would question, listen, it's not black and white with this baby reindeer shit. I'm not going to get deep into that either here now, but it's not black and white with it. He's going to use all this to leverage for himself. But obviously, if she lives in his... I didn't write any emails to my fucking Nadeem Zahawi MP, the chuffer. Got all cat hair on my nose now. I've been cutting the dog's hair earlier as well. I'm all hairish. The woman lives in his constituency. She might feel aggrieved about the politics. She might be into politics. Those sort of people do send messages and emails and tweets and stuff. So the occasional stupid little boy comment isn't the worst thing in the world, is it? Like, you know, if you go on to people who are politically motivated to Twitter, like who are eggy about politics, they're going to send loads of stuff. The emails might be a bit more direct. She seems to be, from what we've heard, allegedly, she sends quite a lot of emails. But, like, you know... It's different, like sending someone a lot of emails and actually stalking them. Like, and I'm talking about serious. It's not right what this woman may have done in certain ways, yeah. But ultimately, like, there are ladies out there who get stalked by men, and what's happening is the men are following them home and shit, and like potentially going to get worse. Like, this is slightly different. I don't think she was going to follow Keir Starmer home and sex crime him. Like, it might be more like harassment.
Fiona Harvey allegedly sent the Labour leader abusive messages over an 8-month period and described him as a stupid little boy.
But he is the Labour leader and she is in his constituency and it is politics. So those sort of things, like the politicians want this special treatment at the moment, don't they? They do need to be protected from like real nutters, but at the same time, like it's politics. You're going to accept that there's going to be hundreds of thousands of tweets and messages and things said every day, and Keir Starmer's got a public relations team to deal with it. So,
how many times have you heard my stalkers call me silly boy, Alan, or oh, Alan, you are silly?
What?
Right?
Not very often.
Recognise the traits. I can call you a paedophile if I want. The police told me I can. You silly boy, Alan.
Oh, that's
They look
Val.
at the screen and say my name and think they're talking to me. Yeah.
Val
Why not?
now.
Ask them to talk to me. Or pretend I'm on the other end of the screen. So, this is what they did. She also used a disabled slur to insult the wife. So, 8-month period.
Come on, let's cheer us
Day
up
after
now,
day.
Alan.
Day
Let's
after
have a bit
day.
more cheer.
Each one was signed, sent from my iPhone. Exactly the way she did on Netflix. Despite they're sent from a desktop computer, she pretends they're sent from her iPhone. So she thinks that I don't want to take my computer away, so I say it's from my iPhone, so they won't think to come and take my. That's method of madness, right?
Are you insane? Like, if someone's going to come and take your devices, they're going to come and take your devices.
There's Keir Starmer. I take it his wife. One email said, "Cut the crap with me, you stupid little boy." No, she says she's a lawyer, of course.
Well, that's not even
Maybe
bad.
it's with Keir.
Like, imagine you're having a debate with Keir Starmer. I don't even know if he's replying to these, but imagine you're quite eggy about a political thing that's going on, and you write him an email with, like, you know, stuff about the politics, and you say, "Cut the crap with me, you stupid little boy. I know what's really going on here. I've been around the block. I'm a lawyer." And like, you know, it's just sort of like a bit of an eggy turn of phrase. It's not even like stalking or anything, is it? Do you know what I mean? Like, this is heated political discussion, I imagine.
So the independent approach, Miss Harvey, chose not to respond to the claims about Sir Keith. She did say she's putting together a legal team to take action against Netflix. Good luck with that. And other outlets who paid her in a bad image without permission, right? She denies. She did nothing wrong,
It's funny as
saw
well.
him in a pub.
Obviously, good luck with that, he said. Good luck with your lawsuit. He said, you know, she's suing Netflix and other outlets that have portrayed her in a bad light. Obviously, in the real world, she's not going to be able to sue all the people that have done a YouTube video, is she? But what happens if she wins her court case against Netflix? What happens if it turns out that they have overdone it and she wasn't as bad as they said she was, and they have dramatised it and all this? Like, aren't you at fault as well, Alan, for just jumping on the bandwagon and saying that she's the worst woman in the world ever? And that she's definitely this horrible woman? Because I watched it on Netflix and it really looked really real when I watched it. Like, you know, it's just such, like, this is, if this is the level, this is what worries me about this whole thing. And again, I'll reiterate, great to have documentaries. Sorry, it's not a documentary. Let's get that out of the way. Sorry. Great to have dramas about stuff, even based on true crime. But they're not what the, actually. If you had a true crime drama about Chris Watts' case and you watched it, you would probably come away saying, "Well, that was interesting. It wasn't exactly right here. They did this bit well, but that was a bit different." You know, knowing all the facts, you'd see it differently. But not knowing any facts, just watching it for the first time, you might go, "Oh, that was interesting. Did you see the bit where he did this?" Oh, and then someone might come and say to you, "Oh, that wasn't what it was like. Oh no, actually, the truck was parked over here. Oh, actually, in reality, there was a phone call. You know, they might be different, mightn't it?" So, this is what worries me about it, is if you're prepared to watch a dramatisation based on a true events and then come away and say, "These are the facts of reality because I've seen it on Netflix," then you're that easily persuaded by by a fucking drama that pretends to be true. How easy are you to manipulate when someone shows you a documentary or the news? Because you're going to say, "Well, it's not even a drama, that's the news, that's absolute fact," aren't you? Like, so it just makes me feel like people who would watch something that's a drama and then go around talking about it like it's real life business, that's, you know, fact. Obviously there are some real life facts behind it. People are trying to keep talking about them to try and get to the bottom of them. And the truth is, obviously, it's not going to be exactly like it is on the drama, is it? Like, it's just not. If you saw the CCTV, it would not be as dramatic. So basically, Alan is the same as the people that she's suing. He's been jumped on that bandwagon immediately. It benefits him to throw this woman under the bus and to say her character is dog shit. He knows nothing about her. He's seen a Netflix documentary on her. Yeah, he can find out some facts about where she went to university. He knows nothing about her. But she's the devil. Like, she represents this. It's time to throw her under the bus. We'll agree with all this. We'll throw that out. It's not independent the way Alan goes about things, is it? Because he's got his own agenda for everything. In fact, tonight's episode is called AD the Stalkers Hate Watching for 5 years. How will it end? So, and he's done the space question mark. Yeah. So the same modus operandi as when he first talked about this. He pretends these cases for his content. This is a real low barrel scrape. Is he pretends that he's talking about something that's interesting to you, but actually he's talking about himself. Like, it's just sad. So anything to prop up whatever you say, and whatever goes against it will throw out. And that doesn't matter what's the truth about Baby Reindeer. So for Alan, the truth about Baby Reindeer is immaterial. What matters is, can you leverage it to make Alan look good or right or whatever. So we'll take the things that work for Alan and we'll throw everything else out. And that's an awful way to run a true crime channel, isn't it?
And become obsessed with him, of course. She denied sending 41,000 emails. 41,000. She said it was 10 messages. Yuck.
41,000 emails, as she did say. I haven't finished the Piers Morgan. I haven't finished watching the drama either. But 41,000 emails would have been an extraordinary amount to send, because it would be so many, like in that time frame. How many per day? You know, and I don't think it was legitimate and feasible that someone could send that many, unless they were like fully, constantly doing that. But even in the drama, they didn't have enough time for her to be constantly doing that. So I don't think that's what happened. But we'll see, eh?
Of course, the online sleuth got her. And now it's been exposed that she also...
The online sleuths got her after the people that made the Netflix documentary put her on the fucking Netflix documentary on the tellis. After the guy that did the Netflix documentary about her, with all the details about her, was on social media. Yeah, it was the online sleuths who found it. No one leaked it on social media to bolster the story and create a big social media buzz about the upcoming Netflix film. Yeah, no. Like, you're so naive, Alan. You just believe what you read in the Daily Mail these days, even to the point where you believe what you see in a dramatisation.
We're stalking another lawyer back in the day as well. So I would say that she is showing the classic symptoms of a stalker that doesn't know she's doing anything wrong. I'll put it on, give us some examples. Shall I?
The classic symptoms. Dr. Alan is now going to diagnose a stalker who doesn't know they're doing anything wrong.
I have to live this. You know that, don't you? I have to live this. Unfortunately, this is my life. At the other end of someone like this.
The actress seemed to be promoting mercilessly.
Doing this
Did
again.
you think then it was you that they were depicting?
Skip.
Martha, there were TikTok videos. And
Were you
all of
online
this.
at all? Because you were before, but are you these days online?
Skip.
Message over 8 months period and described him as a stupid little boy. How many times have you heard my stalkers call me silly boy, Alan? Or, oh, Alan, you are silly.
You've just done this.
Right? Recognise the traits? I can call you a Peter on the other end of the script. Day up to date, day up to date. Each one was signed, sent from my iPhone.
Did I skip back
The
somehow?
Georgia's parliamentary seat told me that I
On X,
Skip.
depicted. I
don't trust
Oh,
them.
no, he's
What's
just
your relationship with Richard Gadd?
Now he's
So,
literally
41
sorry. Now he's literally just watching the thing. So thank God we
I
can
may have
skip
done
this.
years ago.
You actually tweeted it.
Like, how can Alan be this bad as to show this for his last episode, and today's episode he's going to have the rant for 15 minutes and then show the Piers Morgan interview again? Like, how can he be that bad? He hasn't got a particular timestamp or any point to make. He's just going to play the Piers Morgan interview again.
Numerous times.
No, it wasn't human.
And like, if you're watching him, if you're Kakat or Liz or Shay or Welsh Pam, like, and you're watching me, can you please think about this? He's not doing anything to be worth your time. Why are you watching? Why would you waste your life watching Piers Morgan Uncensored 3 times? You watched it once without Alan, didn't you? Then you watched it again when Alan forced you to watch it on his show and made the occasional little point. And now you're watching it a 3rd time because Alan needs to fill time on his crappy show. Do you really want to support that? Is that your life? You want to just live passing that, letting that your life go by while Alan shows you the same video 4 times from Piers Morgan?
This was about 18 tweets there, or 14.
Because I can't.
You tweeted him 8% all this stuff to him.
I've no idea. I think he's probably made it up himself.
Interesting, right? It doesn't hate me, right? And they have like 4 women on here that write all the time, and that's about it. One's called Sophia Dell, evidently. Who I've looked, is a real woman, but she's put a catfish picture of herself on.
What are we talking about now? Is it the Facebook group?
Now, what about real life for me? Real life for me is a YouTube page, no, a Facebook page that doesn't hate me, right? And they have like 4 women on here that write all the time, and that's about it. One's called Sophia Dell, evidently. who I've looked is a real woman, but she's put a catfish picture of herself up, and then the real woman's nothing like it. Okay, now so she will say things to me like, "Oh, he's got his microphone pointed at his back for a reason. Obviously, I'm too thick, right?" And then she said, "Are you? And did he take an experimental mRNA? Because he looks so much older these days." And everything they
Do you know what? I've just noticed my background music has got a track from Earthbound in it, and Earthbound gets copyright. It's a stupid little loophole that because of a Japanese CD that got released. So I'm going to change my background music, but I'm going to be well annoyed if this gets copyright struck by Earthbound. I might have to mute it, and it might not work. I might have to cut out a section of the React. These things happen. It's only one video in a million, isn't it? But I'm looking for Nintendo music. This one's got Earthbound in as well. What's wrong with these people who do the background music compilations? Why would you put Earthbound in it? Okay, Zelda. We'll go Zelda. Okay, carry on, Alan.
say, right, okay. If you weren't an actual gang stalking hater, why would you belong?
Alan, gang stalking, you should really address this. Gang stalking is a psychological breakdown problem that you have. It's not that there are real people out there in gangs stalking you. Gang stalking is a psychological definition of a disorder. You need to stop using the word or use it properly. It's just stupid at this point.
4 years to a no-hate Alan Vinnicombe group. Unless you're a stalker, right? 4 years, write stuff like this. Out of the Armchair Detective, that beacon. Oh, God. It's funny. This is funny. I'll read it out for you. The beacon of investigation parameters. He's on his knees begging for more cash. When have I asked any of you for cash?
Just in the last episode, you said, can you give more money for your... can you upgrade your memberships? That's why they've made that post, Alan. Is because in the last episode of your content, you asked people directly if they would upgrade their memberships, which is literally asking for money. Like, are you literally this... You're just going to lie about that? We all know you just did it. Everyone saw it. They posted about it because you did it. We were all here. And like when you got knocked off Rumble is a great example as well. The first thing you went on about is how you're going to give me the money. With the money's gone, where's the money? And then you got Patreon and you got like you think you got your PayPal set up and you're like, you can give me money directly into my PayPal. Like you ask for money all the time. Like you say, I'm not going to ask you for any money about the court case, but I'm going on holiday to Malta, so I'm going to need to grift you. Like and maybe not live on the internet as well as much as behind the scenes to these ladies. Like you can't, like you literally did it last time we watched you. I made a tweet about it that you were a beggar. Look, I made a tweet that you're a beggar. Oh wait, that's just recent. Where's the video of you begging? Begging back again is you. There's begging. Begging is back again. So where's the video of it? There's a little video of it, isn't it? Or my video's not coming up here. What's this video? That's Cat Weasel. Where's you begging? That's... It should be obvious to me, shouldn't it? Alan's little beg. Here it is. This is Alan Vinnicombe in his Patreon, asking his patrons for more money. That's my face. This is a horrific, transparent beg.
To do with the channel. What we're going to do with the channel. But for now, obviously, I've still got a lot of work to do on this. So if you can upgrade your patron, I'd appreciate it. I'm not asking you for any money. If you can, please do it.
I'm not. There you go. So that was just like the last sort of thing you did, Alan. You fucking weirdo.
From his loyal patron supporters, I've never asked them for cash. I've asked them to keep supporting me, and if they're okay with putting up their patron, would help us through.
That's money. You're not going to get away with the semantics here. Cash. You know, oh, sorry, you didn't ask them to put £10 in an envelope. You asked them to give it you over the internet instead. It's money.
I think that's fine. Because you know, solving crimes from the comfort of his armchair really takes its toll on the old bank account, doesn't it? Let's not forget his brilliant tactics of dropping names from some YouTube channel that's somehow relevant to his case.
Alan, are you seeking out your trolls on a Facebook group and then reading their posts on your YouTube, your Rumble account? Alan, are you seeking out the trolls on their Facebook group and reading out the posts on your Rumble account?
Yeah, I'm dropping your name, Sophie. And I'll be dropping your name when it comes to me saying I'm being gangstalked in my counterclaim. Delusion of grandeur, just too precious. Who can forget the expertise, everything under the sun, especially dodging tax?
Alan, gang stalking is not something you can claim on a counterclaim through a defamation case. What do you mean you're claiming it on your counterclaim? It's a psychological delusion. There is no box to tick for counterclaim against defamation, gang stalking. Like tonight's episode is sponsored by, I think the man is high, but he's not sloppy like a high person. Normally when he's on coke, he's a bit more erratic. I mean, maybe the coke, maybe he's just having a little tiny bit, like, because he's doing the face touch, he's doing all that. But like, it's like there's something wrong in his brain. I call it delusional narcissism. I call it denial. But when you see it like this and you hear it, it's, you think it's something worse. You think maybe this is dementia. Not even being funny about that, like literally being serious about that, because like everything he's saying just makes no sense. I think it's probably not dementia. I think it's probably delusional narcissism, but also gaslighting, manipulation for his audience, for himself. It just doesn't, like, I'm a very logical thinker. I'm a very critical thinker. I'm a very, critical, logical thinker. And so hearing these sentences said like this, I'm pausing it all the time, sorry, but hearing these sentences said like this does my logical brain, it triggers something, it trips something. And I'm like, this isn't right. Like, how can you keep saying this? And it makes me worry about the person who's saying it, because like, it's so wrong. It's just so weird. Yeah, do you think he's had Botox today, do you? And they've accidentally stuck it in too far? Is that what's happened?
When it comes to me saying I'm being gang-stalked in my counterclaim. Delusion of grandeur, just too precious. Who can forget the expertise, everything under the sun, especially dodging tax, like a pro? I'm 70.
It doesn't matter how old you are, you dodged the tax.
Breakdowns over real issues. His only concern is probably the odds of winning the next poker game. I play poker live for about 4 or 5 months now.
Not live, but on the internet you play it every single day because you've got a gambling addiction.
Because I'm not allowed to play poker, because Sophie Dale says so, right?
Because you can't afford to go to these events in the lead up to your big court case. And because if you did, we would all find it on the internet and expose it.
This absolute stalker for 4 years. Because leopards can't change their spots and all that jazz. I can just see the courtroom gridlock with his nonsense.
Gridlocked. Total gridlock, man.
Good, isn't it?
That's actually a meme. Do they know? I don't want to expose this person in the no hate group, but like, they must know that's a meme, yeah? Is that like a secret little meme? Secret little use of the gridlocked. Total gridlock, man. Total gridlock, man. Let me find it. And you can look at that while I find it. Total gridlock, man. You go to my channel, you search for gridlock. Easy thing to do. Total gridlock, man.
Jamaica. Ah! Gridlocked. It's gridlocked, man.
Oh, doing racism live on stream, Alan.
Not biased or anything, is it? Not like oozing hate or anything, is it? No. And while it's about wanting more money, like he's entitled to it or something. Oh, let's not overlook his brilliant catchphrase from his investigations in the Watts case. Classic stuff, begging for pounds while spewing nonsense. He's made it into an art form. Have I ever asked you for money?
Yes.
How many hours do you watch me? When did I ask you for money?
The other day.
But seriously.
You said you could PayPal, you do all these things. You constantly talk about the money.
He's really dumb enough to counterclaim for loss of earnings. I mean, YouTube is his business. They closed down my YouTube. It's my main source of income. Yeah, that would be loss of earnings. Sophie Dale.
No, that's not loss of earnings because YouTube did it. There's no defamation about that. YouTube did it. You broke YouTube terms of service. You got yourself banned. So there's no loss of earnings there. That's your fault.
Hater. Lest if I get his little book scandal. Oh, you mean the book scandal of certain people closing down my book before I leave it opened? Yeah, I haven't forgot that scandal yet. And his intelligence level. Well, let's just say he's probably got a microphone put in his back for a reason. I look so much older.
Did you not going to mention the microphone at your back? You're not going to mention that.
And I mean, like,
and the last bit, he looks old and whatever they said there. That hurt him, so he didn't read it out.
really? Really? What is the point of all this? And she's one of the...
It's written in the title, exposing your lies. You go on the internet and tell lies. People expose them. I'm supposed to be making it into entertainment and a laugh. But sometimes it's just like the other side of the moon. Like, it's just so fucking weird.
ones, right?
Tonight's one of them.
But what I'm getting at is like 4 years. And they never give me any benefit of the doubt. Everything I say is a lie, or I'm thick and dumb.
That's because everything you're saying is stupid and lies. I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Just say something that's not stupid or a lie. What you're doing is stupid.
Or what's the other word they use for me? Instead of dyslexic, they say that I'm unintelligent. But much worse than unintelligent. I'm not going to say the words they use. And this is like interesting, isn't it? And then you get the ones that write as if I'm listening to them, right? I don't. People send me screenshots. This will send me today so I could have a look at what they...
Every narcissist says this. It's Narcissist 101. I'm not watching it, but someone has drawn this to my attention. It's the catchphrase of the narcissist. It's twofold. One, obviously, it's a lie. But two, it's the flying monkeys. They literally don't do all their shit. They get the flying monkeys to do it for them. The big narcissist won't be the one leading the charge at the front. Occasionally they'll pop their head out, but the big narcissist in this sort of context with this weird shit, they get the flying monkeys to do it for them. They don't watch every episode. They don't record every episode. They get somebody to whisper in their ear. The big narcissist takes that information, whispers it to somebody else, whispers it around, motivates somebody to do it. Like, their catchphrase is, somebody has told me. It's been brought to my attention. I didn't watch this, but... as he reads it off his fucking phone.
Do it, right? Oh, Alan, I just had to shake my head at this. You might be in stage 2, but I won't say it's about the court case. The rest of your patron community posts, I couldn't make head and tail of. Well, it's not a patron, that's why. It's got no right to be reading my patron. But, oh, Alan, right? And then she's like, this Denise LaPage Poynton, right, is described as a head contributor, right? Because only 4 of them are writing it, but anyway, she writes all the time. Let's have a look at this latest post from yesterday. And then she goes on, telling lies about it. And everything she says is copy and pasted. It's all copy and pasted, right?
That's all you do. Community posts that are copy and pasted are really easy to observe because they're usually quite long and they're usually quite detailed about some sort of subject. And usually they're quite well written. And all you have to do is copy and paste them yourself into Google and see where they've come from. Like, loads of people do that. They write these long, interesting, quite informed community posts. And all you have to do, and I would suggest you do it next time you see one on YouTube, is copy and paste the first paragraph into Google, and it will just bring up the article they stole it from. It's content theft. Copy and pasting like that. That's content theft. Someone else took the time to write the article and to do the thing, and you didn't just share the article, you copied and pasted it. And Alan has made an absolute, like, if his YouTube channel was still up, I would now be able to open it up and go through all of his community posts that feature endless copy and paste. Endless copy and paste. Like, pot kettle black there. Like, massive hypocrite. But yeah, next time you see it on YouTube, look out for it. Somebody who does a big long community post and it's all about some interesting thing, and actually it's just copy and pasted from somewhere else, and actually when they're doing it, they're just a content thief.
They go, God, you're brilliant, aren't you, Denise LaPage Poynton? You're so clever. What intelligence. She just copied and pasted quotes on a court case. And
this is different. This is her quote, copy and pasting information that's relevant.
Women that, right, they're all like old and a very same mode, you know.
You know, I don't think on Facebook she's looking for like some special, like if someone does it in a community post, they're looking for likes, they're looking for clicks, they're looking for comments, they're looking for engagement, you know, looking to put a point across, and they've used someone else's words to do it. So that's content theft, it's copyright. Like, you know, if someone does an article on the internet, you can't just steal it and use it for yourself word for word. But the people that are using these things on Facebook, that are copy and pasting on Facebook, they're obviously just sharing information on a Facebook group. It's not the same commercial enterprise, so it's not got the same motivation. Like, it's just bizarre the way he's twisting absolutely everything out of distorted shape so that it just makes no sense at all.
And then they criticise my looks and everything. And this is what she looks like. That's what she looks like.
Oh my God, Alan.
That's what she looks like.
Please, no.
That
Alan, stop
is
doing
a typical
that.
one of them people that spend their life criticising me. What is it? What is it? Because you can't get anyone? Is that
Oh,
what
man,
it is?
I'm standing up, so I've got pins and
Probably
needles
got
in my leg, but I kind of didn't want him to put that woman's face on my stream then. I kind of would prefer it if he didn't, so I could get rid of that. I might have to cut that bit out in the edit, so... that's annoying. What time are we at in the stream? 2 hours basically exact. I'll remember that, I hope. But like, what a fucking arsehole to be showing these women's faces on his stream like that. I mean, they are publicly on Facebook, so that's them public, but like, what an arsehole.
It's in a family. Yet they do this day after.
Bringing the like, it's not just like, you're a content creator, Alan. So the minute you start bringing in subscribers or people on Facebook or people like that, you know, in this way, like, it's just, come on.
Day after day. I'm telling you their names so you know what it's like for me. Denise LePage pointed. I'm telling them your name because that's what it's like for me.
If you see a content creator publicly naming and shaming somebody that's within a community, that's within a Facebook chat group or like a chat room, you know, on their community posts or in their content, you know this is like an imbalance and it's not right, yeah? Like, it makes the content creator look fucking awful.
When you exaggerate my life and tell lies about me. And they don't even know they're telling lies about me because they're being told by other people. And they go, yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, you're sure as well, Alan, right? You're sure then that this person that's made that post is the one that's doing the lies? You're even sure that that's the real person, that's her actual face. No one's made a fake account pretending to be them to twist things and mess things about. You're certain that's the real person. You've got all the metadata to prove it. Or you might just be saying, based on a screenshot of a post off a social media site, that that's 100% this person and what they're like. You've got to be careful about that shit because you've just done it on your show on the internet. So, like, you know, this is another level of, like, I don't even trust Alan to do the bloody, you know, the proper... Do you know what I mean? You don't trust Alan to do the homework, do you? So I don't know if that's a good shout. That's. I mean, I'm in most places on the internet. Someone could show me something off Facebook like that and talk about it, and I might just agree. Yeah, okay, he's found it on Facebook and all this. But I'm even thinking maybe I need to see it to just confirm that it's real and that that's not just some fake account, or that, like, people could make fake accounts to troll, to pretend to be real people, to double cross and all that. Like, he's talking about trolls and people on social media. And then for when it's his benefit, it's just like, this is an absolute stonewall fact. Like, again, like, this is really weird, sort of sadistic. It's sadistic, isn't it? Because he wants other people to hurt, he's told us. And he needs other people to feel bad because he feels bad. He's told us that. And now he's starting to punch down. Now he's started to pick out, like, community members on a Facebook group that he's not supposed to be part of because it's, like, against him. He doesn't need to be looking at it. And he's picking them out publicly in his content and having a pop at them.
Yeah, he's a con man, yeah. Millions of people do YouTube, right? Millions of people do YouTube.
It's one. If someone wants to make a YouTube video and you're on YouTube, then he calls it right to reply. I will just say that, you know, people do talk about the YouTube content that's made. It's up to you which level of YouTube content you want to talk about and where you want to go with it. But that seems like okay. But like, if we go into the realm of finding a Facebook group, and he knows about his Facebook group for years anyway, doesn't he? But if we go into the realm of finding a Facebook group and then publishing things off it in this way, like, you are just drama content now, Alan. Like, this is your choice. You are just drama content. He's always long said he's not drama content. He doesn't make hate videos. What are you doing? This is literally drama content. Finding Facebook messages that you disagree with and reading them out on your stream.
And then they post the videos of my hate channels, which most have been taken down. As you see, Black Page. Oh, Black Page. All the people they're supporting are being taken down because they're hate channels. But they can't see it. Oh, Alan, I shake my head at this. Vintage Alan from 5 years ago. Oh, that takes me back. I remember that one from 5 years ago. Yuck. Well done. Denise. Fantastic. And then they do a post. They do like a poll about me, right? So here's a poll.
Alan, we're not your mom. We're not your therapist. You might want to save this for therapy.
AD's excuse me for not posting videos over the next 12 days. Silence because of the court case. He's receiving death threats. He's got mental health problems, physical health problems. None of their damn business. And it goes on and on and on. But they're showing the videos of this guy. They're showing his videos.
Who's that? Oh, it's me. Battery exhausted. Alan, I think you've just given me a video view. What? What are we doing tonight?
And supporting him, right? They're supporting him. Denise LePage here, who's a grandmother, I think, and Sophie Delve, and Lizzie Hey-Ho, Hiddy-Ho.
Oh, big shouts out to them if they do support me. I mean, I don't know. I hope I haven't said anything bad about them. I don't think I have I? Right.
Yeah, lying exaggerator who says I earn 4 times what I really earn. And they believe her. Don't worry, I'll prove it in court what I really earn, you stupid old bag. And you're fucking miles out. Sorry, effing miles out. So
sorry, effing miles out. Not sorry, stupid old bag. Sorry, fucking miles out. Sorry for swearing. Not sorry for saying stupid old bag.
They promote this guy. Who
It's me.
is the worst example on YouTube of filth.
I'm the worst example on YouTube of filth.
He would put his willy in my mouth on a picture. He will say what he's going to do to my daughter. You can find out what he says about my daughter. See him.
You can see it on Send Trees where I clipped it, so you can see it so that there's no argument. You can just fucking see it. I'll put it up there and clip it up there. It's not bad. You fucking idiot. We're doing this again. This will never stop. But for me, I've moved on. This was a while ago. The police have viewed it. The lawyers have viewed it. YouTube have viewed it. You are banned off YouTube. I carry on. The end. But he won't stop talking about it because he won't stop bringing up his daughter on the stream and talking about her in a sexual content. He won't stop bringing up his daughter and talking about her in sexual contexts. I don't keep living a world thinking about his daughter. He keeps living in a world thinking about me and his daughter and sex. Alan keeps thinking about me, his daughter and sex. He keeps thinking about me, his daughter and sex, doesn't he? He keeps thinking about it. He never stops thinking about it. There's something wrong with Alan.
I'll ask him what he's going to do to my daughter. But what's worse than him? What's worse than him?
Is there something worse than me? The most filthy thing on the internet.
It's you, Denise.
You, Denise. You're worse than me. You maybe should start streaming, Denise. Fucking hell.
Pointing. It's you, Sophie Dell. It's you, Lizzie Aho. You're supporting it.
These are the people in the Facebook group, Dover and Dolly's mom.
This is a man that wants to rape my daughter. You're supporting
Oh my God, I don't want to do that to his daughter. I don't want to have
Because you're
sex with his daughter at all, really, because she looks quite a lot like him.
me. It's greater than common decency. I see you have a daughter, Denise. I would never mention her name or show her a picture. Ever. I promise you. How would you like it if your hero was saying those things about your daughter?
I've never shown his daughter's picture.
Would you still be supporting him?
And I didn't say what you said about her.
What is it with you people that you turn a blind eye to the most filthiest crap in the world?
Because it's not the most filthiest crap in the world. It's just a bit of fun. Just having a laugh. And the stuff about your daughter's not even that far gone. Like, it's just, you're just making it worse because to you it's a really touchy subject because you got made to look stupid on the internet, and your daughter posts pictures of herself with her baps out on Facebook, and you look at them and get all hornist, and you've got chips on your shoulder, so now you've got problems, and someone else needs to pay for your bad feelings. That's what it is really, Alan. And Super Chuffer just happened to say something that you can jump on every time, but come on.
Because you hate me that much that you...
Alan, yeah, sang with kids on Smule, Alan. You sang with kids on Smule. You sang with kids on Smule. You sang with kids on Smule. Not just sang with them. You had them in a private room. We don't see the recorded bit before and after the song. You kids live interacting on a chat live. It's you doing a FaceTime essentially with some kids on your Smule app. Like, that's not right.
You're going to promote someone. I won't even tell you what he says. You know what he says.
Yeah, you can't tell people what I said because you can't remember. But if you want to go to Send Trees and watch it, it's all there, you fucking bellend.
Seen the videos.
I cut the videos and put them up there so everyone could see them because I'm not ashamed. So there's nothing wrong with it. YouTube are fine with it.
You're disgusting, Sophie Dale. You're disgusting. LePage, you're disgusting, Lizzie.
And the reason he uses this is because once upon a time, I didn't know this. If I'd have known this, I might not have gone so far with the sleazy jokes because I would have seen this coming. But once upon a time, Alan did sleazy jokes himself. He did Beaver Club. He did all sorts of sleazy jokes. And his supporters said, Alan, I don't like the sleazy jokes. And he was like, but they're just funny jokes. And he defended it all. And they said, no, Alan, it's not just funny jokes. I don't like it. You'll have to stop. He said, all right, I won't do the sleazy jokes then. So when I did one, he was like, I know these women don't like the sleazy jokes. Scotty's done it now. He did. Once Alan was hot and Alan was doing the sleazy jokes and the women didn't like it, but Alan can throw this one at you. So that's why he jumps on it and hard grinds this one. It's because he knows the pearl clutchers out there and whatever. It's not bad what I did. It's not that bad. Like, you need to get over it. If that's your problem with it, you can get over it, whatever. Go and watch Frankie Ball, Jimmy Carr. Don't enjoy it, but just come back to me and accept it. Like, Ricky Gervais is worse than me. He went on stage recently and called people retards and defended the use of the word retard. So, Ricky Gervais is bad. I'm not that bad. I pretended to put my willy in his mouth on a green screen. It's not that bad. My willy stayed in my trousers. So the things I said about his daughter are provocative, but they're basically pointing out that she's had a bad time with him as a shit father, and that she could have a much better time if she saw me as a more paternal figure. So it's a bit provocative, but I didn't say anything about grape, or I didn't say anything about, I did a song, didn't I? A comedy song about what it would be like if Alan had kidnapped Nicole Kessinger and Madeleine McCann and all the people in the back of his car. And I did mention the graping word then because I was pretending it was Alan driving the car. So it's funny. It was a comedy song. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, and it's just an innocuous little thing, right? So you can get over all that. They're the worst. That's my greatest hits of crimes, is distasteful jokes. Yeah. So you can stick it up your bum and smoke it, as Alan says, but the reality of what's real, those few small moments, and the reality of what's really my content, those small moments are frivolity. We're having a bit of banter and it's getting a little bit out of hand, maybe, whatever, but that's not the cornerstone of my content. It's not the consistency of my content. And so this weird desire to sort of mischaracterize me in this way and pretend that I am some uncouth, when in fact I'm actually more sophisticated than Alan in so many ways, is bizarre to me. And I think it's simply like the people that attack me have to lean on feeble tools because that's the only tools they have. So this is Alan's tool that he has, and he won't let it go. But it's a cotton bud poking me with it. It's no real weight behind it. But for some people, I will concede there are some pearl clutchers out there for whom this is too much, and Alan's seen it as well. Like, I mean, no offense to Val, I'm not calling her a pearl clutcher, but when I did that and she didn't want to come on the show and do an interview, he was like, right, that's it, division between them. And I noticed, I thought, well, I'm much happier being a lone wolf here, right? I don't want to be part of the truther community because they all fucking backstab and backbite, and you need to create a united front against your enemy. And the reason for 5 years you were unable to do anything of any major impact to Alan's YouTube career is because you're all arguing with each other anyway. It's just not going to work. Whereas I was able to focus my attention on what was important. So I feel disappointed with those people who, again, instead of being they would rather just have a constant drama. So some people are, I don't know what I'm trying to say here. I just basically what I'm saying is that truther community is like a fragmented mess, and so it gets nothing done really. And I don't feel like that's for me.
Tell me how you can promote it.
And this is what he's doing. He's appealing to those people to try and make sure that I don't have support, because the biggest enemy, he doesn't want people behind me. He wants them to all fragment and bicker and backbite, and that benefits him. And the more they do it, the more it does benefit them. And they can't help it. They've been doing it for 5 years. So that's one thing he has over them, is they can't get their shit together. And they would literally go out and say negative things about someone who is like, it's not about my friend is my enemy this, or it's not about like, you know, oh, ethically I just can't stand by and let someone say something bad about Alan in public, when it's like, what it is if you really wanted to achieve the objective, you would focus on the objective, but they didn't want that. But I did. So yeah, I see him appealing to that, and I see it working in some ways, but you know, so what? Like, some people are silly then, I guess, and prone to one of Alan's techniques, which is to manipulate them into fighting with each other instead of focusing on the enemy.
Tell me, in your little hate group tomorrow, tell me how you support a man that wants to rape my daughter. You tell me. And I'll read it out in court.
Who's that?
Because you're in trouble. And your page. And that boy.
Alan, no one's ever said that about your daughter except for you. So now we're in a weird world where you're the one that's brought up that concept. So that's going through your mind. Like, this is just fucking creepy. Tonight you've been super creepy, and now you've taken it to an extra new level. And if you're saying that about me, I would remind you that defamation and slander, you know, you're already out there. You're already out there doing that, aren't you, in the court case? If that's me you're talking about, Alan, then that's serious defamation and slander, isn't it? Obviously, it's not going to affect my income because you're an inconsequential no mark. But come on, you nutter.
It's about raping my daughter. Deep trouble.
Deep. That's the word he used. Deep. That's what he's thinking about when he's thinking about his daughter and sex.
I don't care what anybody says about don't talk about the case. I'm not talking about the case. I'm going to expose you all.
You're going to expose yourself in the park and get arrested.
Okay, the police tell me it's...
I think he has had Botox, hasn't he? I don't think it's worked properly. There's still divots in his head. But I think he has.
civil. I'm being civil, aren't I?
It's like some of it's moving, some of it's not. Shitty Botox.
Very civil.
You're being civil. You just said some horrible lie. Really horrible.
Everything I say in court is available.
You'd be fuming if you said that about you. There's no, like, again, like, there's levels to this. Like, does it matter what Alan says ever? No, he's a fucking idiot clown. Like, he's an ass clown. Like, he's just, what? Like, I'm trying to think of situations where people have said bad things to me. Like, again, I relate it to the bin crew, to all of this stuff. It's people who, like, if there was a crackhead outside McDonald's and you were going through the drive-through and they were really angry at you as you were leaving the drive-through, what are you going to do? Are you going to pull over the car and say, oh, sorry, I'll wind down the window so you can have your opinion shouted at me through the window? Should I get out and give you my McDonald's? What have I done wrong? No, you just fucking drive off because, like, it's bad, it's sad, but it's just some, like, psychotic nutter. So, like, you know, I want them to be helped, but I can't help them directly if they're going to be on the street, like, being aggressive. So I'd probably give to a charity that help people in general. You know, that evening I'd probably think, wow, that person's going through some real shit. I'll give £10 to a charity, rather than, like, getting out of the car and trying to deal with their problems one-on-one. And this is very much in the same vein. You know, all of this stuff, like, any sort of level of trolling that goes down to bin level or lower, and this is lower than bin level, in a way, because it's like, Alan's a content creator and today here's his episode. I don't know, maybe it's like, I don't know, like, where to quite pitch this level wise. I mean, there's so many different horrible facets to it, and it's only 30 minutes into a 2 hour, and I didn't realise it was going to be this, like, twisted is the right word, full twisted. Now we've got to
From the court.
Oh, you know, I didn't say it. Yeah, absolutely. Like, no, everyone knows what I said. Like, no one would assume I would say that, but it doesn't matter. Like, Alan's, like, slander and libel and all that don't really matter to me so much when Alan's saying them, because, like, it's Alan saying it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it just, well, generally it doesn't matter to me, does it? Because the truth of me is me, and the truth of a lie is a lie. So,
Sophie Dell. Granny pointing. Don't know about Lizzie, she's in Canada. She just sits back like the claimant and just got nothing to do with me. You two are in England. You two, Sophie and Granny Pontin, you're in England.
Right, so this is him threatening them to try and make them stop. He thinks if he threatens them, they might stop.
I got you. And the boy from Stoke,
It's an empty threat. He's bluffing.
I've got him even more. And he will make a video about this. And I said, why got you? And the boy from Stoke, I've got him even more.
Stoke. Does he mean me? Because I don't live in Stoke, but maybe he's incorrectly stated where I live.
And he will make a video about this. And I said, why? They say, why do you mention him? I want him to come and meet me. I want him to come and meet me. And make his great ideas what he's going to do to my family and me. Be interesting, won't it?
Alan, where, when, time, place. I invite you to meet me. I invite you, we could do content together. That's absolutely on the table. Obviously, I can't contact you because it would be foolish of me to start sending you emails. You'll say it's harassment. But you know my email address, don't you? Send me an email. Alan, I will meet you. Time, place. Good. Happy.
Okay, so
You've invited it.
that's them.
Alan, you've invited it live on the internet. You want me to meet you.
So that's what I'm dealing with. That's what I'm dealing with on a daily basis. People like them. But it's not just one or two. They're sick. They're sick as sickness could be. But why are they doing it? Let's have a look at trying to find somebody who can explain what they're doing. Shall we just have a little look at this? Stalking. What's the psychology of gang stalking? This is somebody called Cosmic 55. I don't know what good it is or what it's about, but she's trying to talk about gang stalking.
Oh, please. Have you not even watched it? It's on YouTube. So you shouldn't, but using YouTube for your content again. Please say you haven't watched it. This is going to be a joy. We're going to slip into a different gear now then, hopefully, because this has been going on for ages now, and I hate this grind sometimes. Like I'm telling you, you might enjoy watching me detract him in this way, but it's been 2 hours, 20 minutes. I feel like we should stop and just do it in sections, but I'll do it all in one big one. You can watch this in sections if you want. And for me personally, I like to bring a lot of comedy and like up to it, but tonight I felt that he's been particularly weird, and my energy would rather be playing Genshin Impact or doing something else. But let's carry on, right? Let's carry on. Hopefully, what she's going to say is gang stalking again, mental impairment. You think you're being gang stalked, you're paranoid, you're nuts. That's, I think, what she's going to say, and I don't think it's going to uphold what he wants her to say. It's a 20-minute video he's going to play, maybe. I don't know what's happening here.
So it kind of came about from the videos that we were doing on when you say no to the narcissist. So another result of saying a definite no to the narcissist when the narcissist feels that they've lost control of you altogether is another reaction is gang stalking. So
it's a narcissist video as well. This is interesting, yeah. So if a narcissist feels they've lost control of you or that you push them away, then they're going to react by gang stalking. God, should I start doing an Alan and saying, well, people have been gang stalking me since they've all been, should I do that?
oh my God, guys, I was sitting at the table writing notes here, left, right, and center, because there are so many reasons that I can give you that the narcissist will gang stalk. And it's actually quite simple if you're looking at the narcissistic personality disorder. Once you get the hang of it, even actually just to look at anybody's behavior, if you look at somebody's behavior and what they're doing, if you look at the motivation behind the behavior, and if you can pinpoint the motivation, then you can really understand why it's happening and the reasons that they're doing it.
Agree.
So I'd like to try and throw some light here for you who...
Agree. Motivation is really important. Look at what people's motivation is. Totally agree.
Who posted the request for the gang stalking videos. Actually going to do a few videos on this because there's a lot.
Alan's foolish enough to play somebody giving advice about narcissism on his show when he's a narcissist. And now me and Alan are just going to quietly listen to this woman talk. I want to respect her and hear what she's got to say, because for the first time in a long time he's put something interesting on his show. But at the same time, you can't just play somebody else's good video about narcissism on your show and just say that's your show. It's not. You're stealing content. It's content grift. It's content thievery of the Alan order. This is the level. Just play their video. Pausing it every 2 minutes to talk is not fair use. Pausing it so it stops, so it doesn't kick off the YouTube algorithm thing, and the YouTube system doesn't shut down your stream. Okay, it gets you past it, but it doesn't mean it's fair use. Fair use is pausing it to talk about it because you've got it's not to talk. I paused it when I was younger. I got a horse. That's not fair use, right? You have to talk about what they're talking about, and really, you need to be using it to example what you're talking about. So the balance of the talking should be more the person who's talking and less the video. And really, ideally, I mean, when we react to this long form stuff, we're reacting to all of it, so that's fair enough. But really, if you're going to bring it on your show, it's pre-prepared, it's a longer video. Maybe there's a point you want to make, and then you want to move on. So you don't want to have the whole video just play in its entirety and go away and make a cup of tea. You shouldn't have more than like 20, like you should never have like 10 minutes of their video just extended playing while you do nothing else. Like you shouldn't get through more than 2 minutes of their video without pausing it. I pause it a lot, people complain, but I'm really on the right side of fair use. I'm using what they're saying to create something else. And I'm saying what I'm saying is the main thing that I'm creating. The value of what is happening on my stream is coming from me. If you want this, you can go to where she originally uploaded it and watch it without me talking. That's the value she brings. And then I use this and create some value myself. That's coming from me. And that's why you're watching my stream. And that's not to pause it every 2 minutes just because it's fair use and say, oh yeah, it reminds me of me when I was younger, or this reminds me of something that I wanted to talk about. Like, it's to actually engage with the content that's being talked about. That's the point of it. Like, that's fair use. React, it's fair use. There's a word for it. Fuck. Transformative. So just playing it in its entirety and then pausing it every now and then to fill some time, that's not fair use.
To cover in it. The more you
Alan.
dig in, the more you realize there is to say. So basically, gang stalking sounds dreadful. It sounds criminal, and it is criminal. It's when a group of people in a combined effort come towards an individual.
Right, she's going to take it seriously. Is she all right? I've just showed you what Google said gang stalking was, a psychological impairment. You've got to use the correct terminology. Like, I don't think this is it true? Is gang stalking what she's saying it is? I thought gang stalking is when you think this is happening, but actually you're like a bit...
To harass them, to stalk them.
You're talking about group harassment, aren't you? You're talking about harassment. That exists, but it's not gang stalking. She's getting her terms confused.
To information gather, to coerce them, to frighten them, to do basically bad things.
It's interesting, though. She's saying a narcissist will corral a group so that they can harass someone. Maybe I'm doing the same about Alan, although I don't corral a group to harass anyone. You know, I literally tell people, don't do ops in your free time. I create content on the internet, people watch it. Yeah, we've got a Discord and we've had lots of fun doing things like the art competition, but I'm not suggesting people should harass Alan in their free time. I'm not suggesting that you should throw abuse at Alan and stuff like that. Obviously on my stream and in the chat and whatever, but and if you want to make your own detractor channel and you've got something to say, fair enough. But like, that's not, that's up to you and what you want to do. I'm not corralling a group to try and harass Alan. I'm just an independent person making media. And I happen to have a community that comes along with this and with the other videos I'm making, the other spaces. So, yeah, but a narcissist will get a group together to harass someone. Got it.
Or have bad intentions towards that individual. So it can, I mean, it's always dangerous. It's always really bad, gang stalking anybody to try and destroy somebody's peace of mind. It can be on a very small scale where you have a group of the narcissist friends and flying monkeys coming at you from all different angles. It can be their family members.
Okay, so that's you, Alan, with your spanners, isn't it, Alan? You're Alan, and then the spanners, your mods, are all a group of flying monkeys for you, aren't they, Alan? And like, this is something I was keen in my streams not to have that feel of like a second level. Obviously, Dover is a mod, but you're all important to me here, yeah? So I like... pretty clear about that. Alan's got a group of spanners, mods, and they go around like he's flying monkeys doing that bidding for him. He's a narcissist, and he's got a group around him that do the stuff for him. And they're like, why is he playing this video? It makes him look bad.
Be a wider circle where it becomes a very organised and definite, planned harassment of
planned harassment. So they get together and they've got a group idea about what's going on. They talk about it behind the scenes, maybe in a Facebook group or a Discord, and then they plan a harassment campaign. Okay, and that's led by a narcissist. Got it.
In what seems like a more criminal way, but at all levels it's criminal. But
well, yeah, if it was harassment and they're planning it, then it is a criminal conspiracy to harass. Yes.
What I'm kind of trying to get across is you may have been gang stalked by flying monkeys without actually calling it that, for want of a better word. Obviously
on the internet, we all tread this line on YouTube. I'm on YouTube, I'm a content creator, so if people take the piss out of me for the content I create, like, I just have to accept it. If they overstep the line and turn it into harassment, the police will decide that. As with Alan, the police decided my video putting my willy in his mouth wasn't harassment. But the police have different opinions about different other content, don't they? So if it did overstep the line, the police could decide it was harassment. And if it was a group, then they would all be the group of people that are doing the harassment, yeah. I think that's right. Why is Alan promoting this? He's got a group of people on his private Facebook that, and on his Patreon, he literally said, we need to think of ways to get this guy. Like, he's literally done that.
So let's get into it. Why? What are the reasons that a narcissist will gang stalk you?
Interesting.
Look at the narcissist's motivation. The narcissist's behavior is driven by gain.
Gain. Okay, gain. Yeah.
They manipulate and behave in a certain way in order to get things.
They want to get things. They want to gain things. So if I was a big narcissist and I was attacking someone, it would be so I could get something out of it. Maybe in the YouTube world, it's manipulation for views. Maybe it's a group status thing. Maybe it's finance. You know, maybe people see a streamer getting money and they want some of that money. Like Alan is obviously the victim here, isn't he, of this thing? So people are attacking him and they want to gain. So it's strange, though, because in the position with Alan, I don't know what Lizzie or these others necessarily gain. They could be getting money, but Lizzie's not monetized. It could be status within a group. Yeah, I guess, although that group's not really that big and it's not that important and, you know, it's not that many YouTube views, is it? Like, I don't really see any of these mechanics really motivating Lizzie. I think it's actually because she just doesn't like what Alan's done and wants to prove that he's a liar because he said she was a liar. He said, she said. But yeah, what we've learned here is that the narcissist has something to gain and that their attacks also include a reason for them to gain something out of it. Okay.
From other people, because they cannot stand alone. They are not self-sufficient.
They don't stand alone. They're not self-sufficient. Earlier on, I just described myself as a lone wolf. So, I mean, I've got all you chuffers in chat. I've got you chuffers, but yeah.
They need their emotions
But
regulated
they need a big group.
by other people.
They need this emotional regulation. They need to be talking behind the scenes. They need to be back and forth on the messages. They need to like have their emotional regulation. That's Alan all over. He absolutely needs emotional regulation from his spanners. He's emotional, and then they have to help him. Like that's Alan does that. If you know anyone behind the scenes who needs emotional regulation, it's not a bad thing. It doesn't mean they're a horrible narcissist. There are good people who have emotions, but constant emotional regulation and this folding it into a group who are attacking people. If you're part of a group who's attacking people and maybe big prominent parts of that group need emotional regulation, then this sounds like it's that sort of thing. So you need to watch out for that. Okay. Again, it makes Alan look bad.
There you go. These women
He stopped it.
joined together in an echo chamber, telling each other they're brilliant, telling them each other that I'm a crook, telling them each other that I need to be wiped off the face of the earth, telling each other that it doesn't matter he's not on YouTube, we've got to stalk him forever. And the reward they get is a pat on the back from each other.
So that's not what that woman was saying, Alan. The equivalent to what that woman was saying, Alan, would be for you to say, my trolls, they get together and there's a couple of main ones who need their ego fed through this process. So all of the drama and all the hate and all the trolling, it serves to feed their emotional ego. And sometimes they actually like have little emotional episodes and the rest of the group need to cuddle around them. Like that's what you could have said, but you didn't. You got it wrong and twisted it weird.
Who's the biggest ADAtor this week? Even though I'm not on YouTube.
And they go about gaining things in the world in general by taking from other people or gaining power over other people.
So they want to take from other people or gain power from other people. They want to take from other people. So you could say, Alan, that they've attacked you to take power from you. They've seen you've got a lot of subscribers, for example, and they want those subscribers. They've seen that people support you, and they want that support. They want to take from you what you have. That's what a narcissist would do. Let's see if he spots that. Because, Alan, you're that sort of person. You stole other people's content. Like, you want to take things for yourself. But let's see if he understands that point.
Even the successful ones, even the ones that are financially successful, won't have come up the ladder in a good way. It will have been by standing on somebody's head or robbing or stealing. Or
Big up Rain Gods, you're talking about me. I'm just stating what she's stating. Obviously there might be a bit of edge to that, but fuck it. I'm just stating what she's stating. Like, people can read into it however they want. I'm stating what she's stating.
misrepresenting, etc., if they suffer from the narcissistic personality disorder and they are high on the malignancy scale of narcissism. So guys, let's get into the reasons for gang stalking and why the narcissist does it.
I'm not going to get into all that. Like, I think there are people out there that are more like, listen, one in however many people. Alexa, statistically, how many people are narcissists out of 10? One in 10.
Know that.
You're stupid. Google it. I think it's 1 in 10, isn't it? 1 in 10 are narcissists. Between 1%, that's 1 in 100, sorry, 1 in 100, got that wrong. But 1 in 100 is still quite a high figure. Like, you know, up the street, there's probably 100 people in the street, isn't there? So one person, one neighbour will be a narcissist. Still quite high numbers. There are other narcissists out there for sure, you know. I'm just stating what she's stating and reacting to this and saying, if it was Alan's point that he's trying to make, what is the point she's making and how would it relate to a person like Alan. Oh, she was talking to you, Flying Freddy. You're right. Well, I got on my shit. I got my egg about that then. Don't worry, I was being stupid.
We've talked about what it looks like. The people that the narcissist can get to work on their behalf are two types of individual. They can be recruited from friends, family, co-workers, and the public in general, and social media, etc. But what...
Don't get me wrong though. Like, you know, I see all different, like, you know, facets to what this lady's explaining, and I really agree with all this narcissism stuff. You know, we've done it on Thus. We've had an expert on. We've discussed it at length. Yeah, I really like agree that narcissism is a huge problem in our society, and like being able to spot these people is important. And I totally agree with what you're saying as well. You can't just say everyone's a narcissist. I'm not able to diagnose because I'm not a full, like, no, fuck that, right? There are these like 9 things, and if they tick all the boxes, then although I'm not a doctor, they might still be a narcissist. So I might not be able to diagnose, but I'm not trying to give you a prescription. Like, in my opinion, certain people really scream narcissist. So I use the word, you know, you're being narcissistic, you're ticking all the boxes. To me, you're a narcissist. Yeah, like, I think that goes on out there. So like, I'm aware of the other like sort of facets or colours to what I'm saying, but like, I'm still saying it because it just has to be said. This is what this woman's saying. It's what Alan's presenting. I'm reacting to it.
The two differences between those sets of people is, one, people are actually motivated to help the narcissist and believe their story that they're the victim, and are
victim again. It's all about victim, isn't it? You know, who's the victim? Yeah.
Are thinking that they're doing right by the narcissist.
And this is a really fucked up one, because when you're in a situation with a narcissist, then you might be the victim, but they want to play the victim. So then they twist victim and offender, reverse victim and offender, Darvo. But then if you try and say, no, wait, you reverse that, it's actually me that's the victim. They'll say, well, you're trying to reverse it, victim and offender. Like, anyone trying to say they're the victim ends up looking like they're trying to claim victimhood, aren't they? So that's really difficult, because I guess it's more, what's the word, like noble to just suffer in silence. But then you worry that you feel like a victim, and victims should speak out. So it's a real delicate, that one is, with narcissism.
Now, however right they may think that is, it's never right to get involved in somebody else's business in a detrimental way to another individual without knowing the full story. But you do get some people that are unaware that the narcissist this is actually wrong, and they believe that they're doing the right thing.
Because they're all in the same team, they believe each other. You see what she's saying there?
Okay, let me just get that, because I was talking. Let me just get that.
Doing right by the narcissist. Now, however right they may think that is, it's never right to get involved in somebody else's business in a detrimental way to another individual.
So what she's saying is, if you're part of a group hate campaign against someone, like, I mean, it's weird because she's talking about this. We're talking on the internet about internet beef, and Alan is a content creator who stole my content, called me out. You know, like, I had an internet beef with him. He's a lolcow. So I'm going to detract on his content. So it's a little bit different from, I'm in the pub, this chuffer's a narcissist, I don't want to talk to them and all this, you know. But what she's saying is, if someone's going to gather support to come and attack you, if someone's going to gather people together to come and attack you, the people that gather with them are not good people, and they're not doing the right thing. Like, that's not a good thing. Now, it's difficult for me to stand by that with a community of people who are here to help me attack Alan on the internet, isn't it? But then I'm not the narcissist, Alan is, and I'm defending myself against his attack initially. He's the big bully who wanted to stomp his weight around and make life difficult for me, and he just trod on the wrong person. You know, do not tread on me. Like, he don't tread on me. You know, like, you know what that's from? It's California, isn't it? The flag, it's got a snaky on it. You know, he trod on the wrong person. He woke the wrong bear. But in the main, I don't go around the internet just gathering you to corral you into a hate campaign against someone. I'm quite happy for you to do whatever the fuck you want. Like, that's up to you. But I don't, like, in the same way as Alan's saying, I've never asked you for money. Obviously, I've never asked you for money. And also, I hope I've never asked you to sort of engage in a hate campaign. Other than when we did the poster competition, I wanted your engagement there. You know what I mean? Like, but that's fun. It's like, I hope I haven't asked you to go and harass Alan. I hope I haven't asked you to, you know, somebody, if anyone's out there, could you seek out his this? No, I hope I don't do that. And if you feel like I do, then I'm sorry, because like, I wouldn't stand by that in general principle if it was called into the light, sharp and focus. Yeah.
Without knowing the full story. But you do get some people that are unaware that the narcissist this is actually wrong, and they believe that they're doing the right thing.
So you get some people who know the narcissist is wrong, but they believe they're doing the right thing. That's still confusing to me, but let Alan explain it.
Because they're all in the same team, they believe each other. You see what she's saying there? They're judging me without even knowing me, but they think they know me because they're talking stories about me from each other. Oh, he earns £20,000 a month. Bollocks, do I earn £20,000 a month? Whoever.
Well, you don't now.
Doesn't matter because they believe it.
You earned loads of money before and you pissed it away on poker and maybe bought a property that you handed over to one of your children.
AD's illiterate. Doesn't matter. I'm not illiterate. I've got dyslexia.
Alan, you have no diagnosis of dyslexia, but you left school before you properly learned how to do lots of things that many of us take for granted.
He's illiterate. That's what they want to believe. He's a con man. Doesn't matter that I'm not a con man.
You are a con man.
Oh, he takes money off old ladies. No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Some people subscribe to my Patreon because they support my channel. Millions of channels are supported by people. They're not all old ladies. They haven't got a brain to think with. People that support me, don't insult them and tell them they're so thick. They don't know they're being like conned. They're too stupid to know what I'm doing to them. Mind your own effing business.
Don't tell the people that I'm conning that they're being conned because they might wake up to the con. Please leave them alone.
If they want to support my channel, they do, like millions of other channels are supported by millions.
What about those Nigerian prince scammers you talked about at the start? Should we just let them get on with that as well? Because, you know, if they want to do it, they can give their money to those people. Alan, those people need protecting from people like you.
People, and they're not all old ladies being ripped off. A lot of them have jobs. A lot of them are men.
Yeah, you've got a few men, a couple of racists now, haven't you?
if in all but a very uneducated manner. Then the second lot of people are actually probably narcissistic themselves, if not narcissists, but definitely have a huge lack in their lives. And we will do a video all...
Okay, so to finish her point, what she was actually saying is those that corral around the narcissist have something lacking in their own life. And whilst they might not be a narcissist themselves, they might be missing something. And that this, and it's exactly right for Alan's Spanner group, that is. Exactly right. You know, they turn up every night. They're there all the time. I'm very grateful for each of us that turn up here. Like, you know, maybe we've all got something lacking in our lives, but they turn, because I turn up a lot as well, but they turn up every night. And for a lot of them, it's their social group, it's their support, it's everything to them. And I would, like I talk about it quite often on the stream, I would suggest to people that this is a part of your life. You know, we do this fun on the stream in the evenings, well, in my evenings, but like you have got the rest of your days in your life to live as well. And like, you know, the most important connections are people like friends and family around you. And so, you know, I'm not suggesting that we should make this your, like, yeah, you know, and everyone understands that balance about social media, and I've talked about it in my content many a time. So I've even done episodes on Mental Health Monday about it. So that's, I think, fine in balance. I think it's okay to enjoy the social media, the online media, but in balance, isn't it? But for Alan and his spanners and the people, like for his thing, it does seem very much like the majority everything. And it's like, if you took that away, like, this is one of the things that happens is when he's not streaming, where do they go? I suppose they've got the Facebook group, but they go about and they start trolling other people and they start infecting in other places because they're angry and they need something to do with their life, you know. It does feel like his spanners group have got something missing, and that has been filled. But he even says it himself. During COVID, people were feeling really lonely, and he got them, and that's how he got. So it is people with something missing, like since COVID. Like, bit sad to expose them for it in your own stream, Alan, but there you go.
On the type of people that the narcissist can get to gang stalk, use successfully their target. So we've covered what is gang stalking and...
Big ups, Childlike Empress. Listen, I wasn't even joking earlier when I said, like, you know, maybe we've all got something missing in our life. Like, it's nice to have this extra thing on the internet. It's good. It gives us a lot of positives. But as I say, it's not the be all end all. And, you know, everyone struggles with different things, and it is good to have support. But it would be dangerous, I would say dangerous would be the word, to simply think, I've known these people in chat for like a few months, therefore this is now my, you know, that's it, you know, I'll end up getting a tattoo of their name or whatever. Like in the same way as you wouldn't get in a relationship with someone that you didn't know that well, that you were dating, you know, like similar sort of thing to friendships on the internet. I've got detractor friends who I really like I don't know them that well, like, I hope to establish those relationships and maintain them and become those, you know, longer term, deeper friendships. But, you know, I'm real about it. I'm real. Like, I mean, two good examples. One of my friends on the internet somewhere, their sister had a baby, and like, I'm not really sort of like, show me the photos, am I? Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm like, oh, talk about it. Like, you know, how's it going? You know, and I ask about them because I care about what they feel about their sister having the baby and talk about it. But like, you know, realistically, if my mate up the road had a sister had a baby, I'd be like, show me the photos. Oh, wow, how's she doing? And, you know, maybe I should buy her a present and all that. Like, there's layers, there's like levels, isn't there? So like, do you know what I mean? Like, and I think it's okay to get to know people on the internet and to become friends with them, but you've got to be careful because it's a dangerous world, because it's not the same as meeting people in real life where you can see them and talk to them. This is the internet world where people cheat people and catfish and do all sorts of weird shit. So you do have to be careful about that. That's what I'm saying, yeah.
What are the people who, what are the people like that the narcissist is able to coerce into gang stalking you, harassing you, finding out information about you, coming to you to tell you you're this and you're that, ringing your phone and hanging up, playing
all that stuff. Right into my family members, right into my friends, right into anybody that knows me. If you've got a job, they're right to your job.
He's not talking about me again then, because I haven't written to anybody.
They phoned me up one night.
And you don't have a job, Alan.
It was like I was doing a live. I got phoned up 80 odd times while I was doing a live.
You got phoned up 80 times? Oh my God. Which one was that? Like, in fact, no, he's probably lying, isn't he? Like, we would have been watching and he'd have been like 80 missed. Like, maybe they phoned him a few times, but like, 80 times. I think maybe that's a hyperbole, but yeah, oh my God. Like, that does count as harassment if people are phoning him up. Like, these are lines I won't cross. I know his address, I know his phone number. I won't be phoning him up, I won't be turning up at his house. Like, these are lines I won't cross. If the police found out, that's just everything ruined. Like, they would say, you're harassing him. You know, harassment goes two ways. Like, if you publish, like, the same with defamation and all that, like, and the same very much with harassment on the internet, especially internet stuff. If it's gone two ways, if they've been posting stuff about you, you know, if you've got all the screenshots of the shit they've posted about you, then when it comes to it, the police still think, well, we're in the middle of a squabble here, and they don't just jump on one side. But with Alan and this, like, he's saying that people are legitimately harassing him there. So, like, he could legitimately sort that out. Like, in fact, that's why I don't think it's true, because, like, he would have made a big thing about it, wouldn't he? Like, the police would have, like, had somewhere to go with it. Like, they would have taken him more seriously. I don't think it's true. Yeah.
And then they put the phone down. But they don't know they're doing any wrong, because I'm so dehumanized that they can do anything to me because it's okay, isn't it? Right?
People don't know that prank calling someone is a harassment.
On your door, playing knick-knack on social media. You know, there's so many different ways that they can gang stalk you, interfering in your job, reporting you.
And again, she's got the wrong terminology here, bless her. It's not gang stalking, it's group harassment, isn't it? Like,
to the police.
There's nobody they haven't reported me to. There isn't anything that exists that I've not been reported to.
well, that's bad, Alan.
They made all sorts of accusations about me, and nothing will ever change.
Because you've done all the bad things.
So I'm telling you tonight, what people like this Sophie Delve and this Ponting woman do, it's what they do. Degrade me, try to put me down, dehumanize me. Day after frigging day.
Sounds like it's getting to you.
Ordering pizza that you didn't order continually.
Ordering pizza? To children's orders to America?
There's so many different ways that they can make your life a pure misery.
My life's a misery, I admit it.
So they're
Okay, it was worth it. How many hours have we been doing now? I know this is going to be long. 2 hours 40 minutes, right? It was worth it for that. My life's a misery. I'm not even going to rewind it. We've got to push on.
reasons that the narcissist does it. I actually, guys, have managed to get 17 reasons.
Oh my
I could
God.
go on. The
You know, the irony is they call me a narcissist.
You are a
Yet they stalk me
narcissist.
for 4 or 5 years.
Alan,
every day.
you've just paused her talking to talk about yourself. This whole episode is about you. Oh God. You've called it ad. The stalkers hate watch him for 5 years. How will it end? Question mark. You might as well have called it narcissism. A case study. Evidence file 1. Alan's rant.
their lives, and their oxygen is getting a pat on the back from a fellow hater.
list could be exhaustive, but I'll just give you the main reasons that I came up with. The first reason I have is the immaturity of the narcissist. The narcissist is an undeveloped, small, immature child inside, and I don't mean a nice child. I mean a very vindictive, bullying.
I'm glad she's picked this up. Obviously, Alan stunted in some way. You know, everything goes in his mouth. I'm first, torchy, like very. Start the streamers. Did we get there in time? I always say this now, don't I? I'm like, did we get there in time? Did we get there in time? I'm back. Am I back? Did we get there in time? Is it the critical thing is it still the same stream? Yes, it's still the same stream. One big long session. All right. All right. Fuck. You gotta have, listen, you chuffers that you watch it, I bless you. You chuffers that watch it. You can pause it and you can walk around and do whatever. Like I'm suggesting if in these big long ones, you can even come back to it in two halves, can't you? For me, this is like I have to sit here the whole time and do this the whole time. I'm going to take a bathroom break in a second because I will need a waz, but I think I've basically had my fill of Alan for the. I'm starting to get to that point with Alan. I think I've basically had my fill of Alan for today, but we will push on with the session. I will try my best to like create comedic interlude, but like fuck me, it's bad, isn't it? That little break when the stream just gave a little glitch. That gave me a second to think, and I did think how bad this is.
The envious child.
These gangstalkers are jealous of me, either for different reasons.
Alan, no one could be jealous of you. They might be eggy about the money. Listen, I will concede, Alan might be right in this way. Jealous might be the wrong word. Like, it might be the right word in a way, because if you go and, like, how do I put it? I suppose it puts me in the same position. I didn't feel jealous of Alan earning money off my work, otherwise I would have put it monetized, but they made this effort to create this stuff about, specifically these people, Lizzie and all this, like to create this stuff, the content about Madeleine McCann, and you took it, stole it, and monetized it. So they might be jealous insofar as there's money been made and it should be theirs, but jealous is kind of the wrong word for that, isn't it? And they might be like, you know, you got popular on the internet and they didn't, so they might feel a bit of jealousy about that. Like a little bit, but actually it's a different kind of feeling, isn't it? Like to have your work ripped off and for someone to then like profit off it. So again, I don't think it is jealousy. And you're such a grimy shitbag. Like no one would want to look like you, Alan. No one would want to look like you. Do you know what I mean?
They want to be me. They don't like it because I'm not ugly. They don't like it because I earn money.
Alan, they're women. They don't want to be you.
They're jealous of everything I do. They don't like the fact that I had 100,000 supporters and was it 50 million
You don't have that.
views on YouTube. They want to think I'm a failure, right?
You are a failure.
So they turn it around and lie about me instead.
So it's taking the whole thing back to the schoolyard. You are not giving the narcissist what they
Yeah, schoolyard. Yeah, narcissist group attack from a narcissist in their camp. It's very school ground. Yeah, got it.
want, and therefore they're going to you with their friends and do what they do in the schoolyard, harass and bully an individual that they're threatened by in some way, and you threaten them by leaving them and telling them that they're not good enough because that's what
You threaten them by leaving them and telling them they're not good enough.
they hear in their mind, that they're not good enough, and how dare
That's what they hear in their mind anyway. If you leave them, if you don't want to be, you know, if you're happy to just be separate and go your own way, then they feel like they've been told they're not good enough, and they get eggy and they threaten you with a group like the schoolyard.
anybody do that to them.
Well, doesn't that sound like Alan's situation again? Because aren't there people that he said that troll him, people that used to like him and then they left him? So that does sound like Alan's situation there, to be fair. It's the people that used to like him have left him, but then it would be him attacking them or them attacking him, depending on who's the narcissist, I guess. Like, I'm getting a bit confused because I'm stoned now.
The thing is, their lives are a misery. They think they're failures, so they gaslight and project their failure,
They think they're failures, so they gaslight and project onto you. That's not what she was saying.
their failed life onto me to make me miserable as they are. They
You
want
have,
me to be
Alan, you have actually failed.
as miserable as they are.
The second reason I have is for sadistic enjoyment. They find it amusing. They really, really get enjoyment.
You see on that hate group,
Sadistic enjoyment. Today, Alan said that other people had to suffer because he felt bad. So, he's a sadist.
laughing at each other. Oh yeah, 80s this, 80s that. Oh brilliant! He's a this, he's that. Oh, he's so dumb.
Like, this is the man who laughed Gasolina. Like, he is the sadist. Sadistic enjoyment would be if you were looking into these true crimes and you had a good old laugh about the horrible graphic details. Like, Alan basically did that, didn't he? Like, there's a difference. You make comedy about things that you find really difficult because comedy helps to break the ice on those difficult things. You know, that's a real legitimate thing people do. But to do comedy, to laugh at the horrible things is different. Alan is the sadist.
They love it. They love digging at me.
by causing another pain and just being destructive. They think it's a game and it's great fun.
They think it's a game and it's great fun to cause pain and be destructive. Got it. Okay. This could be levelled at me against Alan, but it's different motivations, isn't it? We're talking about whether this is a school ground group of narcissist bully-led school ground group who feel left out and aggrieved, or is it, in my opinion, what I do to Alan is the difference is, in my case, I was doing my own thing at school, doing my homework, and the bully came over and took a page out of my thing and went and handed it in as theirs. And I was like, what? You can't do that. And when I told them they can't do it, they said, listen, your son, good luck with your homework, son. And I fucking grabbed a hold of them and wouldn't let go until they were fucking crying and they'd been put in the remedial class or even expelled. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not having that bully me. So like, that's what I think I was doing. I think it's different.
And they love the interaction if you interact with them. And again, another video coming up, guys, on how to handle it.
This is the problem of tonight's show. They see this as me interacting with them. They love it. Tomorrow they'll be out in force.
Alan, it is you interacting with them. You also interact with them by going in fake accounts and trolling and doing weird shit, don't you? But like, this is you interacting with them. Getting a T-pose, Alan T-pose. I'm gonna have to screenshot that. That's classic. I'm gonna have to give that. That's gonna have to go up on the internet. Tonight, Alan is giving us a T-pose. It's a Dark Side Phil meme. Tonight, Alan gives us the T-pose. Like DSP. And I might as well put my Twitch address on that because create a dashboard. Not create a dashboard, you chuffer. Channel. Copy that. Close that. I might as well put that on there because people might come and watch if they see it. Post that. Okay.
Spoke about us last night. My God, he spoke about us. I'm not speaking about you. I'm embarrassing you. You're stupid.
You are speaking about them. You're embarrassing yourself. You are stupid.
I'm showing you for what you are. I'm not.
You're literally using somebody who exposes narcissists to expose yourself on your own stream.
Feeding you. I know you're trolls, and you see this as food because I'm talking about you.
It's not food.
I'm trying to make you see
troll food.
What you're doing.
You're trying to make them see. Alan, they know what they're doing. They know it. That's why they're doing it. If it was even... The thing is, right, you've got these two levels now. The device that Alan's thrown out there, you know, the level that this lady's saying is one thing, but the truth of what Lizzie and her friends are doing is something slightly different, okay? So on both levels, though, they do know what they're doing. If they're Lizzie and what they're doing, they know what they're doing, yeah? Okay? And if they're this other level of this narcissist, they know what they're doing. They're doing it because they're on Lizzie's group, they're doing it because they think they're good people who are holding a narcissist to account, right? On the narcissist thing, which is more like you and your group, Alan, with your spanners, they're doing it because the leader, the main protagonist in the thing, is a bad person who's got real problems and chips on their shoulder, desperate, money grafting, like real weird problems psychologically, and they've been roped into it, and as the woman said, maybe they themselves get something out, like, you know, in a similar way, like, so it's different, but they still know what they're doing, so explaining it to them won't get them to stop because they'll laugh at you and say yes. What you're doing, Alan, is you're like feeding them your like this emotion, like the emotional response. That's what's feeding them, not just the talking about it, like all of this. But the fucked up weird thing about this is that could you imagine if a narcissist was being trolled by narcissists? That would be a really good one. And I think we've yet to see that on the internet. Of course, hold my hands up. Some narcissistic traits, like everyone is human. But having done the narcissist quiz twice, I'm quite happy to say I don't think I am one. But, well, I know I'm not a narcissist, yeah? But it would be kind of cool to see a narcissist versus a narcissist. It'd be fucking dirty and dark. Yeah, this is insanity.
And I hope your children watch this. And
you hope their children watch it.
I hope your children watch that maniac's films and what he says about me. Show them. Show them show your children what.
Yes, I'd agree with this. Everybody should show their children. Well, assuming their children are over 18, because there's a YouTube system where I click my videos as not suitable for children. But I don't think they're suitable for children. But if you think they're suitable for your children and they're over the age of 18, maybe 16, then just fucking show them. Yeah, it gives another person to watch the content. So thanks. Another view.
That madman says about me.
The madman.
Show him. Because you told them what a terrible man I am. Tell them
I am the nutter, original mad nutter. Should have a little musical interlude for that. Just a brief. I mean, it'll get me copyrights, but let's just quickly. You know, because those that know, they know, don't they? So let's have a quick bit of this. Youth capital and the shy effects, and when we commit murderation, all original gangster man. Hear what we tell them now. Imitate, not originate. All right, mate. Here's some of the stuff, right? All right.
What's this?
Ooh yay, ooh yay. No. In a land of. This is me outside the court waiting for Alan. Bad boys in a Jacob. Rude boys in a Kingston. We know we never can stop. We say live in a jungle. Ooh, yeah. Live in a jungle. Ooh, hey. Live in a jungle. Ooh, hey.
You never know you can watch it.
Live in a jungle.
When we tell everybody, watch it though, man. Me a the nutter, original man, nutter.
Alright, that's more than enough of that. Let's go back to Alan and his mad nuttiness.
the man you support.
The minimum man you support. The minimum man you support. He's the minimum man you support.
Stalking. 3, to regulate their emotions. It makes them feel great. It gives them something to do. It makes them feel powerful. It makes
There
them
you
feel
So they do it because they fucking love it. Yeah, got it.
they have a purpose.
They got a purpose. They might be sat at home with fucking fuck all to do. It gives them a purpose. Got it. Makes them feel powerful. Other things that they might do to make them feel powerful, that gives them a purpose. I don't know, people that are narcissists might do other things to make themselves feel powerful and give them a purpose. Like have people subordinate to them that they can rule over. Like we're not talking about kings, are we? But, you know, they want to be powerful and they want to have a purpose. Everyone look at them like they're the main one, the leader. Yeah.
Makes them feel they have a purpose. They're a
Makes them feel they have a purpose.
useless life. And yet they're picking on an old man of 70 that's not even on YouTube.
Alan, don't you do your YouTube to make you feel like you have a purpose? And isn't that purpose to grift old ladies for money? It's all right for everyone in life to actually have a purpose. That is actually all right. But this narcissistic thing of doing the horrible to have a purpose, that's the thing. If your core drive is to do the horrible, if you wake up and think, right, today, good day for me because I can do something horrible. And like this goes into this back and forth on the internet business, because this is what Alan's doing tonight, is his endless back and forth. And they, on the truther side, endless back and forth as well, isn't it? And for me, for a year with Alan, like back and forth as well. But like, if you get up in the morning and think, great, Alan's done a video, I can talk about it. Like that's what you're waking up for, yeah. Like, oh, let's check the YouTube, see if someone said anything about me. Like, you can't wake up for that. Like, that's what's going on here. Like, you need to be waking. Like, Alan doesn't wake up for the true crime, and he doesn't wake up for the. Like, do you know what I mean? Like he's had to wake up for the gym recently in his court case, but. Like the truth of the matter is, it's about what's in your heart and what you really drives you in your main, you know, and what you really want to get up for. And like for the narcissistic bitter people, it is that narcissistic bitterness. I got it. That's a good point. And I think Alan seems a bit like that himself.
And they're living off it. They're living and breathing off of me. Not monetary wise, but they have a reason to live. And that's to hate me. But they don't really hate me. They love me. You couldn't watch this show tonight if you hate me. But they will watch it. And they say things like, I don't
know. Hate's a strong word, but to be honest, if someone's a malignant narcissist who's done endless horrible things and all the stuff I've found out about them, now that I've seen you singing with kids on Smule, I do not have a soft spot in my heart for you. Hate's a strong word, but hate is like, you know, I don't have to, you know, I don't know if I hate anyone really, like hate, but, you know, in reality, on YouTube parlance, conversationally, yeah, I fucking hate Alan. Like, I'm team of hate against Alan. I'm in the hate army against Alan. Like, yeah, whatever. It's just YouTube words, isn't it? Like, it's not a big deal. Doesn't mean that, oh, it's written in stone, Scott's a hate man. Like, it's just like, you know, hating, trolls, like, they're just words. But I'm not a nasty troll, and I'm not a nasty hate man. But yeah, I don't like you at all, Alan. You're a nasty hate man. And my response to it is to, like, this is what I mean, like living in the hate, like, absorbing the hate, waking up with the hate, having those hot feelings when you hear what Alan said. You know what I mean? Like, that's in your heart. Like, that's not my heart. That's like, I'm watching this and I'm almost tired of it. Like, So yeah, hate's a strong word, but I will fight your hate with equally powerful strength of feeling when necessary. So mind you, like, you know, if you put me down on a sliding scale of how much you like Alan, and like this end is quite red with the hate end, and like if you slide it too far it goes into hate and all the things I've said, yeah, I'd fucking slide it that way. I'm not going to slide it up to he's all right, give him a break. Like, Angry Edis only did a bit of misogyny on the internet and admitting to being a racist and did some lies and said some really fucking tacky things about Nicola Bulley. Yeah, that Angry Edis is okay, let's just forgive him. I'm not going to slide it back. I say where I stand. I'm quite happy to stand by what I say. And if people want to walk back what they said, and if people want to be, you know, contrite and apologetic, they can be contrite and apologetic, and we'll slide it back a little bit, but never into the big friend section. Because once you're done, you're done. Like, you know, if someone's publicly, like Eddie publicly attacked certain people, like if I were them, I would never slide back into his friend group. Like, Alan here, slightly different topic. Obviously, I'm going on about Eddie there, but like, it's very similar, isn't it?
I want to watch it, but I just turned it on, and he said so and so. I don't want to.
Like, hate's a strong word, but like, I'm not stupid either. So you're not going to get to touch my slidey scale. You've been set. Like, you've been set. You're down the shit end.
Watch it, but I watched it, and again, I watched it. In fact, they won't miss me.
No Christmas card for
Fooling
you.
themselves. They're actually fooling themselves.
It's a terrible purpose to have, but that's what it does for a narcissist. 4, it's to be a source of entertainment to their groupies. They will usually, although sometimes they can have very good friends who are good people, who never get to know who the narcissist is. Because
I'll have to take this one on the chin. I turn Alan into entertainment. He's a lol cow. Like, he is a lol cow. He is a laughing stock. It's not that I turned him into it, like, you know, through a PR campaign. He was one already. I just put a big flag on it and said, oh, from where I'm from on the internet, we call that a lol cow. You know, Alan is one. He's doing it tonight. Like, he's self-milking himself. He is a lol cow. So
the narcissist keeps that well under wraps because they don't interact all the time with their friends, but they often surround themselves with groupies, and these groupies have nothing better to do in their lives.
No hate group. This is not a group that hates AD. We're here to expose him. They surround each other.
this is classic. If you're listening to a video that makes you look stupid, then you pause it during the bit that makes you look stupid and talk then to interact at the right time so that it breaks up what this woman's saying. I've heard other people, not Alan, do this. When they're playing a video and it makes them look stupid because it makes them look hypocritical, they will pause it and talk at that exact moment so that they can just get through that bit because the audience might sort of be distracted by them talking during that moment. This made Alan look stupid.
With each other. They surround each other with each other.
You have a groupies group, Alan.
Doing nothing, looking for gossip, not concentrating on their own life purpose and
Alan, that's your group. That's your spanners group. That's exactly what they're like. You have a group of moderators who hang around as a little group of groupies and they have not much better to do. This is exactly, they make your content for you, Alan. This is what it's like at your end.
fulfillment and enjoy.
I don't know why you're not spending time with your own families. You're wasting your time on me and you hate me, but you don't hate me.
Is he talking to his own moderators there?
You don't, yeah.
Taking in gossip and downing others and actually actively partaking in doing the narcissist's bidding. So the narcissist causes, it's like a Netflix series, they cause entertainment for their particular and awful groupies. A biggie is to punish you. How dare you? You know, how absolutely dare you leave the narcissist and say no to the narcissist. So this is your punishment that you're going to get for daring to say no to the narcissist.
Many of my haters used to be supporters, right? And because I reject them in some way, they then turn into one of these. And then they go into the chat of one of the
Big
main...
shouts out. You know, I never rejected people. I was like, if you want to come back and be part of this, that's fine. These are the way I want things around here. Like, I'm not rejecting people. I banned a shitload of people, like racists and fucking flat earthers that came in to cause trouble, and like, you know, people who tell lies in chat and stuff like that. You know, like, you know, everyone's allowed their opinion, everyone's allowed to share it, but if you're going to start atting someone and giving them shit in chat, you get out. You know, you get out. Like, you know, banned a load of people, but yeah, like, you know, I've never said like, Eddie, don't come to my stream, banned if you come here or anything like that. You know, things have gone a bit weird with some people now, obviously. I have to take that on the chin. It's in context of this. I'm sure they're going to hear it and go, oh, you know what I mean? Like, okay, yeah, but like, you know, I have got no chip on my shoulder about people leaving or coming or going or whatever.
Haters and leave horrible comments about me because it makes them feel good.
I think other people might have felt like I rejected them, like
Narcissist. Number
like Alan. Maybe I'm like Alan.
6 I have is to feel powerful. This is always what the narcissist
Obviously, I'm not touching my face.
needs. That's the closest they get to happiness. To feel powerful and, of course, to be in control.
Isn't this weird? Right, this is. I should give this more credence. Like, we should watch this again. I hope he doesn't take this one down. Alan is a narcissist, and he's listening to a woman explain what it feels like to be a narcissist. And doesn't he... Maybe I should ask Steve about this. Doesn't he register? Like, doesn't this go in? Maybe there's a wall of denial that won't let it happen. But isn't this like... Doesn't he sink into him and think, hang on, this is how I behave. Hang on, this is what I've been doing. Hang on, this is like my spanners group are like. Hang on, this is what my mods do. Like, doesn't he, like, isn't he... It's really weird. Like, you'd think this would be really difficult for someone who's in denial to have to listen to this. But maybe he's so hard in denial, he doesn't understand it.
Because I reject them in some way, they then
Yeah,
turn into
exactly.
one of these.
Childlike Empress, exactly my thought at the same time. Yeah, is this dawning on him? Like,
And then they go into the chat of one of the main haters and leave horrible comments about me because it makes them feel good.
Narcissist. Number 6 I have is to feel powerful. This is always what the narcissist need. And key biggie is to punish you. How to gossip and downing others and actually actively partaking in doing the narcissist's bidding. So the narcissist causes, it's like a Netflix series, they cause entertainment for their particular and awful groupies. A biggie is to punish you. How dare you? You know, how absolutely dare you leave the
the narcissist causing entertainment for their groupies in that context. You know, obviously I've got YouTube channels, so I create entertainment. But, like, my channels are diverse, I suppose, aren't they? So in this context, what we're talking about is this gang stalking thing. Is the narcissist has one person that they attack, their gang, that they're focused on. I suppose you could argue that I could pretend to cover that by talking about different people, but I've been talking about different people on my channel for fucking ages. So, like, the narcissist has an agenda against a person, and they want to take them down, and they've got like this agenda. So I could see where Anna might feel this from Lizzie and these people, because they do all attack him and nobody else, you know. Although genetic code throws her shit around to quite a few different people, I suppose. Bin wasn't averse to giving loads of different people shit. Like, within the group, they're just like fucking attacking all each other, aren't they? But yeah, like, the narcissist will get a group together and they're all just going to make stuff to attack the one person, and it's entertainment, and they're creating their own entertainment by attacking the person.
and say no to the narcissist.
It just sounds like school ground bullying, doesn't it? But
So this is your punishment that you're going to get for daring to say no to the narcissist.
Many of my haters used to be supporters, right?
and this is your point. So the point was, if you were to say no to the narcissist, like, I don't want to dance around this too stupidly, but, like, hello, feel a bit like, we recognise this. If you say no to the narcissist, no thanks, no, you do it your way, I'm happy to go my way, then they get well eggy and then they kick off.
Because I reject them in some way, they then turn into one of these. And then they go into the chat of one of the main haters and leave horrible comments about me because it makes them feel good.
Narcissist. Number 6 I have is to feel powerful. This is always what the narcissist
If you're watching this, please leave me some comments about Alan. It makes me feel good.
needs. That's the closest they get to happiness. To feel powerful and, of course, to be in control. So the false...
So this is where we said it might be dawning on
They then
him.
turn into one of these.
Hang on, I want to watch this. Yeah.
And then they go into the chat of one of the main haters and leave
Next.
horrible comments about me
Let's see what this woman's
because it
saying
makes
now.
them feel good.
Narcissist. Number 6 I have is to feel powerful. This is always what the narcissist needs. That's the closest they get to happiness. To feel powerful and, of course, to be in control.
Right, that did make him a little uncomfortable, because I think that is Alan to a T. To feel powerful, that's the closest he comes to happiness. And it really makes me worry about his sexual proclivities and what goes on to make him feel powerful, to make him feel happy. And how, when can you really feel powerful? Maybe if you win the poker, you feel really powerful. Maybe if you've got someone in a headlock, you feel powerful, Like, there's different ways to feel powerful, aren't there? I wonder how powerful you feel when you've pushed someone into a canal and they can't get out, and you're stood there on the bank, and it was, if you could just help them, they would be able to get out, and you have all the power over life and death. I wonder how powerful you'd feel there. So it scares me that a narcissist would feel this sense of pleasure from power.
So the false self remains intact, so they can hide behind that. And therefore, once they're in control, their narcissism, their personality disorder, is keeping them functioning in the world. 7, to keep you connected to them.
No, do you know what?
This
He's
is
not getting it. He's not going in. He's distracting himself by playing on his phone. I don't know how long into this stream we started live, but he's probably watching my stream to see if I'm streaming him.
Weird one. You think, well, Paula, come on, like, they're doing these diabolical
But he shouldn't be, because it's not for him.
things to me. How on earth's name would you think I would want to be connected still to this individual? Sometimes the gang stalking can wear a person down to such an extent that they can feel so embroiled and entangled and involved with the narcissist that they will, for reprieve from the punishment the narcissist is doling out, look to re-engage with the narcissist, and the narcissist can use gang stalking, believe it or not, as a method of hoovering you back in.
Hoovering.
It's a narcissist, remember.
That's a narcissist tactic I've heard before, yeah. But I didn't hear it. Again, she's got her words a bit confused. Hoovering, I thought, was when they suck up all the information. It's about a sort of search for information during a conversation. Hoovering in a conversation is like, I might say to you, oh, so what's your favourite colour? And like, it might be not, so what about your favourite colour? But I log it away and I think, right, your favourite colour is this. I'll use that, and I bought you a pink car, look, or I bought you, it's your favourite. Or do you know what I mean? Like, you hoover all this information. And like, in a good way, it can be nice because you can like hoover the right information to be a good supportive partner. But then narcissists hoover all the information and they come back and bring things up from ages ago that seem weird and out of context, but they've remembered it and they've hoovered it up, and now they're going to use it against you. So like, they've got this endless memory and they've done all this hoovering, and like to these days, to this extent, they'll go back over your old Facebook and all through all your old stuff to hoover up anything they can use against you. I thought that was hoovering, but she's talking about bringing someone back in. So maybe I've got that wrong. Maybe hoovering is sucking someone back in. There's that push-pull relationship with the narcissist, isn't there? Yeah.
The personality disordered individual. So they don't think the way we do, and they don't act in an ordered manner.
So what she's saying is the aggrieved narcissist might be really mean to you, but it's because they want you to react and talk to them, and because they can't get you to talk to them directly, because you won't respond to them and talk to them, they do all this acting out so that you end up talking about them or to them. That's what they really want. Interesting. Because you ignore them, because you won't respond to them, you won't respond to their messages, they will act up and create a big nonsense so that they can hoover your attention.
So they will gain their aims in a very...
Whereas what Alan's doing is making a full episode. I mean, I'm playing into it a little bit because I'm utilising what she's saying to relate to other problems that I've recently had, I guess. Let's be honest, but it's not a big deal, is it? Right, whereas Alan's literally doing an episode like, I guess I'm caught in the conversation here a little bit. I'll stop. Because unlike Alan, I don't feel there's any, what's the word? Like value in me entertaining that aspect of it, fueling these idiots. But Alan has made a whole episode of 2 hours.
Very disordered way. And you can't try to understand why they would go at it like that unless you understand their motivation for doing so.
Yeah, understanding motivation is really important. Agree.
Yeah,
So guys, number 9 is
Alan agrees.
for you to move. If they're trying to achieve...
But Alan said nothing. Imagine, listen as well, all this time I've been pausing this and talking, I'm creating the value here. Like, she's doing what she's saying, but I'm talking about stuff and creating value for my stream. It's not just what it would be like if it was just her. This is my stream. I'm doing the talking. Alan's just watching this and every now and then going, yeah, Lizzie does that. Yeah, Lizzie does that.
achieve something, they're trying to achieve a gain, something that they want. Remember, this is a manipulative process, gang stalking. They want you to move out of the area for whatever reason, because you don't want to see you doing well, because their new supply is being installed in their residence. Loads of different reasons that they might want you to move.
I've had to move home 3 times in 5 years because they expose where I live. When I'm exposed where I live, they tell groups that I'm a danger to the community and I should be destroyed. This is very dangerous. And again, I appeal to these people and I'm trying to be polite. It's time to stop. 5 years. You've had enough, haven't you? I'm not on YouTube. I'm appealing to you. Appealing to your better nature.
Now he's appealing to their better... Literally, this is literally what I said. The other day, at the end of his episode, he did a lame appeal to their better nature. And I said, well, now's a fine time to appeal to their better nature. That's my exact phrase. He's watched me say it, and he's thought, obviously the cliche, it's a cliche. It's gone into his brain. He's saying it now. He's doing it now. It's a terrible tactic at this juncture, Alan.
Mothers, grandmothers, think about what you're doing and stop.
That it might be advantageous for them to have you out of the picture. So that's another reason.
You've just spent like a good 40 minutes calling them cunts. They don't have a better nature, do they?
10 is, this is a dodgy one, guys, and be really careful of this one. They actually will do it to get you to react, but to react with...
I like what this woman's saying. I really agree with all the things she said. I think she's really smart. I think you should listen to her. I think you should pick up on all the things she's saying. Maybe I think the terminology is slightly different from the way I remember it, but it doesn't matter. Maybe I'm wrong, basically, because she seems more expert in this. I like the things she's saying.
Reactive abuse, where you believe, you're not...
Reactive abuse, what's this?
To get you to react.
Get you to react.
But to react with
But they want you to react with abuse.
reactive abuse,
Right.
where you believe, you're not putting up with this. You're going to fight these individuals. You're going to fight the narcissist.
Fight the narcissist. You think you're just fighting the narcissist, yeah? What are you doing on your show today, Alan? Yeah, sorry, back to this lady, yeah.
And you come out looking crazy.
And you come out looking crazy. They get you out of character, don't they? They wind you up and try and push you out of character. They might even push special buttons. They think, they might even mention Nicola Bully and stuff. Like they try and push you to, and then they'll clip it and they'll try and make you look crazy. Got it? Yeah, okay.
That can be an aim of theirs with the gang stalking, to drive you to the limit, so you look crazy.
Alan's doing this. I didn't put this on. This has just happened to fall in my lap. So sorry. Like, this is the truth of what she's saying. I think she's good.
Where you believe, you're not putting up with this. You're going to fight these individuals. You're going to fight the narcissist, and you come out looking crazy. And that can be an aim of theirs with the gang stalking, to drive you to the limit, so you look crazy. So you actually can get in trouble with the law, and by your actions.
Obviously, I'm not going to get in trouble with the law, but for me, it was being lied about in public. I found that quite difficult. I did. I'll admit that. But it's over now. There have continued to become. There have been further lies about me in public, but because it's insignificant, and I really am at this, I've stepped back slightly from last week and the week before, and I just can't understand what I was doing. Like, why was I so foolish? Like, it's insignificant. It doesn't matter. Like, tell all of the people you want, do what you want. Like, your lies can't hurt me. The end.
Maybe you go around to their house and say,
but for Alan, it's a 2-hour show, this.
Hey, matey, here, I've had enough.
And it's not the first one.
This, Mr. and Mrs.
You see, that's where I've carefully never done that. I've never, ever made a hate video or gone to any of their houses.
Oh my God.
I never
Yes,
will.
you have. Like, I will completely admit, last week I was talking on a subject that I feel maybe a little bit not worth it. This week now, done, the end. But like, for Alan, it's been endless hate videos. It's been endless back and forth. Like, that's what Alan is. That's why he's part of this, like, oh my God. Like, it's making me feel a bit unwell, the fact he's able to just lie so... It's not convincing. It's not lie convincingly. That's a cliche. But lie so outrageously. Like, well, that's a cliche as well, isn't it? But, lie so straightforwardly. It was literally only yesterday, the day before. Like, he's doing it now. Like, he doesn't make hate videos, but today's episode is, these women are horrible, Lizzie's horrible, Lizzie, fucking Lizzie, this fucking horrible stalkers, they're horrible, and you don't make hate videos, and the woman's just said, don't reply to it, don't engage with it, it's a load of nonsense, don't make episodes about it on your channel, don't, like, turn it into drama, just fucking leave it, like, it's inconsequential shit, like, and he's like, like, this is weird, this is Twilight Zone level now. This is Twilight Zone level.
These individuals, you're going to fight the narcissist, and you come out looking crazy, and that can
I've got to
be
go
an aim of
bathroom
theirs
and have
with
a
gang
waz. This
stalking,
is-
to drive you to the limit, so you look crazy, so you actually can get in trouble with the law, and by your actions, maybe you go around to their house and say, hey, matey, here, I've had enough of this, Mr. and Mrs.
You see, that's where I've carefully never done that. I've never, ever made a hate video or gone to any of their houses. I never will. I never will. They come to me, it's a different story. I will never go to them or threaten them with violence, ever. They come to me, different story. I don't live in Texas, but I feel like a Texan.
Narcissist, leave me alone, do blah, 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 whatever you need to do, and then they have this photographed and say, recorded. I'm showing my age here. They have this recorded, and they go down to the police station and say, I'm being harassed by this individual. So be very careful about how you respond to gang stalking, and we will do a video to cover that. The next reason I have, number 11, is to feel they've won and to prove that they didn't need you or love you, to basically really drive home to you that you're a piece of trash and that all these negative things and all these people think that you were the cause of everything and that you're bad and that you're a worthless individual, and everyone thinks
She's
this.
bang on.
That's why all this group of people is coming towards you telling you.
Sorry, she's bang on. Just a minute ago, she said what they will do is they will make you look bad, they'll get you eggy, and then they'll try and turn it and like take it to the police. And like Alan's tried to take it to the police. Also, I feel like there's other people out there who have tried to like threaten legal action. Alan threatens legal action. Like, they try and just like, then once you've said something, it's all clipped and they're the victim. But like, they were never the victim in the first place. It was never even a fucking drama battle until they made it one. And now they're the victim. Proper narcissist weirdness, that is, isn't it? And what she's saying now about not dehumanizing, but demeaning someone, making them feel small.
The next reason I have,
and it's really interesting that someone that they like didn't think this about all of a sudden overnight is now small. Like, like the narcissist will turn around and like, they quite like you before, they said lots of positive things, and they'll turn around and you're just fucking tiny and small. Or maybe they never thought that. Maybe they were always thinking shit things about you, but they pretended and it's just a joke, or I'm just joshing with you. But actually they're like making you feel small, don't they? And like, you know, when someone's trying to make you feel small, because you feel not small yourself, but you feel, oh, you're trying to do me, like you're trying to make, you're having a little snide pop there, aren't you? Having a little snide pop. I feel that, you know, I see that, I feel it. Not everyone in the pubs felt it because, you know, you just did it sneaky, didn't you? But I feel it. I see what you're doing. And like, you think, I see what you're doing. Okay. And I didn't like clock that, but it's going to be folded in here. Really interesting.
To the police station and say, I'm being harassed by this individual. So be very careful about how you respond to gang stalking, and we will do a video to cover that. The next reason I have, number 11, is to feel they've won and to prove that they didn't need you or love you, to basically really drive home to you that you're a piece of trash and that all these negative things and all these people think that you were the cause of
So to prove they never needed you and they never wanted you and that you were never any good, they make sure that everyone else gets around and agrees that you're trash.
everything and that you're bad and that you're a worthless individual, and everyone thinks this, and that's why all this group of people is coming towards you, telling you so on the narcissist.
That's really interesting.
And they do that. They say everyone thinks you're useless. Everyone thinks you're a terrible person. Everyone thinks you're useless.
The difference is with Alan, everyone does think it. Like, I came to him absolutely fresh out of nowhere and thought it. Like, this isn't some corralled group that has to, like, that's just what people get from Alan. That's the first impressions. Like,
This is like so true. What's he saying?
We have.
it's weird. It's weird to like, I feel like there's this infinite interesting parallels to be drawn between the way I'm reacting to it, the way Alan reacts to it. I have to be honest and face it, and not, like, I don't want to feed trolls, but you know, recently there's been some trolling and I feel like this woman's right on the nail about it, but I'm also aware that Alan is saying it and he thinks he's on the nail about it, so I could be in the same shoes as Alan. I could be a stupid narcissist who's making these, you know, assuming it's not about me when it is. But like, I actually think that just by having that thought and going through that thought process and trying to empathize with Alan's position, maybe it proves that I'm not, like, well, it's not about proving anything, it's just like, probably I'm not. But Alan's studying this, she's on the nail. Yeah, but he keeps saying she's right because Lizzie, he's basically saying Lizzie's a narcissist, is what he's saying here. Like, it's Lizzie that he's basically like, it's all of them. It's Martin Dean, it's Val, it's all of them, obviously all the gang stalkers. But he's saying it about Lizzie because she was the one about the money, and that's where he started. And he's on about these old ladies and this Facebook page. This is for Lizzie mainly, isn't it, really? He's mentioned me at the start, which is, for me, it was, I'm going to get tough and beat you up if you come near me, right? But this is mainly about Lizzie. So the issue is here, is Lizzie a narcissist? Because the argument isn't just Lizzie's bad. The argument is Lizzie is a narcissist and she's behaving like a narcissist, and these is how narcissists behave, and we're going to fit them all to Lizzie. And in some ways, the Facebook group, like some of these mechanisms, you could argue it fits that template. Like, you could argue it. So he's got an argument here. But in other ways, and it's not really necessary for me in every case to argue against it. You know, we're not doing a court case here. I'm not in the defense of the Facebook group. But they could probably argue their side that it's not. Yeah, obviously they would. For me, it's the interesting interplay between watching a narcissist expose narcissism and not self-reflect and not say, is that what I've been doing? Is that what happens in my group? Is that what goes on in my little group of spanners? Is that what they're doing? Do I condone it? Am I going to have it going on? You know, that's a problem. And like, yeah, this is really a weird dance that's going on. And also, I'm on the screen. I'm talking to you on the microphone. I'm relating it to me sometimes. Chuffers have been fucking, in my opinion, like, you know, a little bit. And so, like, it's weird. I'll tell you what, you know, I'm completely resolved. Like, I don't react to any of these fucking videos. I don't react to anything now. Like, I did have a little moan about certain, like, Eddie I'll talk about because Eddie's a content creator. Like, certain songs disappointed me, certain people disappointed me, and I felt, you know, in my heart, that's sad. We've moved on. Like, now I'm sort of forced to face similar concepts brought up in Alan's work, and, you know, I feel like I have to sort of talk about, like, and I'm treading a very delicate tightrope there myself as well. Like, I do not want to make myself a drama. It's not a feature of my content, and I feel like being painted into a corner by people that will use anything I say negatively against me. So I don't want to feel that far myself. I am above it. Like, it doesn't hurt me instinct. Like, what's happening with Alan is his ego is hurt, so he has to react. Like, my ego is not hurt. I don't have to react. But this is content about stuff, and I'm talking about it. So I feel like I can hear myself talking. I'm saying, shut up, stop doing this. Like, you're just like, this is stupid. Like, if you don't care, just don't say anything. But I can't sit here and not say anything because this is the content that I'm reacting to. So it's a weird one for me.
Number 12 is they're entitled to. They can do whatever they want. They own you. You engaged with them. They invested in you. You're their property. There is no boundary
They invested in you.
between you and them, so they can do what they want. So if they want to amuse themselves with you, if they want to tell you off, they can do that. They're entitled to do that. That's what they feel.
So they felt they owned you and they could do what they want with you, that you were some sort of plaything to them. I don't see how that fits Alan's argument. Let's just move on.
Prevent you from moving on is number 13, and this is a real...
Prevent you from moving on. This is all I ever want to fucking do. Yes, agree.
This is a really valid reason to prevent you from moving on. It keeps you entangled in the drama. It keeps you in their lives. You can't focus on healing. And
I agree with Alan playing this one, though, for them, the truthers. Like, they wanted him off the internet, though. So this is the crux point. Like, that's what they all said. They want him off the internet. That's the crux point. If you know, that's the crux point. The crossroads. Like, if he's now off the internet, he's not off the internet. He's on fucking Rumble doing this. So, you know, stick it up your bum, Alan. You're not off the internet. You're off YouTube. But like, the ones that now have nowhere to go, like, you know, then what do? I think for a lot of the truther group, I'm not naming any names, but there's obviously a fucking horrible edge to, like, there's some good ones and there's some horrible. I don't know if they agree that the other ones are truthers. But you know what I mean? Like, there's some fucking horrible ones out there. Bin's dead now, but like, whatever you want to call that Kramer group or whatever, like, there's a load of group of people out there, and they're not all fucking nice people. And the fact that Alan was on the internet doing his shows and they hate him and that's their life, it was a 5-year, like you said, a 5-year project. Like, they must have after, like, some of them 2 years into it, like, they get up and they check and see what Alan's doing, and it's Alan, and it's like watching Coronation Street. And if someone took Coronation Street off the air, they're not happy. Like, they might have complained about Coronation Street every day, but you take it away, they've got nothing to do. So I kind of agree with this one in a way a little bit. It's weird. I don't see it as a, you know, for some of them, like, the crusade against the villainy that is Alan Vinnicombe is something that is admirable that they will keep and persist with. But for some parts of that Kramer world, it literally is just a constant daily gossip and a bitch, isn't it? So, yeah.
Forward with your life. So the narcissist doesn't have...
So they don't want you to move forward with your life because then they've got nothing to talk about. Yeah. So what she's saying is they'll drag you back to sort of petty, stupid nonsense as much as they can to try and drag you down. It's like crabs in a bucket, isn't it? They won't let the other crabs climb out, you know, try and pull you down, just like some shellfish in a bucket because they love it to see your ass squirm like a worm.
To look at you, you know, going on your life's journey, going into your purpose, developing yourself. They don't have to look at your success because they're going to prevent you from moving on and being successful, finding a new relationship. They're going to take...
So the difference here, like with Alan, those people didn't prevent him from going on and being successful. He did that himself. He shit his own shit up because it was shit. He's not even paying attention now. I hope that we can come back to this sort of sentiment in 5 years' time and we can all agree that I went on with my life.
up all your time, and they're going to continue downing you and devaluing you with gang stalking.
But it doesn't matter, does it? Because it depends on the levels and the layers and where we're at. Like, if you're in your local pub and there's a group of people that are constantly doing this to you, it might actually make a difference. But then you just go in a different pub, I suppose. You could even move. Like, it just, I don't know, like, on the internet, just people going to talk shit. If the people that were talking shit massively outnumbered you and got loads more views than you, then you might want to start thinking about the balance here and what the general public could... you know, the balance of public opinion is saying, not because they're being fooled, but because they are, like, you know, there's, you might want to consider that. But if it's like, you know, a maximum of like 10, 20, 100 people, like, it really doesn't matter. Like, when I say 100 people, I mean views. I mean, like, the stalking groups that Alan's talking about, the Lizzie group, the Facebook group, even factor in genetic code, Bin's friends, like, you know, all of these people, even factor in us, I suppose, you know, my end of it now. Like, well, actually, no, take away my end of it because I'm the biggest numbers doer for the Alan React content, but that's because I was already a bigger numbers doer on the internet about Nicola Bully and other stuff, right? But you know, all the people together that don't like Alan, like, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't matter. Like, he can just go on with his life, and those fucking people can just post what they want on the internet. And if he goes in the butchers, no one's going to ask him about what it's posted on the internet. And if he goes in, like, Weatherspoons, no one's going to ask him about what's posted on Genetic Code's channel, are they? Because, like, no one knows who she is. Like, if genetic code goes in Weatherspoons, no one asks her about what's posted on her channel because no one knows who she is. If genetic code goes to her own fucking family events or talks to her own friends, no one asks her about what's on her channel because no one cares. Like, do you know what I mean? It's just inconsequential shit. So, in some ways, if you're going to go on the internet, I've said this a million times, but you have got to put up with certain stuff. You've just got to say, fuck it. You know, it's not haters going to hate, it's just people going to be people in some ways as well. So just fuck it. Like, inconsequential shit doesn't matter. Like, when it starts to matter, then call me. But like, until then, don't make fucking 2-hour episodes on it, Alan.
Number 14, to get fuel. It's as simple as that. To get fuel. You've said no to giving them the fuel. You've said you want out of the relationship.
Yeah.
And they say, no, that's not happening. That's not happening. And in fact, I'm going to pump up the fuel from you by gangstalking you and getting a reaction out of you.
And this doesn't even fit Alan as well, because he said there were people that used to like him and now they've turned on him. But is he saying that he dumped them? Because them turning on him is different from him saying, thanks very much, but no thanks. Like, you know, I suppose with the gang thing, it's different, isn't it? Because there's like, he could then say they've infected other members of the gang, you know, manipulation from the narcissist. But the narcissist himself, you know, like, I suppose, again, it goes down to Lizzie. He's basically saying Lizzie's a narcissist here, remember? And the accusation here then is that Lizzie has been dumped by Alan and has then forced to turn this, you know, maybe she created some sort of ultimatum and he wouldn't go her way. Obviously, that would have been with the Madeleine McCann stuff. Please stop using the content. But, you know, I don't know. Like, it doesn't seem to hold water for his situation anyway.
And that's what they love. They will see tonight as a reaction. I'm doing this to help them. It's not reaction. I've had 5 years of this. It's easy for me to react. This is me reaching out to them and saying, look at yourselves and stop.
What?
For your own mental health.
Why aren't you playing their content then?
What, you want to degrade a 7-year-old man?
This is what we do to you. This is you on the screen, Alan, that you're watching now, if you're watching this, which you shouldn't be because alarm and distress. But, like, you know, this is you. This is what you're doing. Like...
I've got children and grandchildren. Leave me alone. Just move on. Move on.
So, yeah, fuel. And it also, remember, the narcissist always needs attention. Because without attention, the hologram loses energy and crumbles. And the narcissist, the true self, is left vulnerable. So to keep this persona in place, the narcissists need people believing in it. So the attention fuels the persona. So of course the narcissist gets loads of attention. He or she is like in their HQ and they've all these minions running around on their behalf. Oh,
okay, yeah. If you feel like you're in an HQ minion situation, you know, if people are running around on your behalf in the background, or if you're running around on someone else's behalf in the background, supplying information, whispering, creating groups and talking and coming up with ideas, and if it's that's going on, then yeah, that's a bit extra on the internet, isn't it? Like, if you're getting together in a Discord group to share memes and have a chat, that's fine. But if you're getting together to, like, you know, oh, have you heard what so-and-so said? Have you seen what they've done? Oh, we should do this. We should do this. Like, you know, if it's that, then it is fucking pathetic, isn't it?
oh, how did you react to that? And they get another flying monkey coming. Oh, really? I see. Very interesting.
And that's what they do on this No Hate Alan Vinnicombe page. They make these terrible accusations about me. Underneath, the flying monkeys are going to go, oh, yeah, you're right. You're brilliant. Yeah, he's this, he's that, he's the other. But when you wait to see it's a stalkers, they will never give me credit for anything. Nothing.
And then they'll manipulate the flying monkey into doing something else for them in relation to the news the flying monkey has brought them. So they're really getting that attention that they need, that you would have taken away from them. They're actually getting the attention 2- and 3-fold by gang stalking you. And their groupies are interacting with them on a very intense level.
You'll see that in that Madman's videos where the groupies will give him money to get more and more abusive about me. The more abusive I am.
No, Alan, the difference here, what she's saying is that the groupies will interact on an intense level, means behind the scenes, messages, emotional support, stuff like that, interacting like that. I've never done that with these people behind the scenes. I've kept a distance. In fact, to the point where they're angry that I won't reply to their messages. So there is a difference. Giving me money in tippies, thank you for your tippies, giving me money in tippies isn't the same thing. It's financially supporting the content. It's not emotionally supporting me, like, you know, like, there's a difference. I mean, some people might conflate the two, and it is like, emotionally supportive to give money and be kind as well, I suppose. Like, you know, fair enough, I'll have to concede that. But I think there is a difference in the sort of approach, hopefully. Like,
Stalking you. And their groupies are interacting with them on a very intense level.
No, my groupies, and no groupies are interacting with me on a intense level. Tippies do not equate to interact behind the scenes intense interaction. And Alan's strange for saying this because he interacts with his groupies on an intense level, and behind the scenes solicits money from them.
Batman's videos where the groupies will give him money to get more and more abusive about me. The more abusive I am, the more money they give him, the more he gets high. This is a man that can't get anybody to watch his videos unless he mentions me. Well, I'm worth so much money to him that he has to keep on making these accusations. And the accusations have to be bigger.
Okay. I can't get anyone to watch my videos unless I talk about Alan. Super Chuffer is my main channel, on which I have never talked about Alan and never will. And my most popular stuff there on the Nicola Bully case got more video views than he did on the same content. Some of it he stole from me. But when we did the best direct head-to-head comparison was when we did Nicola Bully's inquest, and I doubled his video views on the inquest. So similar content, but I doubled, like, he, you know, it's all gone now, isn't it? But I absolutely stonked him on the video views. I get more video views than he does doing my content. You notice these numbers here, yeah? If you go to battery exhausted,
to the best of my
if
knowledge,
you go to the videos there, the most popular videos there, again, they're not Alan videos. He's crept up the list now with that 12k Armchair Detective Attack Super Chuffer, but the Alan videos don't get the same numbers as my other content. Like, these numbers are not as big as the Super Chuffer numbers. So, to me, it's not about the numbers covering Alan, is it? Because I get bigger numbers doing other stuff. Even on this channel, on Battery Exhausted, bigger numbers covering other stuff. So, it's just simply a
to
lie.
the best of my knowledge, Alan Vinnicombe is not a paedophile.
It's just simply a lie, what he just said there. And it's a strange one. Again, I know he's done a lot of lies tonight, and like we should just be like, yeah, well, he's always telling lies, isn't he? But like, maybe that was just to satisfy him, to soothe him, because it's a bit tired now, and I'm a bit tired now. I feel like we should have a halfway break in this. Like, how long have I been doing this now? 3 hours, 40 minutes. I might take a 4-hour break. I mean, we're only halfway through. I might have to break in the middle and play Genshin Impact. Like, let's get to the hour, at least, of his content. But it's not going anywhere, is it, this stuff? And it's fucking drab.
To get more money. But where does the snowball end? Where does this snowball of hate end?
Snowball?
When does the snowball stop rolling?
Well, you can end it immediately. You could apologise, you could behave better, and you could simply just stop being on the internet. Obviously, the content would still persist about you. There'd be more content made about your old stuff. Yeah, that's your legacy. You know, well done. If you tread shit into the carpet, you can't say, when will this smell go? You've got to do something about it. Like, you shit all over the carpet now, so that's going to stink, isn't it? Like, that's just what you have to live with. But like, it won't end if you keep doing this.
15. We're nearly at the end of it now, guys, though I could go on and on and on and on. But it's always about gain. It's about gain for the narcissist. So if you keep that in mind, you'll be able to come up with your own reasons. And you'll be able to understand why it's actually happening to you in a kind of a customized sense in your...
I look and say, what have people got to gain? I agree. I agree with that statement. I think she's really good.
sense in your particular case. And if you can't figure that out, or if you want to discuss it or want help, my email address for even one coaching...
I don't want your email address.
...at gmail.com.
Alan, it's quite courteous if you've listened to her entire video to listen to her little bit of shilling as well. For fuck's sake, I don't want your email address. Like, you haven't told us who she is, what her stream is, where her channel is. Like, you can't... Like, usually if you're watching someone and if they do a little advert, this is quite normal in YouTube videos. If they're doing a longer video and you're going to react to it and they do a little advert for, like, I don't know, VPNs or whatever, it's quite courteous just to let that advert roll and say, well, you know, we're watching the video. This is their little advert section. Let's just let that roll for them. Bit of courtesy. This is their link and thing in the description. Like, you don't have to put the links in the description, but you could show their thing in your video, you know. Like, it's just courteous to skip over it like this. Like, the man is such a narcissist. Like, this is narcissist behaviour. He's just used her. That bit's of no help to him. You don't want people watching her content, do you, Alan? Right, then they might not watch yours. Well, usually that's a silly thing to say because there's enough time and space for everyone to watch everything on the internet. So just if they watch anything, that's fine. Like, just if you do your thing well, maybe they'll watch it. You can't say don't watch them. Maybe they'll watch me, because there's a million other people they could watch. You can't fight that. It's like saying don't watch them, don't watch Martin Scorsese films, don't watch, like, you know, I'm not going to compete with everything, am I? I'm just going to do my thing well and hopefully they will watch it. But like, he's so afraid that her good channel might get shown, he doesn't even want to like skip over that, and it's so discourteous. What a bastard.
As a byline there, guys, if you do want
Very
to
good, Mike,
look
but
into your own situation in relation to that or anything else to do with narcissism
I'll give her credit.
and moving on in your life. Okay,
We'll give her credit, he realises now, he has to say, because he just didn't want to. But
15 is really awful. It's maybe to gain custody of your children, your joint children. So
okay, we can skip that because no one's getting custody of any children.
they'll drive you to the limit so that you will actually look.
Just put her on a screen and a live, and this Frost woman, Jan Reynolds Frost.
Oh my God, all right, I'm going back.
Joint children, so that they'll drive you to the limit so that you will actually look mentally unstable, and that's the next
They
thing.
want you to look mentally unstable. The narcissist wants you to look mentally unstable. Okay, lesson, interesting.
One of them, a false lawyer called Frost, went on to this Lizzie woman, the main liar, who was this hate group woman, liar, Canada.
Alan actually does look mentally unstable.
Just put her on a screen and a live.
But does this mean that Alan has been gaslit into feeling mentally unstable, or has he always been mentally unstable? Because, in my opinion, using alcohol and other narcotics is admitted to the tramadol, but, you know, other narcotics, that does make you mentally unstable, and so does narcissism. So,
And this Frost woman, Jan Reynolds Frost, accused me of having illegitimate children that I'm not allowed to see. Because
I won't accept that me smoking weed makes me mentally unstable. I've been stable mentally for a good long time, and my intake on the weed has been very stable as well. So I won't accept that me smoking weed makes me mentally unstable. In fact, I feel quite stable, and so it's agreed by any psychiatric person that I've ever talked with. And I did want to go to therapy when I felt, you know, sad in my life at times. So, you know, I'm quite happy to say I've talked to the doctor before. I've not been sectioned or anything strange like that, so don't get your funny clips on. Scott's really nice and solid mentally. That's a good thing.
police won't let me see them. Lizzie, liar, a-ho. She let that woman say that, knowing it's a lie. She doesn't know it's a lie, but it is a lie. I don't know how low they can go. I don't even know how they're going to react to this, because they're just going to turn it all around on me. But I want you to know the truth.
They may also want to get your job. So, you know, with the gang stalking
They want to get your job. They want to take your position.
and the kind of smear campaign.
Like, to be honest, there are a couple out there that hate Alan that do and did. You know, at the time Alan was doing this Chris Watts stuff, they might have also been doing Chris Watts stuff, and they might have been cross that Alan was the one that rose to prominence for whatever spurious and illegitimate motivated reason. But they might have been crossed by that, to be fair. They want to take your position. The narcissist will attack you and try and do what you do.
That goes along with that.
The smear campaign is horrendous. It's led by that pop guy. Like, the smear, he just say anything. He say, I've got a black bed because I want to tie people up on it. He say, I sing on Smule where millions people do because I'm trying to attract children. He say anything.
You were singing with kids on Smule?
And then people go, yeah, he's terrible. Let's arrest him. Oh, God.
Proving to you that you're maybe incompetent. So it's pretty insidious. Okay, number 17.
He wanted to stop there as well about being incompetent, but he was too incompetent to pause it at the right time.
Number 16 was that they want to affect your mental health and stability. And if they can manage to affect your mental health and stability and really drive you down to rock bottom, they have total control and power. And that's not a place you want to be.
Yeah,
They have driven me into a dark corner many times.
No one's driven me into a dark corner. No one's driven me into a dark corner. No one's got me, like, you know, I've been agitated. I've been baited. I've not been driven into a dark corner. No, that's not happened. Not doing that to me. Alan, on the other hand.
Times, right? By abusing my family, by abusing my good name, by destroying me mentally and financially. They've done all that. But what have I done? I've sucked up the energy and made myself fit. And I want to be fit and go back to the gym. And I want to enjoy my family. And I've had so much better times without them, you know? So no, they're not affecting me. They're not affecting me, but they did.
But you're doing a 2-hour episode on it tonight.
It certainly did affect me because I suffered from depression in the past. If you push a depressed person into a corner, it could be the end of them, right? They pushed me into a real dark corner. Luckily for me, I'm strong enough to get out of
You push people into the river.
that corner. But some people aren't.
This sounds like the illusion of a pusher. This sounds like he's using the phrase about pushing people into dark corners.
They're not affecting me, but they did. It certainly did affect me because I suffered from depression in the past. If you push a depressed person into a corner, it could be the end of them, right? They pushed me into a real dark corner. Luckily for me, I'm strong enough to get out of that corner. But some people aren't. Some people.
That sounds like the talk of someone who's seen someone not strong enough to get out. Like that's like guilty. Like stick that on your fucking deception detective written. What do they call it? Statement analysis. Stick that on your statement analysis and smoke it. That's fucking. I'm telling you what, right? I am not fucking kidding. Sometimes I am not kidding. Like Alan really sounds like he's done like scary pusher murders.
Push a depressed person into a corner.
Obviously, I am kidding. It's for entertainment purposes only, just in case I get defamated. Defamated, you know. Don't want to get defamated.
It could be the end of them, right?
Big ups about being sectioned, right? I've got a friend who got sectioned. It's not great. It's not ideal, but, you know, big ups to anyone who's been through the mental health system. It's not something to be slurred by or smeared by or anything like that. I'm very careful with what I'm saying because obviously there are people trying to slur and smear. And, like, you know, there's an echo in what this woman's saying in the way people have made content to try and make me seem bad recently. So I'm just really, really clear with what I'm saying about stuff, you know?
They pushed me into a real dark corner.
Alan's saying about pushing people in and they're not strong enough to get out.
I'm strong enough to get out of that corner. But some people aren't. Some people aren't. And they don't give a damn about that. They just keep on going. One YouTuber who died, they didn't even stop when she died. They sent terrible messages to the funeral home. But they think they're okay. They're sick individuals.
Not because of some crappy narcissist, who at the end of the day is a very pathetic and cowardly creature. And it's creature we're talking about here, not a human individual being, because what they do is creature-like and it's despicable and it's
dehumanized, cretin. You're a creature. You're a creature. All creatures grunt and smell. All creatures great and small. There's all sorts of creatures, aren't there? All sorts of creatures. Land creatures. And look, all sorts of creatures.
You hear that?
You're a creature.
Sophie Dale.
Cretin.
Pointing. Do you hear that, Lizzie?
Cretin.
What you're doing is despicable. You're not exposing me. I'm not on YouTube. There's nothing to expose. I'm on the verge of like no longer being on this earth. I'm nearly 70. Let me have a few years with my family. Jesus.
So 17.
That's not what she said again. Like I love it when she does a point and Alan's like, well, this one sounds bad. Can't really fit this one. Lizzie's a creature. Like, how am I going to explain that Lizzie's a creature? She doesn't seem like a creature. She seems like quite a reasonable person in the majority. So, you know, I'm not going to be able to make her look like a creature. Cretinous creature, am I? Like feeding on poker, Ginster's pies, and fucking stuff on the internet. Like, yeah, not some creature. Gin, Ginster's pies, pornography on the internet. Like, yeah. So like, he just let that one go, but instead just said something different and said like what the woman said was different. Like, just like made it different.
17 kind of rides on that. It's to prevent prosecution. It's because of their cowardliness. They don't want to go at you directly.
Oh, this is a big one. They don't want to go at you directly.
Always the narcissism protecting the true self. So if the flying monkeys fail in the gang stalking or get into trouble in the gang stalking, the narcissist will just put up the defense and say, well, I never knew anything about this happening. And they certainly didn't do it on my behalf.
There you go. They will, like the torch paper, that some idiot will one day use the firework. And what will they say?
Alan, you literally asked your mods and people in your group to find inventive ways to harass and like to report people. Like, you literally just corralled your flying monkeys to do things. But yeah, like, they'll turn around and say, well, Alan can turn around and say, they were my mods, they were my spanners, but I didn't make them do that. I wasn't asking them to do it. I can do the same, I suppose, because I literally didn't. But like, they will just be distanced. They didn't even talk about you. They didn't even mention you directly. And I think with Alan, this is a bit different because Alan will actually go out and directly attack people.
That's to me. I didn't put them up to it. I didn't do anything wrong. Yes, you do. By doing my reputation, by lying about it.
No. It's different what that woman's saying, Alan. What you're saying is by putting information out there, it can incite other people to act. So if I show the people singing with kids on Smule, if I show everyone you singing with kids on Smule, someone might get so angry they go and beat you up. And that's my fault, apparently, because they're angry. It's not. It's your fault for singing with kids on Smule, right? And maybe they shouldn't take violence into their own hands like that. But what you're saying is that, what the woman's saying is that people will actually stir things with people. And when these people go out and act on their behalf because they've stirred it, later on when there's trouble, they'll say, oh, I never stirred it. I never said anything. I didn't even say their names. I didn't want them to do that. They weren't acting on my behalf. It's nothing to do with me. Like, they'll act all innocent, like they wasn't their idea in the first place, or they weren't part of it. You know, they'll turn around later and say they weren't part of something that they were part of. You know, that sort of thing. That's basically the fundamental here, Alan. So you are misconstruing this again.
The smear campaigns, of course you put me in danger. But you won't put yourself in danger. You won't put yourself in danger. You'll get other people to do it for you.
They'll throw the flying monkeys and whoever helps them under the bus. And it's a protection for them to get what they want done through other people without having to be
Interesting, they'll be prepared to throw the flying monkeys under the bus.
accountable.
And they don't want to be accountable.
What happened when I sent the cease and desist to a certain person in America? I sent the cease and desist to 10 of his flying monkeys. He left them high and dry. Nothing to do with me. He left them all, every single one of them high and dry. Spent loads of money on lawyers himself, but didn't spend a penny on his flying monkeys or so-called friends. And they know who they are. And they know they got left high and dry.
It always, I mean, guys, you can really understand.
I'm surprised he didn't throw that one at me, because there are people that I suppose were more supportive over me. You can argue that once I put my willy in his mouth, that changed things, but there are people that like I literally used to shout out that are now, like, you know, I guess I'm supposed to be, you know, not, but genetic code, you know, obviously I used to literally shout them out until one day they just turned on me. Like, so, like, I always thought he was going to throw that one at me, really, but because he likes to say that Martin Dean and these people gave me all this stuff, and then, you know, now they've walked out and left me high and dry. Like, that's what he likes to say about it. But I don't believe that, because whilst I was able to look at their channels to source information, you know, by looking at it, no one had to come to me and say, why don't you say this? Here's the thing to say. I was able just to do what I wanted. So, yeah, I don't really, like, from his perspective, it might seem like, because he believes in gang stalking, it might seem like that, but I know the truth, so it's easier for me. But
narcissism, if you kind of bring it around three things: the narcissist always wants to gain, the narcissist is never accountable, and the narcissist is a highly entitled individual. And let's take a 4: the narcissist is highly immature and has always bad intentions towards other people.
What YouTuber do you know that's childish? You can't take any criticism and cry.
that's you, Alan. You're childish. I cry because I have emotion when we're talking about people I've lost or other people's struggles. I'm quite happy to take criticism. These are all unfair critiques. You mean me? And all of a sudden this is wrapped, like, none of the other things seem to fit exactly, but this one's Scotty Hottie now. What was it she was saying? I'm starting to lose the will to live on this.
Really understand narcissism. If you kind of bring it around three things: the narcissist always wants to gain, the narcissist is never accountable, and
They always want to gain. They're never accountable.
the narcissist is a highly entitled individual.
And they're entitled.
And let's take a 4: the
Oh, and 4, okay.
narcissist is highly immature
And they're immature. Entitled, they seek to gain, they're immature. Okay, like, do you know what? I'll accept that I can seem immature sometimes. I don't think I have done tonight, really. Entitlement, no, I won't have that one. I won't. I think I've got to work for things. I make a point of talking about that. Like, creating value isn't just a buzzword, is it? Like, so entitlement, no, I don't think I'm entitled to anything. Immaturity, I'll accept. You know, we can mess about sometimes.
has always bad intentions towards other people.
I don't always have bad intentions towards other people.
What YouTuber do you know that's childish? You can't take any criticism and cry if you're saying it against him. Yeah, feels entitled enough to say anything he wants against other people. Just think about that.
Just think about that. You just write that one down.
Right. I just want to thank this lady because I don't know who she is.
You don't even know who she
there you go.
is.
Cosmic 5.
You didn't even know who she was. What if the rest of her channel's about Satanism or like... like, you don't know what she is. Just thought you better shout her out. She seemed pretty based. I can't see what it says. He Cosmic something. Let's listen to him say it.
5-5. I'll give you full credit.
Cosmic 5-5, full credit there. Full credit. Give you full credit. What does that even mean?
Just done a reaction video to.
Interesting, he's done this. It's not signed in. His YouTube is not signed in. But we're given a treat because we can see the sort of videos he's been watching. They're all about that fucking baby reindeer.
Your Gangstalking video, and I'd like to thank you on behalf of myself and my supporters for teaching people exactly what we're looking at.
Yeah, that is what we're looking at. It's you. That's this has been an absolute weird out for me. Watching a narcissist review a video exposing narcissistic traits. That's weird. It bears more, like, Steve could dig into that and have a real dig around. It bears more examination, but we're literally only halfway through this video. What's coming up next?
So,
please just play something else for ages now, because I'm fed up with this now.
That's what I've been up against, and I'm trying to help them. I'm trying to.
I hope you're enjoying it. How many viewers have I got? 50. You're enjoying it. 4 hours into a stream. Usually we can do 8 hours, so, you know, onward to 8 hours then, yeah? And we upload a fucking 8-hour YouTube video. It seems like stupidity. I feel like I should break it in half. But you don't want me to stop, do you? And I might as well do it all in one go. We're speeding him up. He's already at 1.5.
Help them. You people on the hate channel that this old woman's enticed in hate for years, right? Because I'm not there to talk about the can case. She's enticed you into a gap, and you can't get out, can you? But you can. Just pack it in. It's not hard. It's not hard to stop, is it? I'm not on YouTube anymore. What's the psychology of it all? Stalkers.
Listen, you stupid bastard. From everything you've just said, if you believe it, it is hard for them to stop because they don't have anything else in their lives, and they've painted themselves into this little corner where every day they have to get up and talk to each other about you. Otherwise, what are they going to do? Like, they're motivated by it. The problem is, from what you said, Alan, is the central figure is a narcissist, and they are motivated as a narcissist. So even if the others want to talk about cornflakes and pets and whatever the fuck else, they don't want to let it go. They want to keep attacking you. They want to keep attacking you. And the rest of the group will forever have to attack you until the head narcissist at the middle either loses their support, fucks off, which they won't because they're a fucking malignant narcissist, or like whatever, or you take them down, I suppose. But like, it's most likely they'll just carry on doing it, and you might have to just accept it. Like, for fuck's sake, what are we doing here?
Back in people's lives.
Obviously, I don't agree with that about Lizzie. That's not what I'm saying, but that's Alan's argument. So if he's got a response to this, it should be, how do you defeat a malignant narcissist that's making YouTube videos about you? And the truth is, you just fucking ignore it. You hope that you don't cover a fucking video about some other chuffer who brings up all the same concepts that you try to ignore. Like, you just get on with it. Like, if you can't ignore it in your heart, if it's hurting you, then you seek help. Like, I don't know, like, I suppose therapy, Alan. I think therapy would be in line for you. That's probably the best thing. Like, if you can't just, like, let that go, if you have to tune in and watch the videos, if you're worried about it or getting on your egg, that's the problem. There's the core point. Things are going to be in life that get on your egg and you can't control. And if you are at this point unable to figure that shit out and work it through, you've got problems. And I don't think you're going to fix them, Alan. So there's no point in even explaining it to you.
But millions. But why do they do it?
It's why do they do it?
Stalking is like a condition. A behaviour that fits under the umbrella of all sorts of disorders.
Oh, Alan's going to read internet for us now.
It's not just...
I forgot to click dislike on the video, but I did then. I remembered I'm going to have to click dislike on this video. Fucking hell.
Not like Alan Vinnicombe, don't think it.
If you're watching this and you've watched all this and you haven't clicked like, then you're basically stealing my content. You're stealing my joy. No, come on. Like, if you're watching this and you haven't clicked like on YouTube, then please, it's only a thumb press. It's only a little button. It's only a little press. Come on. It's not like I'm asking you for monies. And if you could also sign up to the higher level of patron.
That, not at all. Harassment. People stalked in their daily routines. Their families, their friends. Added caller IDs to their phone. Made you change your locks and security systems. Some people carry pepper spray and stuff like that. I haven't got any.
No, because it's illegal, isn't it?
People who have been stalked and harassed.
You haven't got any pepper spray? No. I bet he carries a knife or something, though.
They've also been looked at from a psychopathic point of view. Like,
because he's a bit of a coward, isn't he? So
it creates high anxiety, trouble sleeping, appetite disturbance. 24% said they thought about killing themselves. 24% of people that have been stalked and gang stalked have thoughts about ending it. 24%. 83% of anxiety. Trouble sleeping, 74%. I have all these fucking symptoms. Every one of them.
Fucking, he said fucking. Yeah, but you have those symptoms, Alan, because you're abusing alcohol and narcotics. Because you're guilty about things that you've done that are bad. Like, it's not because, like, it's different.
And Gangstalk have thoughts about ending it. 24%. 83% of anxiety. Trouble sleeping, 74%. I have all these fucking symptoms. Every one of them. Please stop. You're pushing me and pushing me and pushing me. Sorry about the swear, but it's like I've got to tell you.
You used the phrase pushing again, pushing me and pushing me and pushing me, as if it's your fault that he's so exasperated he has to go and do a push murder. I think, entertainment purposes only, I suppose, Alan could be responsible for pushing people in the river, and he's admitting it in this stream.
The truth. You need to know the truth, what it's like to be stalked.
Why do you need to know the truth of what it's like to be stalked? I would warrant that it's not very nice, and if you knew what it was like, you wouldn't want to wish it upon the people who watch your videos. Yeah, I don't think people should know what it feels like to be stalked, not necessarily. Maybe in a sort of vicarious way by watching a film and having a think about it, but I don't hope that people get stalked and have to feel what it's like. That's bad.
You see, what is stalking? It's behavior
Oh my God.
that's directed at one person, AD. The idea is to put that person in fear for their safety, AD. It must make the person fear for their safety. It does. It must occur more than once. It happens every day. Well, there's not one unique stalker. I've had 100 over the years, all different. Men, women, young, old, intelligent, not intelligent.
What does that tell you? That it's not a stalker issue, it's a you issue. These are just normal people who think you're a dick. Like, it's not a stalker issue, it's a you issue. You offend all sorts of people because you're an arsehole. That's you.
Aggressive, non-aggressive. They've all got one thing in common.
You.
They don't realise that I'm a human being. They don't realise that. They don't realise I have family. I would never show pictures of their family. They've never been showing pictures of my family and laugh about it. All because
the people that are involved in the crimes that he talks about are people's families. And he shows all sorts of pictures of them.
Talked about a true crime case that they don't want me to talk about. 5 years. The tactics that they use are quite clever. They will send me emails. They spread rumours. They show my place of work, my home, my animals, my family. They threaten me. They never attack me yet. They haven't done that. But it's a psychological violence. When we sent them their cease and desist, I said there.
Yeah, people do think that if they go through your Facebook and pick out your pictures and maybe drop one of your family members' names in the chat or something and shit like that, they think they can get to you. But for Alan, obviously it has got to him. The lesson here is, Alan, just fucking grow up and just get on with your life. If you put that picture on Facebook, then it's up to you. You put it on Facebook. It was all right to put it on Facebook before. Now everyone sees it in slightly out of context. Well, they're grown-ups. They'll understand. Some people have got weird photo. What's that photo about? Well, I don't know the backstory, but it's not that bad, is it? It's just like, if you're in blackface, you've got a problem. If you're holding a ladyboy, you've got a problem. But, come on. Doing this isn't, this is just stupid.
Violence against me. It's violence of the mind. Psychological.
Violence of the mind.
Psychological violence is just as bad as hitting you.
It's not.
You just can't see
obviously, violence of the mind is not the same as hitting you. You're not in a domestic coercion situation here, Alan. You're sat at home and you don't have to look at any of the things that make you feel bad.
So I'm supposed to be the narcissist, but they're doing the narcissist behaviour.
No, you're doing the narcissist behaviour.
Delusions about me. All the time. They're deluded into making me into something evil. So they say things like, I'm selling children to America. Or I've got hard drives full of things that are illegal. Or I'm this big criminal. Or I've got somebody in Ireland to put a hit out on someone. Or anything you want to make up you like. Or I lock girls into my...
Sorry, I've put a hit out from... He's got someone in Ireland to put a hit out on someone. Where did that come from? He can't afford it. You can't afford it. And I tell you what, if someone crept out of the bushes to put a hit on me, I'd say, how much are they paying you? I'll double it. Go and don't even have to pull your gun. How much are they paying you? And this goes out to anybody in Ireland who's thinking of putting a hit on me. Yeah? How much are they paying you? I will double it. Go and get it done. Like, no criminal, like, you know, I'm not suggesting what you should do with that. I will double the money and you can leave me alone. Yeah? Do you know what I mean? Like, go and get me a McBurger with it. Or one of the vegan ones from McBurger. Go around the drive-thru, get it done. Obviously, I'm not suggesting I should put a hit out on someone, but if someone came to me with a weapon, for whatever Alan could put up money-wise, I'll double it. Fucking hell. Like, are we suggesting that I should look out for Irish people bearing arms? Like, what the fuck are we doing now? Was that just another one of Alan's mad, like, flights of fancy, or what?
A pub in Bristol. I don't have a pub in Bristol.
No, it wasn't. The Bristol thing isn't the problem. It's the locking the girls in that's the problem.
Or I sell children as a order pizza orders.
Yeah, it's not the actual children you sell, it's the pictures of them. And the pizza ordering is actually a legitimate thing that paedophiles use on the internet. It's a code they use. They call child porn cheese pizza, which is why I think it's so fucking weird that all the truthers call community posts CPs and CP, because that means child porn to everyone else on the internet. Yeah, and the people that sell it on Telegram, they might say to somebody, do you like pizza? What's your favourite flavour? And do you want a big pizza or a small pizza? And then the paedophile will send them their message saying something like, I like chicken pizza and I'll give you £300. And then they're like, yeah, I'll send you some dirty pictures then, you fucking seedy pedo. Like, or you might be the seedy pedo sending them or receiving them. All the people that are doing it are seedy pedos. All of them. Like, that's what goes on. You've seen the Nonce Busters, you know it goes on. He's got the guilty knowledge. What is he saying?
I'm just an old man. It's Southwest. What makes them do it? I can understand it when they do it for love, like they believe a famous person.
Wait, Irish person hit on me. Wait, an Irish person hit on me. Wait. I've got a better button for this. An Irish person hit on me. Come on, button. Big up Eamon Holmes. An Irish person putting a hit on me. Big up Eamon Holmes. All right, that was supposed to be a better joke. I've been on this for a while now. Come on.
They're in love with a famous person. I've read about the famous people, the stalkers they get. Horrendous.
You've read about them. Get on with it now, Alan.
80% of people who've been stalked said they knew their stalker in some way. And that's true. I know most of these stalkers. I know their names.
Yeah, because you stalk
I don't
them.
make hate videos about them. I have no intention of doing that. I've mentioned a few names tonight because I want it to stop. I'm mentioning their names so they know what I feel.
You didn't really mention many people's names.
Their names come from a public Facebook group where they're making public accusations against me with their real names. That's how stupid they are. They're on a no hate page on a public Facebook page where they write lies about me. I think it's okay. Well, you're not going to think it's okay now I've named you, are you? You're not going to squeal. Oh, he said my name.
Alan, they did it publicly with their own names because they stand by what they're doing. So you naming them won't worry them because you're only naming them in public to 60 people. Well, now I'm broadcasting it to a wider audience, but like to a 60 people, small, don't you understand? They want the information out there. Like, you're broadcasting it to slightly more people, but it's not that many, so it doesn't matter. Like, you could broadcast their fucking bank account details. They could still wake up tomorrow with everything still in the bank and no problems because the amount of people that watch your show and the amount, do you know what I mean? Like, it's a very small number. Like, even if everyone who watched your show went round their house the next day, they'd probably be able to fit them all in the house and make them all a cup of tea. They might run out of mugs, but if they're willing to have a few glasses or rinse and repeat on a mug, everyone can have a cup of tea. It's not that many number of people.
Public bloody forum. Your lies are there for everyone to read. I took you to court. You couldn't prove any of it. Oh, he earns £4,000 a week. Oh, he earns £20,000 a week. You're mad. You're absolutely mental. Because you're lying, and I can prove it. All of your accusations are lies.
Why don't you immediately now open up your details on your banking? You don't have to show them your login details. You don't have to show them any of your private information. But you could literally, because you are using YouTube, Rumble, you are on the internet, you could screen share and just scroll down and say, this is the money. Look, there's the Patreon money. There's this money. There's the Patreon money. That's a month. There it is. Add it up. There it is. Add it up. You could just show them. If you're really that eggy about this money thing and proving it, like, why wouldn't you just prove it? I mean, obviously, if people were going on about how much I earned, I wouldn't feel the need to prove it to anyone. I'd just say, fuck off. Just do what I like. You can just do what you like. Fuck off. But, like, if he's that eggy about it, because he seems to be, that's my point, is like, he seems to really, you know, he keeps bringing it up, what she says about the money, about how she's a liar. Just prove her to be a liar and then move on.
All you're doing is inciting hatred against me. You need help. You need help, and I'm here to help you tonight. I'm asking you to stop right now. Stop right now.
Thank you very
I
much.
see the
I need somebody with a human touch. Hey, you, always on the run. Alan Vinnicombe, stick his finger up your bum.
Right, and apologise. Write to me.
Write to me.
ADSubs 007 at gmail.com. If you're one of these trolls, write to me
But won't that be harassing you? Won't you take that to the police?
and apologise.
And apologise.
Because even if you don't know it,
Dear Alan, I'm sorry. Oh, should I write him an email? I would fucking love this. It'd be funny as fuck. Obviously, it'd go straight to the police and they would laugh at it. Dear Alan, it's Super Chuffer. I'm writing to say, sorry. Sorry, she's such a big head narcissist, you smelly wanker. Bye.
what you're doing is infinitely wrong. I've been to the police about you all. The only reason you're not arrested is because there's a civil matter.
The only reason you're not arrested is because there is nothing to arrest you for. It's not a crime. That's the only reason you're not arrested. It was that close. If it was an arrestable offence, you'd have been arrested. But because you haven't done anything wrong, you're not. But it was that close, I tell you. If you were that close to being arrested. If only what you'd done was a crime, you'd have been right up against the Old Bailey. You were that close.
Of course, if I was a famous footballer, they'd arrest you, wouldn't they? But I'm not.
You're not.
No. There's clusters of stalking behaviours. Hyper intimacy, where you think that I'm in love with you, or you think that you're in love with me, well, you're not.
Hyper intimacy, where people think they're in love with you. Did they send you the naked pictures, Alan?
Cyber stalking. Interactive contacts with each other to hate me. Surveillance. Filming me at poker tournaments. Telling people where I am in the country.
Alan, the poker tournament filmed you and it was on the internet and you said where you were.
What hotel I'm in. And I'm at a poker tournament and telling people to go and see me there or make absolutely ludicrous smears against me. One of my friends that are at poker, I'm at poker with my friends.
And this is a fuck up now because now I'm going, look, listen, I keep pausing it. I know it makes it take longer, but now we're going over the old ground. This is just like treading water for another hour. Like, well, 45 minutes left, but treading water for 45 minutes now. Let's hope he can bring something new to the table because otherwise this is really, I apologise for you. Obviously, you've got the benefit of being able to pause this, watch it. And I shouldn't say this, watch the whole thing, watch till the end. Because if you don't watch the end, it's my statistics. But, watch to the end, something might happen.
And they're saying in chat that I'm a sexual deviant.
Apparently at 2 hours, something really good happens.
Anywhere I am, in my own pastime.
He just said he was a sexual deviant. That's good.
Go and see me there or make absolutely ludicrous smears against me. One of my friends that are at poker, I'm at poker with my friends, and they're saying in chat that I'm a sexual deviant. Anywhere I am, in my own pastime, which is poker, which I love, they've ruined that. I can't even go play poker anymore. And they report I paid £1,000 to enter a tournament when I never do. I do a satellite for 50 quid and try to win a ticket for £1,000. But they won't tell you that. They don't know that. They don't know what they're talking about. It's invasive. It's like, it's filth. It's filth to hunt me down to where I am. It's the lowest form of life. Why do you do it? I just want one of you to say sorry and stop. The harassment, intimidation is off the scale.
Do you know what I mean? Like, this feels, in Nonce Busters where they get the nonce and they're like, right, the police are coming, and they've got all the papers and they're like, you're nonce. And it feels like that person turning to them and saying, why are you harassing me? This is the lowest form of life. You've been recording all of my interactions and messages, you gang stalkers. It's because you're a bad person and they want to make sure that they catch you being a bad person, Alan. Like, this is the problem with it. It's like a criminal complaining that people are inspecting them and investigating. The police are invading my life. They're investigating me. Well, it's not. It's YouTube, and there's no police. Obviously, this is like, you know, slightly different to that. But do you know what I mean? It's like that sort of. Like, it feels like a criminal. Like I said, it feels like the nonce busters, where they stand and the nonce buster to turn around, like for them to turn to the nonce buster and say, "How dare you invade my privacy?"
That's why I'm back in the gym. I'm expecting someone to come at me one day, but I'm ready now. I'm ready.
You're ready now. Again, it's back to this attack. He feels that someone's going to physically attack him in the street. No, if you don't have a guilty conscience, why would you feel that? I think he's worried about the parents of the children that he's, you know, I think that's what he's worried about, and the nonce busters and things like that. And I don't think that's really got anything to do with me. So,
Coercion and threats. Aggression. Sending me funeral plans.
like, if the people he sang with on Smule, if the parents of the kids he sang with on Smule saw those videos, I wonder what they would think.
I had 3 different funeral plans sent to me, and I know who did it. This isn't right, guys. Even if you hate me, you must admit this isn't right.
You might think that funeral planners might start sending you things, because like Alan's the sort of idiot who might be lined up and subscribed to all sorts of things, like giving his email address out. He gave his public address out on the internet. So for funeral planners to send him things, he's just told us repeatedly, he's a pensioner, he's in his 70s. You might think he's their target fucking market.
It's not funny. You think it's funny to send me funeral plans when I'm at my age I am anyway?
I didn't know people had sent him funeral plans, and if they have, yes, it's funny. Sorry.
Why would you do this to somebody?
But it does sound like a psychotic nutter who thinks that people have sent him funeral plans, when in actual fact funeral companies have got him on a list because he's on some sort of like mailing list for something else, and they know how old he is, and he just gets automatically sent junk mail. Like, my guess is he's automatically being sent junk mail and he's ascribing it to gang stalkers.
Are you mental?
Are you mental?
I'm at my wit's end with you all. I don't know what to say to you, because I'm not getting through to any of you, because tomorrow you're going to just turn all this around, because you can't ever say anything nice about me, so you'll turn the whole lot around
Alan, you've done nothing to say anything nice about tonight.
tomorrow.
Turn it around.
I'm trying to help you. You're trying to make indecision, ambience in my... I'm your victim, that you want to destroy my character. You want me to be intimidated.
Right.
You want me to live in fear. You can't exit, can you? You can't find the exit door and leave me alone.
Is he reading that from something, like somebody's written that and he's just, you know, adapting his language around what they've written? Because that was a bit of a weird choice. You can't find the exit door.
Cyberstalking is everywhere. Communication, electronic devices, technology, internet, email, phones, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, whatever other ones there are. You can say what you
TikTok.
like on Twitch. No one's listening anyway.
Oh,
But what you're doing is you're breaking the law, but the law won't do anything about it. You have no awareness. You have no awareness of what you do.
I love the way he
Spain
reads
seems
it.
the worst.
Listen.
Overt.
I love the way he reads it, and then it logs in his mind what he's reading. Then he goes, "Oh wait, I can put better." And I'm like, no, I can do this better. And he just rereads it with a bit more, you know, a bit more passion. Like, the first time he's fucking read it, isn't it? Like, he doesn't prepare properly. He's just such a clown. I'm going to play Genshin Impact dailies in the background while he's doing this. You won't see it, but I'm going to do it in the background.
Stalking to me is the worst. Your invasion tactics breach all personal and legal boundaries. The unlawful collecting of information. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
The most severe stalking entails threats, intimidation, and mental and physical violence, such as spreading rumours, insults, in an effort to damage people's reputation. Rumours are meant to tarnish the victim's reputation. The stalker will inform the victim's family, employees, or acquaintances, or his social groups like my YouTubers. They will lie to you about all sorts of activities, right up to embezzlement. Verbal abuse, obscenities, harassment, innocuous things like...
So somehow I've already done my dailies in Genshin today. I must have done them earlier. And that's disappointing, because now I can't distract myself in the background while he carries on talking shit. I have to listen to it like the rest of you. Listen, you've made me, you've created me, I'm a monster by your creation. You've all egged me on, you've all given me tippies, you've all said these things. You're the gang stalkers and I'm the freak Frankenstein's monster. So you have to watch to the end. It's your responsibility. You're obligated. If I'm doing it, you're doing it.
A small insult.
No, wait, if you're doing it, I'm doing it, or whatever.
That could destroy a person's livelihood. It can only end badly. This will only end badly if you don't stop. Either it's going to end badly for you because you're going to be in a courtroom, or it's going to end badly for me because I won't be able to stand anymore. Which do you want?
Well, obviously you. I'd rather not it end when I go to a courtroom and things are bad for me, like, which I don't think would ever happen. I think it's a ridiculous concept, and I think if it did go to a courtroom, it would look worse for you. But the one where you can't stand anymore and decide to just fucking jaff this in, that's the one I want, Alan. Out of those two options, definitely.
Because you have to make a choice.
But it's an easy choice.
It's going to end badly for you in a courtroom,
No, I don't want that.
or it's going to be the end of me. What do you want?
The end of you. Is he doing this for legit?
Which scale you're on?
Which scale are you on? It's a sliding scale of one or the other. It's not a slide. It's not a spectrum between yes and no. You give me two options. I'll definitely take you can fuck off.
What do you want to stop?
No, I don't want to stop. I want you to fuck off.
Do you want to be in court, or do you want to get rid of my life?
Rid of you.
Or do you want to stop?
No.
5 years.
Are you saying that you are going to off yourself? That's severe. I don't want that to happen. I'd rather you just stop doing this.
I'm going to make a decision.
I've got to make the decision. Why? For you.
You want to go to court? You want to finish me off? Or do you want to stop? You have to make a decision tonight.
Right? Well, that's... What? You've kind of forced my hand there a little bit.
Email me.
Email you. Email you. I would rather you stop. Why don't you do a poll?
adsubs007@gmail.com. You're attached to me. I know you're attached to me because you won't let go. I don't get it. How can I stop it? You're dysfunctional. Your life's dysfunctional. You've formed a relationship with me that I don't want to be a relationship. I don't want a relationship with you on any level. I don't want to speak about you. I don't want you speaking about me. You must be insecure. That's all I can think. Or you're so desperately unhappy that you get a kick out of trying to destroy me. That's all I can think it'd be. I know you won't listen. I know you won't listen. And I know you continue to hate me after tonight. I know you will. But at least try to stop supporting.
More than ever, like once we did a react to Eddie, right? And it was one of his bollocks recent things. And in it, he said, right, if you don't like it, just turn it off. Just don't watch it. And I said, all right then. And I just turned it off and I didn't watch it. I didn't put the react up on YouTube. I just didn't care. Like more than ever with this, I have never felt more like just not watching this and reacting to it. The only thing that's keeping me in this at the moment is legitimately, we're over halfway through. It's content for battery exhausted. I feel there will be people in the audience, if I stop now, who would say, oh, where's the rest of it? Oh, you could have finished that. You know, like, I feel like in for a penny, in for a pound. I'm committed. I follow things through to the conclusion. I don't just give up halfway through and fuck things off because I'm tired. Yeah, that's not me. But the majority of my heart here is saying there is not much. Like, if you're watching this on battery exhausted, maybe there is going to be something funny coming up, so keep watching, yeah? But in my heart, I'm saying there's not much value to me here now anymore. We're talking value again. Like, we are going over the old ground. This is a sad, pathetic case, and I've got better things to do in my life. I'm glad that Alan is not uploading as consistently because I don't have to cover this as consistently. But more than ever, I've just felt like, you know, I feel like now this is just like, he's not even bringing much to the table here. Again, I will reiterate, if Alan's watching this, because he probably is, even though he shouldn't, Alan, bring more to the table. Torchy the Battery Boy, that episode, maybe it's because you were trammed up. Maybe you were trammied up on that one. You know, if we could look back on it, maybe it's because you were trammied up. But in that one, you were just freeform talking about your old favourite TV and stuff. It was a laugh. Yeah, we take the piss. We take the piss out of everything. So you're going to have to accept that. But your better content at this stage is a bit more calm, a bit more friendly, and a bit more engaging and something that people can relate to. And it's not that horrible true crime stuff. Your best content at the moment from what I've seen was when you were talking about Torchy the Battery Boy, your favourite old telly. You know, if you did movie night once a week, or if you did some sort of, you know, you react to whatever's on Netflix anyway. You know, if you did something more conversational and chit-chatty and a bit of relaxed fun, and like that your fans could engage, and even though we might take the piss and engage in different ways, like that's much, much better for you at this stage, and I would feel much more comfortable watching it. So like, thanks very much from me if you ever do that. Not because I can have a bigger laugh and take the piss more, because I'll rip you like hard. I'll rip you a new arsehole tonight on this shit. Like, but it's because it's just better for everyone, including you. And okay, it's better for me, but I'm giving you a leg up there as well, because I'm just so tired of this shit, Alan. I'm just so tired of it. And you would rather live in a world where I do react to your content than I don't. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. So don't pretend that you would rather that I just fucking shut this off now, because if I just turn this off now, you would be a little bit peeved, like some members of the audience. So I'm going to carry on, but fuck.
Someone that says what he says. At least have the decency to walk away from that. I'm trying to help. I'm honestly trying to help you. You become preoccupied with me. You're dismissive of your own life. You dismiss your own...
Alan, you only have your best interests at heart, and I can say this from my heart as well to the people that I consider to be negative, like trolls, you know, whomever, toads, whomever. I don't give a fuck what they do. Whether they're successful, whether they fail. Like, I've seen them. I've seen what sort of people they are. They can just carry on. I'll just carry on being me. I don't give a fuck.
life to hate me. Do you feel rejected? Is that what it is? Did you feel rejected by someone?
No, I don't need to help them. Like, they can just fucking do whatever.
And then obviously the cyber stalking is pretty bad now. I'm asking you to stop. You don't even know you're cyber stalking. The stalker approaches, pursued, and harasses their target till when? It's got worse in social media. Much worse. You call out your targets, you email your targets. You have many ways to contact me. Many platforms. But it's all locked, because everything you do on YouTube is here forever. Everything you do on Facebook is here forever.
Alan, you're not on YouTube. It all got deleted. All the comments under all of your videos have gone.
Cyberstalking, I define it as a pattern of
Did I get a bathroom break? I can't remember.
repeated threats, harassment, unwelcome contact through your computer. Why do you post false, misleading information about me?
I don't. I always post the truth. Okay, some things might be a bit on the grey areas, and we're like, you know, this seems a bit fishy. Here's what we think about this. But like, I'm going to truth. I'm not interested in slandering someone with lies, because it undermines my position. And those that do it, like, you know, there's been a bit of a theme tonight of me also drawing parallels to myself, because I'm a massive narcissist. So those that do it to me, like, yeah, it just like, once you're undermined in that way, you're done. The end. Damp rag thrown out into the bin. Like, it's just horrible. Like, yeah, lies. When being lied about, don't deal in lies. Got it. But Alan is a massive liar who's been proven to be a liar time and time again. So it's a bit weird that he should try and draw this conversation out.
Why do you ridicule me? Why do you pretend I'm unintelligent when
I ridicule you because you're a figure of ridicule. You are unintelligent. You do stupid things all the time. I ridicule you because you're an aggressive narcissist who throws their aggression around. Earlier, you said that other people need to pay because you feel bad. So it's something worth ridiculing. It undermines you in different ways, and it makes you like in a way, like you're a nasty bully. Okay, so I could meet that with nasty, vindictive aggression myself. But what we do creates entertainment. So there's like another facet to it. Like, you can disarm the bully in a different way there. Like, so I ridicule you for all these reasons. And I don't just do it with, like, the thing with Alan is I don't just do like stupid, like nonsense ridicule. Like, well, obviously I do a bit of stupid nonsense ridicule, but I also hit hard where, like, comedy can, like, you know, it kind of hits home. It's kind of the truth. And it's all him. It's all him. All the time.
in fact highly intelligent?
You're not highly intelligent. You're not. Do an IQ test on the screen. Do one live. Prove it. Go through the questions. Don't fake it and cheat. Do it. You're not highly intelligent. You're not. I know you're not.
What is it that makes you do it? You think you're wreaking havoc on me, right? Well, you are. I don't know what I can do to help you other than ask you politely to stop. Because there are consequences to stalking. Many consequences to stalking. Miss LePage, Miss Sophie, Dell, whatever you call it. You might put up catfish pictures of you, but I know what you really look like. Why do you put up beautiful pictures of yourself when you're not that beautiful person? You're just a normal old lady. What makes you want to fit? That's your problem there. You only use your real name. You use your real name. How stupid are you? You call me stupid, and you go on a public platform and use your real name. Well, there are consequences.
Big up demon homes, 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 big up demon homes. Oh, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah.
Shuffer is the boss. Alan found out and it cost him his YouTube. See what fools do when they don't be truthful. Narcs will use you but only if you are useful. Shuffering is crucial. You needed me to defeat the evil. Bing Bing is dead but there are devils still dancing. The Trufferman comes and keeps advancing. Dancing loud if you are alive and living. Eddie's so mad he end up committing. He's twisted, he's a sickie. Loves to give you Vicky and kissing. Trufferman is the boss. Eddie, you lost on day one. The Trufferman is the boss and you can't match the action you lost. Take pot shots with do-wats but you got nothing. Scott drops blocks that get the block rocking. It's shocking that you come up against a proper rapper with your pants down. Get back to New Zealand, there's no demand for your crap now. You clown, you got banged by the chopper, slammed by the chopper. Rest stuff you do is bland next to chuffer, so spicy. You can't stand with a chuffer, you get banned for the chuffer if you can't play nicely. You're once a week, wheat tea and muffins. Chuffer is twice a night, giving you a stuffing. Think I'm bluffing, I'm holding all aces. You ain't going nowhere, but you talking casings. Brandon Manning is a racist. Luke sucks the Masons. John Wedger is a Satanist. Shouts out to blank faces. The Chuffer Man is the boss. Eddie, you lost on day one. The Chuffer Man is the boss. Eddie, you lost on day one. The Chuffer Man is the boss, and you can't match the action you lost. You're mashing on potato rusty. You're trash and I'm far too costly. I'm fresh green, you're moist and mossy. Wake up to the coffee, Scott hot and you lost. The Chuffer Man is the boss. Eddie, you lost on day one. The Chuffer Man is the boss, and you can't match the action you lost. You're mashing on potato rusty. You're trash and I'm far too costly. I'm fresh green, you're moist and mossy. Wake up to the coffee, Scott's hot and you lost.
You could be pushing me into depression, PTSD. You could be putting me in the way of physical harm.
You don't have PTSD.
And even the end of my life. There's so many unknowables that come to stalking. It could be just anxiety and distress. Roughly half of individuals stalked are worried sick about what's going to happen next. And over a third are afraid the harassment will never end. I feel like the harassment will never end. And by doing this show tonight, I'm now worrying about what will happen next. But I had to do tonight's show, so you trolls know what you're doing.
I feel really strong and stable mentally. Actually, maybe we should flip this. Like, in The Art of War, you should do the opposite, shouldn't you? Like, Alan, if he's feeling vulnerable, he should say, oh, I feel really strong. And if I'm feeling strong, should say, actually, I feel quite vulnerable. But no, I feel really strong and stable. Like, I don't know if Alan really feels this way as well. Like, I think he's been quite chilled and relaxed in the background. I think he's enjoyed. I mean, I do think he's had basically near a nervous breakdown. He's gone to hospital thinking he's had a heart attack. I do think that. But looking at him recently, you know, all this fitness business, I think he's decided, or his family have decided around him to create a routine that stops him from being so stressed, that removes the drink and the drugs and replaces them with exercise. I think he's been for a pamper today as well, had his haircut and maybe a face massage. So I don't think he's that anxious behind the scenes. Obviously, I think he wakes up in the middle of the night with panic attacks. I think he goes to sleep at 4 a.m. with panic attacks, but like, that's based on his own guilt complexes.
If I stop one of you, it'd be a success. You don't even realise you're stalkers, do you? We're exposing AD's lies. 5 years? 5 years? When's enough enough? When's it enough? When does the snowball get so big that it runs you over? It's dysfunctional.
He doesn't seem very stressed, does he?
How can I stay safe? How do I deal with you all?
Stop wobbling the...
For the steps I've
fucking-
used to
Alan, stop wobbling the laptop.
protect myself, like moving house.
Moving house. You had to move house because you couldn't afford where you lived. Or maybe you did it as part of a package deal where you sold up and you gave the money to one. Like, don't even start me on that. You didn't have to move house because of trolls. Trolls wouldn't know where you live right now, and no one's doing anything about it. No one gives a fuck.
And it's uncomfortable to know that I have to do ridiculous things to stay safe. This unwanted communication. Once I declined to have contact with you, you should leave me alone. Now,
You've just spent your whole show talking about them.
I know, because I've talked to psychiatrists, I have to stop. And I have to not.
You've talked to psychiatrists. There's a bit of a turn up. Is it possible that recently his family made him go and see a therapist? Talking of mental health, you know, he's having a breakdown, he's having an anxiety attack. We're taking him to the hospital. It's not his heart, it's anxiety. Is it possible he's seen a therapist? That's interesting.
Reply to any of you because it encourages you.
You have just spent the whole time replying to them. You've named them. You've read them out on the internet. You've read their fucking... Like, I'm not one for going in comments. You all know it. Recently, I commented on some of Simcast stuff because, like, I was talking to Simcast through sort of like this medium and a couple of comments, and people sort of hijacked it. So I signed off from it. I was like, look, this is what I think about this. I'm signing off. I'm not talking to you on any comments anymore. Like, I don't want to talk to people on comments generally. I'm not there for that. I was talking to Simcast, and then I just said, no, I fucking can't have this. Alan has taken it to a new level by taking those comments and reading them out on his show, naming the people by name that have done it, and then trying to claim that he's not responding to them.
So I'm not making any replies to any of you. I'm just trying to tell you what you're doing. I'm not encouraging you tonight. You think by me speaking of you, you get all excited. Oh, he said this about me. No. I have no interest in any of you. I've got interest in living a bit longer. I don't want someone to come and knock on my door and burn my house down. That's why I'm talking to you. You go, I would never do that, AD. I would never wish harm on you. You're putting harm on me.
He's trying to leverage this idea that someone might go and murder him to make these people stop what they're doing, but he's not been murdered yet, and no one's going to murder him, so these people can just carry on.
You're putting me in danger.
No, they're not. You're doing it with your
Yes, you
behaviour.
are.
If you didn't do weird shit with kids, then you wouldn't feel so worried. The end.
Every time you write a letter talking to me as if I'm listening to you, you're mental. Every time you make a video and you look at the screen and say, oh, Alan, you're such a silly boy, you're mental. Do yourself a favour. Go and get a psychologist.
Didn't you just say you'd seen one?
I can't worry about hurting your feelings right tonight. I can't worry about hurting your feelings. I'm trying to select boundaries to protect myself.
Boundaries?
Stalking is unwanted and constant attention that may make you feel terrified, uneasy, and anxious. Lucky I'm a man, isn't it?
What do you mean lucky you're a man? It's not gender-based.
Or maybe not. 3 times as many men take their lives as women. So maybe it's not lucky I'm a man. It's not easy to be a stalking victim because the effects of being stalked is you never feel safe. The best thing I can do is ask you to stop. But you won't stop, will you? Because I know that you use manipulation to feed your obsession. With manipulation is the best way for a stalker to get what they want. It really is. You want to make me feel guilty. You want to create a crisis in my life.
You do, Alan, you do feel guilty, or you should feel guilty. The fact that you don't really feel guilty properly is what gets you in these problems, because you don't feel proper guilt. You don't feel proper emotions because you're a narcissist.
You want me to feel empty.
You should feel empty.
You want to blackmail me. You want to play on my vulnerabilities like dyslexia at my age.
And the fact that you're a fucking idiot all the time, constantly.
They will distort what I say to fit their purposes. They will say things like, you're trying to brainwash your supporters. When in fact, it's them are the ones that are brainwashed. Now, if you're out there and you're being stalked, for you, general safety. General safety. If someone is following you, just find the same place and call 999. If someone's ever following you in the street, go to a fire station, a
Top tips. Can I skip this?
friend's house. Every grocery is delivered. You might have to seek therapy or something like that,
I'm skipping because I'm not listening to his top tips about this.
So anyway, that's what I'm going through, and the conclusion is right that you can put a stop to the practice of stalking, despite how terrifying it may seem. The important thing is to remain vigilant and educate yourself and seek a system when necessary.
Oh, Alan, there's still another half an hour. We're 3/4 of the way through this now, and this has been going for 4 hours and 45 minutes. You know, I've got to push on to the conclusion. I'm going to try and speed it up a little bit even more now, because like, what has he even got to talk about for another half an hour?
You start doing this sooner the better, then you've got a better chance of succeeding. No one can take away the power you have. Hold on to it and keep in mind that you're the one in charge, not them. Now, the police will say it's a civil matter, so I'm going in.
Oh, not again. Not again, not again, not again, not again. Listen, this is the worst advice. Like, this is an episode to give you advice in case you're getting stalked by a man who's claiming he's getting stalked and not taking the advice himself, but instead making this video. It's like some level of psychotic delusion I've never seen before. It's a real... I mean, I say he's never seen. I've not, what do I know? What psychotic delusions have I seen? But no, this is seriously nuts. Don't you think?
It's going to happen pretty soon. Lucky enough, I've got somebody backing me on that. We're going to watch one more film while I make a cup of coffee.
Oh my God, you can't... While you make coffee? Just end the stream. You're going to put on someone else's video while you make coffee. Thank God I can skip that bit. While you make coffee.
So I'm going to share the thoughts of a professional.
Did you hear that? Wait, did you hear that?
We're going to watch one more film while I make a cup of coffee. I need a coffee. So I'm going to...
What was that? Wait. Normal speed. High volume.
I've got somebody backing me on that. We're going to watch one more film while I make a cup of coffee. I need a coffee. So I'm going to share.
Was that the John Wedger song? That, oh. Was it? Listen, what it could be is it could be this. It could be this.
Young Wedger, Luke Kelly, Peter Falling, Jim from Coronation Street. Ye assembled masons, I bring you.
So we've just been playing that, so it could be that, or it could be some weird porn, or it could be someone in his house made a noise. What was it?
Lucky enough, I've got somebody backing me on that.
Because he opened up the windows on his computer, didn't he? He's going to put a video on. So he's opening up the windows and the videos.
We're going to watch one more film while I make a cup of coffee. I need a coffee. So I'm going to...
Oh. That sounds like Body in the River, doesn't it? Oh, hang on. Oh. Hang on. Where's Body in the River? Hang on. No, not quite. Oh. Bro. Bro. This is too weird for me. I don't like it. It's freakish.
Pretty soon.
I think it's most likely to be the fucking John Wedger thing, isn't it? Like our stream, isn't it? But we were playing that. I mean, we're hours and hours now. Like, this has been going on my stream for hours. It would have been earlier when he did it, so it wouldn't have been live on our stream unless there was some overlap. I don't know. But like, what is it that he's played?
I've got somebody backing me on that. We're going to watch one more film while I make a cup of coffee. I need a coffee. So I'm going to share the thoughts of a professional.
Weird. Oh, maybe it'll be on this video that he plays. But it's not the first time we've heard fucking weird noises from Alan, is it?
With you.
You know, we've heard weird shit noises in his background a number of times. Like strange noises. People should clip that shit and we should make a clips compilation.
Stalker psychology. Let's get a...
Well, it's not this, is it? Like, he didn't go, oh.
Professional stalker psychology from therapy videos.
Again, using YouTube. He's just blatantly, he's not signed in, but the man needs YouTube to make his content. He hates YouTube, he's banned off YouTube, but without YouTube, Alan has nothing still. It's pathetic, isn't it, really?
See what the American way is.
Right, let's not do that. Let's skip that.
Make assumptions that everyone's going to be nice to us. Because
hang on, he's not even gone for the coffee. Or maybe I skipped the bit where he went to make the coffee. Edit, transform, reset the transform, grab up the little Alan in the corner. He's still there. So did he go to make the coffee? I skipped on. To be honest, I don't care if he went to make the coffee at this juncture. Like, I'm beyond giving a fuck. But he's still there. So
sometimes they're.
He's not going to pause this and talk about
it.
Is he good? No, he's finished now.
Most of them are women. Most of them seem to be women at my trials. Few men. The men are the more dangerous ones. But most of them are women that get a kick out of gossiping. Really.
I'll go in the bathroom now.
So, what you're developing is a fixation with me, unwanted interest in someone that doesn't want your interest. I don't want your interest. And you're crossing a line. How do you know you crossed the line? Well, your online activities, when you know your actions are upsetting another person. Your actions are upsetting me.
Oosh. Fuck you and you're being upset. You know. You know.
You know.
You know.
You know.
It's a catchphrase meme. When you listen to enough Alan, you spot these things. This is a new one. You know.
You know. And you're crossing a line. How do you know you crossed the line? Well, your online activities, when you know your actions are upsetting another person. Your actions are upsetting me. And I'm asking you to stop. Once you are causing fear and distress through your communication, and you know your communication is unwanted, then you are engaging in harassment, which is against the law. And one day all this will be sorted out. But of course, you don't see it as harassment because you hate me so much that any harassment's fine of me. And you'll support anybody, however low they are, if they're harassing me or making me miserable, you'll support them regardless of how terrible a person they are. That's the worst thing, I think, that you can't see. I mean, your mothers and grandmothers, and you're supporting someone that...
Oosh, he lied there. What he's reading, he doesn't show you the words because he changed it. Because he said that if it makes him upset, then it's harassment, and it's all going to be sorted out and changed, and then it's going to be harassment. But that's not what it said. It probably said, if it makes you upset, it might not be harassment. Maybe you've just got to deal with it and get yourself sorted and just move on. So he changes things so that people who are listening might think, oh, I didn't realise that if it made you upset, it's going to be harassment, even if I didn't think it was harassment. It's not harassment. You can shut up. You know.
You know. It's filth. It's absolute filth. I don't get it. Because there's a Melissa's Communication Act.
Yeah, big shout. He said Melissa's Communication Act then. Big shout out to Childlike Empress. His spanner made this speech for him, yeah. I wonder, there's different ones that do different things. I feel like Melissa Marvelous has got in on this. I think she might be involved in the thumbnails. And I also think, when you're a content creator and you've got one of your spanners making your thumbnails and another spanner giving you the script and another spanner suggesting the videos, you're not a content creator. You're the front man for your spanners. And I think Kaka does the aggressive political, Scottish or racist ones. I think Melissa Marvelous does the pity party, he's getting trolled ones. Yeah, I think the different ones have different things to do. Big ups Flying Freddy, definitely going to bed now. Big ups, yeah, have a good night. I'm sorry this is dragged on so long. It will end up on YouTube, so you can see the final... There's 10 minutes more of this shit. The final 10 minutes of this on YouTube. I invite you to the premiere to have fun talking in the chat there with the people who watch it there as well. Big ups.
Stalking's in it. When you're causing emotional distress, you're also likely to cause some sort of bodily harm to somebody by inciting violence. The trouble is, though, the law enforcement need to prove that the person engaged in the course of conduct was causing harassment, alarm, distress, and the fear. They have to prove it. Really, it's about how the victim perceives these actions. Silent phone calls. What impact does it have on your mind? I mean, we're told to go to the police, but the police do nothing. I went to the police over somebody.
He's off piece now. Like I said, he's not reading the exact facts. It's not about what it means to you. It's if you are being harassed, you are being harassed. If you are not, you are not. Silent phone calls are harassment, yes. You just feeling bad because people are on the internet saying things, not harassment. There's a difference. Like, we've been through this a million times. You can't just twist it now at the end to just fit you, you fucking pathetic twat.
That made fantasies about raping my family. I made fantasies about raping dead children. And
oh my God. Alan, like, you're taking this to a level that's really a bit sick and twisted. No one has made fantasies about raping anyone. That's weird.
Dead children. I made fantasies about having me.
But what it is, he's just said all this stuff. What the narcissist will do will make up rumours and make up lies to make you look bad, and they'll twist things and they'll try and make. This wasn't even a provocation to make me look at my worst. I was just having fun, but they'll twist it and lie about it to make you look bad. Alan's doing what he said. That woman saying this is what narcissist will do, and now he's doing it in a fucking horrible way. And who's listening? Who cares? Everyone's heard him. Like, everyone on this truthers circuit has decided whether they like Scott or not based on whether he put his willy in Alan's mouth for some reason. And anyone who's fucking stupid enough to not like me because of that, or because of what I said about his daughter, they can fucking go swivel. I don't care, because they're stupid. Like, in the big scheme of things, it just doesn't matter a shit. Let's all move on.
Have sexual contact with them, male on male. I mean, it's like, and it's their mind.
What
It's
did he
their
say
filth
then?
In their mind. I made fantasies about raping dead children and famous dead children. I made fantasies about having me have sexual contact with them, male on male. I mean,
Have I made fantasies about you having sexual contact with me, male on male? I don't remember that episode. Where did that come from?
it's like, and it's their mind. It's their filth in their mind.
If that's my mind and it's my filth in my mind, why is it you that's bringing it up and saying it? It might be a little bit like it's your mind and it's logged in your mind, it's big in your mind, going over and over in your mind. But for me, it was just a little throwaway, stupid thing. Like, you've got to be able to have understanding on perspective and context. And it's your mind, you sick bastard. The whole reason all those ideas were on the table is because we were exploring you and what you think and do. We were pretending what it would be like if it was you driving the car. It's your mind that we're exploring, you sick bastard.
I don't know what to do about it. I don't know what I can do about it.
Probably 2-hour episode on Rumble.
Just said we can't do anything about it. No one seems to see sense. This obsessiveness is harmful. And if you're doing it for money, it's even worse. If you're making no contact with them and they're unaware of it, it's like still predatory behavior, even if you're doing it on another stream like Twitch, like streaming me on Twitch, and you're saying horrible things about me. I'm not aware of it.
Obviously, there was some overlap with the stream then, wasn't there? He obviously was watching our stream. That was the John Wedger song. I don't know how far back in our stream we played the John Wedger song, how far ahead we are of him now, but obviously there was some overlap. He's watching me. Like, it's just stupid, isn't it? He's really eggy about Twitch now, talking about Twitch. Twitch is the new buzzword. Everyone's helping to get my views up on Twitch.
Still predatory.
Predatory? You're a fucking sex offender. In my opinion. Taking photos of people in public without them knowing, voyeurism, sex offence.
Spying on someone without their knowledge. You're spying on my live show. Disgusting. Dangerous behaviour.
Actually, I was wrong there.
The effect
Voyeurism. Oh shit! Fuck off. Voyeurism is
There's one simple tooth repair hack anyone can do to help rebuild their teeth and gums naturally.
Horrible Rumble with his shit adverts.
How to kill all mosquitoes
disgusting
around you in
Rumble.
90 seconds.
Disgusting Rumble. Alan's disgusting content. No one wants that.
Look at the effect.
right? I take that back. Voyeurism is taking photos in people's homes through their windows without them knowing. Like, I take that back. Public isn't voyeurism, so that's not a sex crime. Maybe the small thing.
If your online behaviour is having on your own life, your own well-being. If you're not contacting someone, which none of you are.
No, I'm not contacting you, Alan.
But you're looking at me the whole time. You're looking at some losses to your private life. Your real life network will not work properly while you're watching me.
He's suggesting nobody should watch him anymore.
So when you come out of this, you're going to have less support. When you come out of this hatred for me, you're going to retreat more and more into some...
I mean, one thing's for sure, my other fans, my other friends and family, they don't have any real like thoughts on Alan, other than occasionally I might mention something and, you know, explain a little bit. They think he's a dickhead. They don't probably watch Alan and care. Like, it's not a big conversation, but they're not. I'm not going to like reduce my actual social circles because I'm doing this. Because like I was working on the internet and doing other stuff like this, like, but I understand what he's saying. For people, like, he's leveling this more, I suppose, at Lizzie and people who like their sole existence is just to badger Alan in that way on their YouTube channel and with their group, and then like that is like, so there isn't this additional social thing. Like, well, they would create it as well. Like, we also have an additional social thing, of course. We also have an additional social thing, so that's easy to create and pretend. But like, you know, I see what he's saying is they think they're creating social ties and groups that are going to help them to move forward, but actually it's a small group that keeps them locked in the past forever. I mean, that's what's happened with those truthers. Like, they have literally not grown or developed. Some of them like give credence to, you know, some of them have got into relationships and got married and all sorts, but like the ones that like Genetic Toad, like, you know, they just are the same person for years and forever and will be forever, and then that's it. Like, it's just sad, but like, yeah, they get into a rut, don't they? Like, it's more than a niche, it's a rut for some of them. Yeah.
Dingy bedrooms.
Dingy bedrooms. Look at you sat in your dingy room, you chuffer. It's fucking stupid. Dingy bedrooms. You haven't even seen my bedroom. It's quite nice. It's very sparse, actually. I'm quite a boy about it. You know, I don't have loads of stuff. I just like wardrobes fitted, bed, low, black headboard. I'm now describing my bedroom, but black bed, black walls, white walls, white bed sheets, white bed, predominantly white everything, with one wooden, what do you call it, like a chest of drawers, like, you know, like for stuff like clothes in it. Like, that's all I need, isn't it? I've got some bookshelves and they've got like old books on them that sometimes I read before bed, but I don't have a load of stuff in my room because, like, what do you need? Bedside light, I've got that. That's about it. I go to sleep in there. So yeah, it's quite neat and tidy. There's not much going on. It's not dingy.
It can be removed from
I like it to be clean because I've got to sleep in there.
a relationship. It makes it harder and harder to engage with real life. You may be aware that you're losing track of time online. You may be staying up 24 hours.
Alan, I am very aware of it tonight. I'm putting the work in tonight to get through your bollocks. Yes, tonight has been devoted to you and your bullshit, and I came on here without much plan, just to play some Genshin Impact, maybe watch a couple of videos, but tonight it's gone 5 hours and it's your bullshit. Of course I benefit from it because this is going on battery exhausted and people will watch this video. They'll be amazed that we've done a 5-hour slogathon. I don't know if I should upload it as a premiere or not. It seems offensive to upload it as a premiere because people will be like, when's this going to end? Like, at least with the video they can see it's 5 hours, but whatever.
Some days streaming 24 hours of 8. You have no idea.
I don't stream for 24 hours, but many popular streamers have done 24-hour marathons. They call it a subathon. Quite famously, some of the most popular streamers do that, and it gets them lots of subscribers and stuff. So it's not a negative to be online streaming for 24 hours a day if you are a professional streamer.
Where your family is, where your friends are. And you begin lying about what you've been doing online. Oh, I've not been online. I've been out with the family. I wasn't online for 24/7. But people have seen you online 24/7.
Right, that's me he's talking about, because I went out with my family and I did a YouTube premiere. And thankfully, because of YouTube, I was able to monitor the premiere from my phone and talk in chat. I've done this a number of times. We went out for... actually, I don't want to name particular family members and their like, you know, birthdays, do I, because of trolling and stuff. But we went out for family meal, and on the phone, like, following this, I've done this a number of times. I've been out, trying to think, last summer, where was it? But I've done it a number of times. I've had my following that on, and so it's very easy to interact with the internet world on your phone every now and then, even if you're out. So it's just fucking stupid. You're not going to catch me and you think, oh, Scott said he was out and he was having a day off, but actually he was sat in front of his computer the whole day. No, I actually did go out. Like, fuck me. Like, I can't, this annoys me a little bit, right? I can't win with anything as well. Like, Genetic Toad literally does this. She's like, you talk about Alan all the time, so I talk about something else completely different. You're not talking about, like, you talk about Alan and all you're doing is grifting for money. So I talk about something else, not because of her, but I do. You know I do. I do all these other things. I switched gears and I'm talking about stuff on my non-monetized, which I'd like it to get monetized, but non-monetized Super Chopper For You channel. Oh, you're on your non-monetized channel hiding. I'm like, well, I'm not grifting and I'm not talking about Alan, and that's bad also. So, you know, which one do you want me to do? I'll do that. You know, I'll do both. I'll do what I want to do. But, you know, you just get, like, can't win, can you? And Alan feels like that earlier, he was saying it. But this is stupid now. Literally stupid. We're going to, and this is about me, I know it is, so I'm just going to call it what it is. We're going to say that Scott, one of these days, because Genetic Code posted it, didn't she? She posted a picture and it had a thing from me. It was a tweet that I said about having a nice day out with the family or something. He can't have really been having a nice day out with the family. He's also left a comment on a YouTube video. Like, fucking grow up. It's just fucking stupid. It's my profession to monitor my social media. Like, it's my job. If I set up a YouTube premiere, I can go out, and like, this is the beauty of what I do here on Twitch. I could literally cut what we're doing here into 3 separate videos. I could upload them 3 days in a row on Battery Exhausted. I don't have to do a stream. People want streams. I'll be there doing them. But I don't have to do a stream. I can take 3 days off. There's still presence on the internet. There's still constant and consistent uploading, which I feel is an obligation of the person creating the content. It doesn't mean I'm addicted to the internet. It's my fucking job, right? And then on top of that, it gives me the freedom and the flexibility. I can do my job from anywhere. Hang on, I'm just looking about my weed. Yeah, I can do my job from anywhere. Like, I've got that bag packed ready to go, and we're going to do some more of that stuff. Like, I keep saying it. I'm not going to keep banging on about it. We're going to be, you know, you'll see. But I can literally do my job from anywhere. So like, I'm really lucky with that. Like, you're not going to make it seem like a negative that I'm online a lot, tending to my social media presence as a social media content creator. Like, you need your head checked. You're just jealous that I'm better at it than you, and I'm more successful, and I'm going further with it, and things are going well, because you had to fake all yours and pay for fake numbers and all this bullshit. Look at your saggy armies.
You begin lying to yourself. When you're hiding it, there's a problem.
I'm not. If I was hiding, maybe this isn't specifically about me. Maybe he's just reading it. But like, how? Like, again, this is this double standard thing. You're not. You know. You're on. You did a tweet. Everyone can see it. So when you're hiding it, it's a problem. But how was I hiding it? By tweeting it. It doesn't make sense. Like, these people are so fucking stupid. And they, like, all of them. This is why you don't have to respond to these trolls like this, Alan. Is because if people ever saw their content, not many people do, but when they do, they think, fucking hell, this is the shit room. Dummies. And if they're that dumb that they want to get involved with it, then they're dumb. Let them get involved with it. Like, you can't win all the people. You don't need to. Like, there will be a bit of a division sometimes between fucking dummies and their dumb supporters, and like decent people who can just get on with life like a normal person. And unfortunately, Alan, you fall into the dummies box, and so do the trolls and everything, and it's just fucking stupid ultimately at the end of the day, isn't it? It's just a load of stupid nonsense. Can't believe you let it get to you like this.
You can't control it because we have no boundaries. Your hatred has no boundaries. It doesn't matter what you say about me, it's all lies.
No, Alan, you don't have... The problem is you don't have the boundaries. You can't detach yourself from this. You don't have the understanding that they are not... But like, the boundary I have between me and what you say about me is that you're a fucking prick and you don't matter. So you can't get into my internal vision of myself. You can't hurt me in that way. Like, the boundary I have with the people that bait me in chat is that I can just delete them out of chat and just move on. Like, the boundary I have with the people that make weird fucking videos about me is... Fuck that, I don't care. I'll just move on. Like, you set that boundary. If you open up the door and allow it all in and like wash over you, I can't believe I'm giving Alan these tips. He can't deal with it. He's proven he can't deal with it. He won't be able to deal with me saying this. If he does what I'm saying, he's giving into what the Super Chuffer said, and he's using Super Chuffer's ideas anyway. So he'll know that when he's doing it, the stupid bastard. But like, this is the problem. You're not setting the boundary. You're doing the 2-hour show about it.
It doesn't matter to you if it's lies or not.
Whoever put you up to this, Alan, whoever wrote that script for you is an idiot, and they need sacking, because this has not helped you in any way. It's worse.
Because all you're doing is projecting your illnesses onto me. Can you sing songs about raping dead children, and then saying it's okay, it's not me, it's Alan doing it? You think we're stupid?
Alan, how do you want to do a comedy parody song about a man who is sexually obsessed with the children involved in the murders? Like, sorry, the murder victims, the children. How else? Like, that's the concept. You might like it. You might not like it. You might think it's tacky. You might think it's what's the word? Distasteful. But then I would suggest don't watch it, and maybe do watch that stuff at the right time in the right place, and you can guffaw and laugh along if you're that sort of person, or don't. I just fucking don't. But comedy's subjective. It's not racist comedy where it's not subjective. This is like, I don't have to explain that any further. You can't use this as some sort of leverage tool against me. It's pathetic. You've got nothing. It's like waving a 3 around. You've got a number 3 card, and you're like, yeah, but the number 3 card, and everyone's like, fucking, like 2 or 3 people around the table got wowed by you waving your 3 card, and they folded. But no, Alan, it's a 3 card. It's not an ace. It's not a king. It's a 3 card. You just shit.
You know it's your filth in your mind that you're...
You won't let it go because of your filthy mind. You bring your daughter into it, and you're talking about the grape now because this is you. I've never suggested that.
You're regurgitating out of you. It's nothing to do with me.
The lyric goes, something, I'll be doing the hating, but I've got the kids in the back, I'll be doing the raping. I've got child locks on and I'm flying down the motorway. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. And I think when I said it in the song, I even went, ooh, like, that's a bit extreme. Like, it's about context and style. It's not just, you can't just bring it out and say, Scott said he wanted to rape my daughter. That's not what it was. So you're a liar at the end. Now you're a liar again.
And as for the people watching...
And not as for the people watching, as for the toad out there and all those people who want to desperately clutch at straws while they're sinking into the sea of inconsequential nothingness, irrelevance, genetic nobody cares. Like, as for those people who want to wave that flag, Scott's bad because of this. Like, just go down with your little flag into the water and your shit. Bye-bye. No one give a fuck.
Say this, then you're as bad as them. I think I'm going to wrap it up there.
Listen, the people that do give a fuck, there's a sort of collection of rejects. There's people who got banned from my stream because they are into flat earth and they were weird about it. There's people who got banned from my stream because they wouldn't behave properly, they argue with people. There's people that got banned from my stream because they'd said things about, I don't know, like conspiracies, or I've said that one, but like different conspiracies. I don't want to name them all. There's people that got banned for saying off-colour things about Nicola Bulley. There's racists that got banned. There's people that said all that horrible stuff about the immigrants. They got banned. There's a bunch of people who over the time I've been streaming, I've seen them pop up in these other places, and then you've got like you literally the people trolley this, sad that. Who was I saying? Racist. There was another one, isn't there? There's political minded people. Like, those people have all got together on the internet. There was a scummy group. Oh, that was it. Ex-Bin Bin people. Bin Bin's dead, but they hadn't got anywhere to go now. So you've got this sort of like scum that's like crusted around the edges, and like they're clustered up together. So there might be like 20 or 30 of them to comment on a community post, but that's all it is. So just wash it away in your mind. Just forget it. It's nothing. Good luck to the hermetic toad. May she make 1 million posts, and they'll all be fucking like. You notice that she writes with a capital letter at the start of each word, so every normal person in the world thinks you're a fucking weird twat. Or they just look at it and they just think, oh, like she undermines herself. So it's not worth even your time. Like, it's not worth my time to. Like, I'm not going to be doing a show about it. I'm not going to be bringing it up on my screen and reading it out. It just doesn't. I don't care. Do what you like. The worst, okay, recently she did use a disability slur, so that was a bit over the line. You know, using disability slurs is over the line, but, you know, that's her line to tread. I don't give a fuck. Like, do it. Go on YouTube and do all the disability slurs you want, you nutter. Alan, obviously, I react to his content. Same deal, though, here. Like, I don't give a fuck what he thinks and says about me, really. He said that stuff about me saying that about his daughter. Like, okay, like, that's slander and libel. That can go on the list. I can record it, put it in the file. But really, do I give a fuck? Well, only if I want to sue you for slander and libel ever, yeah. But otherwise, nah. Say what you like. No one respects your opinion about anything, so it doesn't matter.
And I know I've given a lot of money to people who can use my video to make money, because nobody watches them unless they talk about me, right? Here's the thing.
Okay, I'm using Alan's videos to make money. Let me just quickly check. YouTube Studio, the last Alan upload content. I'll tell you how much. Begging Alan is back again. That was 2,800 views. Let me just check the details, the analytics. 2,800 views. We're talking about... can I just specifically have the revenue? Adverts, £15. £15. Memberships and super chats, I'm going to say that's my money that I've earned. Like, you know, YouTube views money you're talking about here. Doing it for views, getting the money off YouTube views. Memberships, I don't think you can count that because they're my memberships to my channel. It's a bigger thing. Super chats, add on £8 for that video. There was £8 of super chats. It was a video upload with a premiere, so that's good actually, because when you do a live stream, you get more super chats because you're live. So maybe if I wanted to make more money, I should present this on YouTube as a live stream. But, you know, we're talking about 15 or 20 quid for an episode there, Alan. It goes into my kitty. It's important to me. I need to consistently continue to make episodes on YouTube that cover more money than that consistently to make my money, yeah. But you featured on my stream that week... Alan, let me just skip back. We view my channel.
To the best of my knowledge.
Alan Vinnicombe. View my channel. It's quite important to, like, you know, I don't mind, you know, obviously I didn't say that thing about his daughter, but accusing, like, this accusation that it's financial for me. Well, first of all, I would make more money if I was doing Super Chuffer. Like, that gets me more benefit in a million ways. So it's actually, this is a side project, we all know that. And financially, you know, what's Alan done for me this week? Well, 3 days ago I did Begging Alan's back again, but I've done Phil Not Racist, DSP Tries It, not big numbers there. Scotty Hot Weasel not monetized because it's about Cat Weasel and that's, you know, Cat Weasel's in it, so that's not monetized, so I don't get any money from that. But I still did it. Like, DSP Tries It, Buttery Jack, more video views there. Okay, Scott's just going to lean on Phil now because Alan's boring. He wasn't doing anything. I'm doing some other content. I always did and always will do other content on this channel. And Alan has not been, like, the main flagship for anything here. Like, people are not just members because of Alan. Other things get other views as well. Like, it's just not all Alan. So it's just stupid to say that. Really stupid. 20 quid. Like, do you know what, Alan? I gave all that money to a fucking charity last month. I won't say which one because they get eggy about it. But I gave all that money to a charity that I earned last month. Like, literally, not all the money in the month. But actually, how, you know, but like all the money I could have possibly earned off you, gave it all to a charity. So, like, it don't, you know, it don't bear any, it doesn't. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to give you 20 quid? Should I donate 20 quid now to a charity and then we'll say that this is done? Because, like, I would obviously encourage, if you're watching this, I do encourage the super chats, even though it's not live, it's a premiere and all that. Thank you for them. If anyone's been giving them while I've been speaking, you'd think I haven't said them because you didn't see it come up. It's because it's the premiere and I think, thank you though, thank you. So let's have more than 20 quid, please. But, like, if it's 20 quid, 30 quid, 50 quid, like, should I just give it to Alan now and just, he can shut up then? I can forever carry on detracting. It's not about money, but I do want to make money for my content. I do. But you can't pretend that you're my financial saviour here, Alan. Like, if it wasn't for you, like, as a content creator, I do diversify because I'm not stupid, and I realise that if I only did talking about Alan, and that was everything I'm involved in, then when Alan is boring and shit, then I've got nothing. So that's bad, isn't it? So what I decided to do was to not just only talk about Alan, but to also do other stuff. Thanks. And it was Alan's the other stuff that I was doing once. Like, I'm super chuffer. That's my main thing. Alan's the B-side. So don't get on your big high horse, Alan. You're never that special. I didn't even know who you were until you stole my content and people came to my channel to say, hey, Alan's taken one of your videos.
Person that says he's so clever, try doing a video not about AD and get the same number of views about another subject.
Right, I just literally showed you that. Just literally showed you that. Like, on this channel, DSP, Alan is back 1.8k, DSP 1.4k. It's Cat Weasel 1.2k. Being slandered on the internet, that was thousands. Luke interviews Ronnie Barker's son, 1,000. So it's similar numbers. It is similar numbers, Alan. Luke and Charlie are scared of heights, 2,000 views. There you go. Alan's TikTok, 2.4k. Obviously, your better numbers on this channel are about Angry Eddie, Angry Alan, and other things. But just the other channel, just literally the other channel. Super chuffer. Try doing something else, talking about it and getting more views than what you did. Well, all of this, all of it on Super Chuffer, every single thing. Nicola Bully Gin, 6.9 thousand views. Where is Jack O'Sullivan? 4.6 thousand views. Samantha Murphy Missing, 8.5 thousand views. Over here, Nicola Bully, A New Suspect, 10,000 views, 9.6. Madeline Soto, Stephen Stern Shame, 2.7. Like, everything I do is more views than Alan. Everything. There's a new video there on Super Chuffer as well. A new video. If you haven't seen it, what do you see? Get over there and have a look at it. Yeah. Everything I do, Alan, gets more views than you over there. Everything. So it's easy. And it's like, it's not, I'm not here chasing an algorithm for views. I'm trying to grow. There is that. I do want to make sure I get views, but I can't just bend to the algorithm. I've got to grow a product as well. There's got to be a bit of give and take. So, like, we're doing better than you. This is not holding, what you're saying doesn't make sense. And nothing you've said tonight does. You're a delusional whack job. Sad, sad, sad. You need to get and see a therapist.
You won't do it. People only watch you because you're talking about me.
No. People were watching me first, and then I started talking about you.
You're useless. Your talent is nil.
Alan, you're literally unable to sing a song. There's drugs in chicken nuggets. You take it and suck it. Nike told you to buy it, so now you just go do it. You're useless, you don't know it. The only reason you exist is to buy this shit and you consume it. You know you fucking love it. You just keep talking rubbish. Don't look at me or vanish. I'm magic like in Spanish. Soy mágica like Messi. I told you not to test me. I told you not to try me. I told you not to try that shit. I told you it's just rubbish. I told you I'm the newest. I'm karma like a Buddhist. Selfie like a tourist. Shelf life like longest. I'm on this, so get off it. I'm like the Lion Man or Rocket. I drop it while it's hot. Like, I can, I'm not talentless. You're shit. I love it. He's the love in himself. Oh, you're just a talentless shit. He knows I've got it. He knows I can edit, I can record, I can film, I can interview, I can live stream. My stream looks better. I can delve deep into interesting topics and dig out some strange but interesting tangents. I've got an interest in things like art, culture, history, architecture. I'm not an expert at everything, jack of all trades, master of none, dilettante, but I've turned my hand to certain things and become top of the game. Whether, he's a dilettante because he likes fencing. No, I went to the top of the game in that. And then with the hairdressing, I went to the top. I did not the top of the game hairdresser of the year awards, got my own salon, ran it, did the thing, walk the walk. I'm not just some goon on the internet talking about shit I don't know all the time, Alan. People get eggy because Scotty Hottie knows it all. But it's nice to have a conversation with someone who's got an intellect and an interest in a variety of concepts and is prepared to learn and be open-minded about them. That's me. What have you got? You've got shit nothing. You've got shit fuck all nothing. You watch other people's videos on YouTube ad nauseum. You get all your ideas off other people. You steal your content wholesale. You just spent 20 minutes reading out somebody else's words. It's incredible, the delusion here. Fucking La La Land, this is.
So I doing a video.
I've thought over tonight, I've thought of many different titles I could give to this video when we upload it to YouTube. And it's going to be a massive one. And I think I just have to call it fucking La La Land.
video, not about AD, and get the same number of views about another subject. You won't do it. People only watch you because you're talking about me. You're useless.
And what does it mean, Alan, if you can't get the number of views on your show that I get talking about you? What does that mean? Are you that popular that people want to see you? No. What it is you're that much of an idiot people enjoy watching me rip you. That's what it means. The more views I get on my shows talking about you, the worse that is for you. Every view I get is another indication that you're shit. So it's not a good thing that I'm getting these views for covering you from your seat. It's a bad thing. What you should be saying is nobody even wants to watch you ripping me because they think it's rubbish. They think I'm really good. I get more views than you on my show. That's not what you're saying, is it? I get more views than you on my show. I got more views than you on my Nicola Bully content. I got more views than you on... I mean, my top content of all different channels all gets... Like, whether it's ASMR, whether it's the Eddie Hall fucking behind the scenes video I did, all my content on all my different channels, my best content blows yours out of the water every time. Every time. You can't sing a song. You can't fucking ride a push bike, I imagine. Like, it's so bizarre to have someone this narcissistic and this shit turn it round and just throw it back at me. It's just bizarre.
Your talent is nil because your talent is having me on your screen.
No.
I'm your talent.
I think this is supposed to drive me into big ups. Thank you for the bitties.
No Cadillac, no perms you can't see. I'm just a mother M-I-M-P.
I take it back, maybe you can sing a song. Thank you for the bitties. I feel like this is trying to push me into taking him off the screen. Like, my talent is having you on the screen. Right, I'll show you. I'm not even going to talk about Alan. I'm going to make it big and then that will really show him. No, I'll make it big and still sometimes talk about Alan. How about that? Fuck you, Alan.
Your content.
The bigger I am, the worse it gets for Alan as well. Because when we started, Alan, to this day, won't, 100,000 he says. And I think it was 80,000 paid. But 80,000 subscribers on YouTube, and I had less than 10,000. I was down at like 5. So he was the giant and I was the David. I was David and he was Goliath, and he was picking on me. So that's how that was. Everyone knows it. And you never, like, if I got to 100,000 and I'm picking on a man on Rumble with 800, because he hasn't even got 1,000 subscribers on Rumble. Like, if I get to 100,000 on Super Chuffer, which it's a lot, that's a big haul. That's a large, long struggle. That's a big slog. I've got to really up the game. But if we can do that, then I'll still make B-side content on Battery Exhausted ripping Alan when he does a stupid episode, and it'll be funny, and people will go, oh, you're a big channel picking on this man. Well, like, that'll be even worse for Alan, because even more people will be exposed to his narcissism and lies, and there's a huge playlist of it. There's like a year's playlist on this channel, so people can go back and watch the full playlist and have all that fun and watch all those episodes. They're going to remain, and more people will be exposed to what a horrible man this is. If he keeps doing this on the internet, it can only be worse for him. It can never get better.
I'm your viewers. But you can't see it, can you? You think you're clever. Nobody watches AD. 50 million views. You'll never get 50 million views if you live 10,000 years.
I mean, it's not really about views, is it? But I'll never get 50 million views if I live 10,000 years. Just checking my analytics. How to change this just to lifetime. Okay, it's a struggle, I guess. I'm at 2.8 million on the ASMR channel. So there's 3 million, basically 2.8 on the ASMR channel. So that's a struggle. It is, that's probably my most popular one. So let's say we're at 3 million. Yeah. Also, though, I didn't buy any of them. I got them legitimately. We'll see. Let's give it some time. Let's see. Let's give it some time. But 50 million views I'll never get. Maybe not. Does it really mean anything now, Alan? Because your views have all been deleted. And I would warrant that a lot of it was clickbait bollocks. Whether it was your content or not, I don't know. All that shadows nonsense. Like, people were locked in lockdown as well, weren't they? So that was a big help for you. So it's not like some badge of honour that you hold. It's a fleeting moment. It was like a firework. It's gone, it's burned out, it's done. And it's gone. It literally is gone. There's no record of it. There's no, like, you know, you're not on YouTube anymore. It doesn't exist. You never got a play button. It's just nothing. So you had some monies and you spent it on poker.
Because you're useless and you're pretty disgusted looking.
Thanks. I don't get hurt by this at all. I feel like I'm still confident in all of my abilities. None of this bothers me.
Wants to look at that.
Nobody wants to look at that. No one wants to look like you. Like, fair, like, between us out here, Alan, like, let's be real. About the same. No one needs to look like me. They just need to like looking at me.
Why would they want to look at you?
Why do they want to look at me? Maybe the content, the things I say. You know, life is not just a beauty parlour. Life is not like about... this is the most superficial thing I've heard ever, so it doesn't matter.
Yellow teeth.
You might notice everything looks yellow in this light, Alan. Do you not notice that? My skin, everything looks yellow. Yeah, I smoke and my teeth are slightly... I haven't got the bright white Hollywood fake smile, and I can have them whitened up if I ever chose. But yeah, like my teeth are slightly discoloured from the smoking, but they look like normal teeth in reality. In reality, they're not yellow, not horrible dark yellow, but this light that we're under, like if I turn this off, now it looks green, but like there is a yellow tone to this light. I can make it even brighter blue. I've got settings on my camera and stuff. Let's take out the yellow. Let's bang up the blue-white light. They still look a bit yellow. They are a bit discoloured from smoking, but there is an effect that's going on with my lights. And my skin always looks a bit yellow on my streams and stuff. I just kind of like accept it because like yellow is part of the light spectrum and the opposite is a bit more of a cool tone. I don't necessarily want it. So I usually have this light on and my teeth don't look as white now. Sorry, as yellow now. Like, but... with this light, they do, like you see immediately my skin looks more yellow now. That's just the normal light in the room and it's very yellow, so it does yellow things up a bit. But I'm not that insecure about any of this to give a shit, to be honest. Like, my teeth are alright. If I was with someone and they were like, oh, you know, your teeth are looking a little bit off, I could just do that teeth whitening that you do and then I've got the same. So it's just not even a shit bother. Like, it really is superficial nonsense what you're saying. It doesn't harm me in any way. I've had loads of wonderful relationships. People still think I'm attractive. Like, anyone who's superficial enough to just, like, no, that's too much for me and it's going to ruin it. Like, because I don't think they look that bad on camera here. Like, so, like, I'm a real person, a normal person. Deal with it. Like, some people do really care about teeth. Some people think teeth are really important. Like, you know, if that person didn't want to date me because of that and it was a big deal breaker, then I'd just get my teeth whitened and then we'd just carry on, I guess. Maybe they wouldn't start dating me because of it. It's not a big deal. Like, they're nice and straight, they're reasonably, like, they're clean, just like, because of, it's not just smoking either, it's coffee, it's red wine, you know, all sorts of stuff over the years. Everyone knows your teeth get slightly discoloured as you age. It's just humanity. And I'm not that vain to give too much of a shit to get them all waxed and whitened, but some people do. Fair enough. Like, it's just a bit like, I think he's trying to hurt me though. Like, in this way again, like, whether you want to pick up my beard or my grey hair or anything, because I'm not core deep hurt by that. Like, if I set my how do I explain this? If I set my inner heart, if I set my self-perception, my pride, or whatever you'd call it, you know, my self-worth, if I set my self-worth on my teeth, then what? Like, a car accident later and my teeth get knocked out and then that's me, I'm done. I just have no self-worth. I'm not worthy, I'm not a good person because of my teeth. No, that would mean that anyone who didn't have good teeth wasn't worth anything either. Like, if this says more about Alan and his you know, it says more about you than it does about me, but this literally says more about Alan and his internal problems. Read that comment above. Marg can't comment, say she seems to have been blocked. Well, no one's been blocked tonight like that, no. Someone had that problem the other day, they were using a VPN, it might be that. It might be Marg using a VPN server, but no one's blocked her. We'll check it, but no one's blocked her tonight. I certainly haven't, and I haven't seen it. Like, it would come up on my thing if it happened, and I haven't seen it happen. So shouts out, Mark. We'll have a look at it, but I'll continue talking now. Yeah, like the idea about this teeth thing being like a deep wound that Alan is able to kick at here. It's not. It doesn't hurt me. I don't care. But the idea that he would think it's that important, like I said, if someone is, he talks about dehumanizing people, and I'm talking about value here. You're saying that if someone is ugly, they don't have value, essentially. That's what he's saying. And that if you were unfortunate enough to have like unpleasant looking teeth, then you would be useless, no value, ugly. Like, there are still lots, like, you could still have a really good relationship with someone who has a flaw, a physical flaw, because that might not be the be all and end all as to whether you want to have sex with them, give them a kiss. Wonderful. I just said those because they're the you know, like the superficial levels that Alan's operating on, but like all those other things still go on. You know, all the emotional connections, all the like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if people have bad teeth, it doesn't mean that you can't love them. But that's what Alan's trying to hurt me with here, is he's trying to basically say, I think you're going to not like this thing I'm saying about your physical appearance, and that's going to hurt you, and that other people would like, and actually, yeah, like when you say he's been bleaching his teeth, whether that's a filter or not, because it's quite often been a filter, like this is obviously something that Alan feels. When the people talk about projection, this is a classic case of it. It's obviously something he's insecure about, which is why he's had his teeth done. So that's his levels, that's his measurements, that's what he feels. And he obviously thinks that somebody is ugly, therefore no value, but he is ugly. And ugly comes from inside out, and he can never achieve true beauty because of his being ugly. So, like, it really troubles him, doesn't it? And so that's the reason, that's a knife to wield now. It's a really shameful way to behave and live. So, you know, that's Alan.
I'll leave it there. And any of you people from that No Hate channel, really, you should know better by now. 5 years is enough. And I know you're being propped up by old McCann people from the old McCann days that are still there going on about me. But honestly, it's over. I'm not on YouTube anymore. It's over. Unless, of course, it's never over for you until I die. So, with football, like, I will say I'm Chelsea till I die. I support Chelsea till I die. Nothing will stop me.
Why did you start doing that? Because you're not from London. None of your family's from London. Really, you should support Exeter or like Plymouth Argyle or something.
Are you hating AD till you die?
Yeah.
Is that where you are?
No, it's listen. You've got the opportunity to change this, Alan, by being a better person, but you can't because you're not. So I guess this is where we're at. Still no apology to anyone.
Is that your ambition? To
He's not talking to me. He's talking to these ladies in the group. So
die hating me? Because that's what you're doing. You're going to hate me till one of us dies, right? I don't hate you. I have my family. I have lots of hobbies. I don't hate you. I don't make videos about you. I'm not interested in you.
I'm literally doing a video about them now. 2 hours of this. All prepared. Got all the pictures of their tweets. Like, what are you doing? Are you that... This is what I mean. It's delusional la la land. I'm not making hate videos about you.
Asking you to stop before it's too late. Remember the option you have. Destroy me, get arrested, or stop. I'll leave you those choices.
Yeah, but out of those choices, get arrested is obviously nobody's choice, is it? No one wants that. So destroy you or stop is the two. So destroy you then? Like, why is that supposed to be clever? Why do you think that's a good, smart gambling, like bargaining tool? You can either carry on and win, and do everything you ever wanted and destroy me, or you can stop because I feel bad. Like, what are you on about?
I'd like to thank all my supporters.
About 5 of them tonight.
For being my supporters. Because you people, my supporters, haven't got hate. They're interested in true crime and studying true crime.
So why don't you do episodes about that?
They're not interested in gossip.
Why did you spend all night gossiping?
Or hatred. Or
Why did you spend all night hating?
talking about you.
Why did you spend all night talking about them?
That's the difference between a troll and a person that's interested in true crime.
That's the difference between... If anyone has ever just said something off the top of their head without fully thinking it through, it's Alan.
Thanks very much for watching Armchair Detective. I'm sorry it was so long tonight.
Yeah,
It was 2 hours.
Fucking hell, thank God he did apologise for that. That is true, Alan. That's true. I'll apologise to them as well. I'm sorry it's been so long tonight. I'm sorry, I don't know. Like, maybe what I do is better than Alan's because more people watch it, and you might stick it out to the end. But yeah, this has been fucking it's been an ordeal.
Actually, I've got another 2 minutes and it's 2 hours. All right.
What? Why have you got 2 more minutes? Oh, he looked at the timer. He wanted to make it to 2 hours. Why not just arbitrarily finish at 1 hour 58? Why not stick? What does it matter?
I'll hang on for 2 more minutes to do 2 hours. I haven't done a 2-hour show since 1969. Summer of '69.
Are you saying that you don't have sex for longer than 2 hours at a time? Is that what you're saying?
Let's see what you got to say. Thanks in chat. Is there anything you want to say? I'm going to hang on for 2 minutes. Have you got a message? Have you learned anything tonight? Is there something you want me to say? I've got another 2 minutes. If somebody wants, if somebody in chat has been listening all night, if there's something you can say that will help them stop, write it now and I'll tell them.
What a desperate waste of time at the end.
Not going to do any good. Spread love, not hate. Let it go, says Liz.
Let it go, says Liz. Bit late for that, Liz.
That's right, Liz. That's right. It's not going to end well for anybody, is it? I mean, for me, it's going to end in death. For you, it's going to end up in, like, death or...
This is the end, the sign-off. For me, it's going to end in death. For you, it's going to end up in death or prison. So, it's looking bad either way.
Getting in trouble. So, who wins? Where does the snowball end? I wonder.
It's not a snowball. You're a snowball with piss all
It's
over it.
quite cathartic tonight for me to tell you these things because I have to listen to them.
Yes, tonight's episode is your fucking therapy session, but without a proper therapist, and you're a massive narcissist. Yes.
Saying how stupid I am.
You are stupid. You and I both know you're stupid. You are stupid, stupid, stupid. After this, even though I'm tired, no, I won't do it tonight. It's 3 a.m. But I'm going to do a couple of tests. We've done it before on the stream. We do puzzle tests. I've got another one. We did the Victorian. I should have cut these and put them up on the internet. Actually, we did the Victorian exam, didn't we? And I'd passed that. I knew all of my Pythagoras. We did a modern GCSE. We've also done it's like an IQ test. It was a logic-based verbal reasoning IQ test. We did that on, I'd scored quite highly, didn't I? So I found another one on the internet that's on the BBC, a little puzzle test. We'll do it on stream. Alan can watch it and see because he'll know when he's watching it if he could answer this in the same time as I did, because he'll watch it and he can either answer it or he can't. And he'll know in his heart of hearts whether he could or couldn't. And yes, Alan, you are quite thick. You know it and I know it. We all know it. Everyone knows you're thick.
On talented I am. 50 million views on YouTube.
Alan, you've got nothing. 50 million views on YouTube. If you're so talented, get 50 million views now on your Rumble. Don't fake them on TikTok. TikTok views don't count. A second of view and it's gone. Like, get actual. If you're actually that talented, why are you failing and flailing so badly? Floundering. You're not talented. You're shit. There's literally been men with better talent than you that end up on Britain's Got Talent and change their lives. You're not talented.
I'm useless. 50 million views on YouTube.
Alan, you are useless.
They can't hold a candle to me, none of them. I know that. I know by the amount of love I get.
Alan, we can't hold a candle to you because you are comprised entirely of shit and methane, and you would explode with the noxious gases.
I get 98% love and 2% hate. The 2% hate is
And you've done a 2-hour video on the 2% hate.
jealousy.
It's not jealousy. I don't want to be anything like you, near you, nothing.
Do what I do, couldn't I?
I can do twice what you do. Nicola Bully case solved. Like, you couldn't, when we looked at the King's portrait, there's no way you could have brought in all those ideas that I brought in. You've got no knowledge of any of it. You're basically a cultureless, unsophisticated grunt, right? You don't have the ability to draw and talk and nuance. You have to have everything lined up on a piece of paper in front of you, and you can't even read that properly.
They can't hold the attention. They can't speak for 2 hours.
Alan, I've been speaking for nearly 6 hours, and it's not about being some clever public speaker. You're a con job, and you think you've got the gift of the gab. You don't. You're shit. You didn't speak for 2 hours. You put on videos.
In a coherent fashion of a story. They can't hold your attention. They can just make insults. Anybody could do that.
Go and watch my Super Chuffer content, Alan. Hours and hours of it. You obviously did already.
Anybody can literally get someone's video and say, that's wrong, he's an idiot, he's a this, he's a that.
But they quite often do, don't they? All sorts of people do that sort of thing, yeah. I'll agree that anyone can do it, yeah. Anyone can play a guitar, you know. Anyone can ride a bike. Anyone can do anything.
That's no talent. You've got no talent by stealing people's videos. Oh, let's steal another AD video and slate it.
Where's this word talent being bandied around all of a sudden? No, it's fucking Scotty's Got Talent. Do I need to have talents? What is even a talent? I'm going to have to do a talent show to prove to Alan how good I am. I don't care if he thinks I've got talent or not. He's not Simon Cowell, and I'm not looking to get through to the next round with the golden buzzer. It doesn't bother me.
Great. Thanks for watching. Good night.
Bye. That was really bad, wasn't it? Wasn't that really bad? Like one of the worst ever. I'm going to sign off here now for YouTube. YouTube, you be good, and if you can't be good, you're naughty. Okay? And I'm going to have a look at what the time is. It's 5:47, 5:48. I need to carry on for another 15 minutes just to make it 6 hours. No, it's 3 o'clock in the morning now. So I do want to carry on because I need to decompress from that shit. But basically, the entire stream has been that. So what am I going to be doing messing about editing? What I really should do is just end the stream and upload it wholesale to YouTube. Did we do anything at the start that wasn't this? I can't remember. Oh, we were talking about Genshin, weren't we, at the start? Yeah, that's got to be edited off. So, yeah, that's got to go. So I've got to do a bit of a chop job. So, yeah, we'll stick with the chop job then. But fuck. I don't know why you get me doing it. Like that, honestly, you know, last time I said I didn't really want to watch Alan, but we'll do it. This time I've done it. Next time I think I might have to just skip it and then just check it later and see how shit it is. Because, like, oh my God, that was really bad. Like, Alan is really, really bad. Like, he's really bad. Do you know what I mean? Like he's savage, yeah. Like, 2 hours. And obviously with my reaction, it makes it take longer, but I can't not. 6 hours of like full on Alan being a dickhead the whole time. I feel like I've just been at a family party with the monster, except no one's tried to touch me up. Like, oh, you didn't ask to watch it. No, you're right. It wasn't you, Chuffers. It's my decision. It is my decision. I feel kind of obligated, you know, battery exhausted. We cover Alan. People want to see what he's saying, or like, you know, there's a running theme there, isn't there? So like, whilst the other content creators I don't maintain, like with Foodie Beauty and some of the others, I don't maintain a regular I should maybe maintain a bit more regular, but, you know, I drop in, drop out. With Alan, I've sort of covered everything he's done for over a year, so I feel like almost obligated. If Alan does it, I should give it a look. But more and more, like I said, I am at the breaking point with this. I just really have not much appetite for doing his shit over and over again. He might think that's a great thing because he can now operate with impunity. Oh, Scott's not going to do any more reacts. Obviously, I will do reacts, but like for him, it's actually even more sad that I can't even be bothered to content react him because it's that bad. Like, he will hate that because he's a massive narcissist. He will hate that. He will. Of course, like he said, it will never stop. There's always the others. Like, if I stop, it doesn't mean it stops. But in terms of number of people watching Alan, he still gets a buzz out of the fact that we get 2,000 views, therefore 2,000 people watch him. And, like, you know, he still gets that buzz out of it. But that's going to go away because I'm going to make it go away. Fucking hell. Yeah, also, you're right, admit audacity. I wasn't checking chat, I was just trying to get through that. Right? I wasn't reading everything you said, but you're right about him not doing therapy. It's not just that he'd avoid it. He won't even... It won't work on him. It doesn't work on narcissists. Like, he's a lost cause. A totally lost cause. I should have finished on a song, but I just ended it, didn't I? I should have done that. But then people don't want to just stay and listen to a song once they've listened to 6 hours of Alan's shit.